This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
10, toss left to Harvey, shredding the defense. There he goes, 25, 20, 10. Harvey strolls in. That's a 40-yard score, and the Broncos have their first lead of the day. They just never found him. I'm not sure he was ever touched.
And that is the type of day it would be. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider back from Denver, Bobby Roberto Belt. After the Cowboys get smashed, the offense did not bring it. You lose 44-24. Bobby, start us off since you were there.
Yeah, they got their asses kicked, and it was in just about every phase of the game. So you couldn't get the running game really going. The pass rush for Denver was everything that it was sold to be, and you could not block it up at all. So the offense couldn't get going at all. And then on the defensive side of the ball, every single last issue you had popped back up. Miscommunication, blown assignments, guys running right past you, run defense on that RJ Harvey run, there were like four guys on there that I was like, are you trying to make a play here? Because it doesn't.
Cal State.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like you guys are. That was the first time yesterday on a couple of those runs where I was like, I don't know that there was like total effort there from everybody. That it felt like there were some guys who just were kind of half-hearted running around out there. But it was just, it was bad. They absolutely beat you down in every single way possible. And it's just a continuation of problems. It shows you that Washington was probably just a blip.
Listen, this is they did get their butts kicked. There's no doubt about that. But you got to look at the positives and everything. World Cup tickets are available today, so you gotta kind of look.
You
at
can
it
sacrifice
like
your entire life savings to go to that. Then that's awesome.
Well, I might try to do that. I might try international sports, baby. International sports, my jam.
How much of a pass does the secondary or defense at least get? To what degree with a bunch of guys that I had to go look up? I had to go look up a lot of guys, as you have Triquez Bridges out there. They went in with two healthy safeties, two active safeties, and then Elijah Clark ends up getting hurt. Is this the most handicapped that a secondary has been throughout an NFL season? Certainly this one.
Maybe, but the problem is that
Trayvon Diggs' value just going up.
The problem is that some of those no-names were better than your regular guy. Triquez Bridges was better than Kyrie Elo. And so, there are certain aspects of it that it's like, they're handicapped, but it's also like, the guys that stepped in played better than some of your regular guys have. So
this is, I don't want to say the hypocrisy of sports fans, but this is the dilemma that sports fans put themselves in. We all said, oh man, this defense turned a corner last week. Washington played receivers that you'd never heard of, right? So it's the same thing. Now we're playing corners and safeties that we never heard of, and the sky's falling. So it's like, maybe it's somewhere in the middle, because the Washington, like Bobby said, was maybe a blip, and they didn't have any receivers, and it's kind of the same thing here. So I don't know. I don't know that matters, because this defense has been pretty bad all year, regardless.
Yeah, I wrote off last week and any type of positive defensive developments to Washington losing their quarterback and wide receivers. As Michael Irvin tweeted 12 hours ago, this cannot be an NFL defense that is wearing the Dallas Cowboys helmets. Archer has this from ESPN Research. At the moment, they've allowed 250 points this year. And I know we're talking about the defense. We're going to get into the offense. Trust me. Star up, star down is coming up at 620. They've allowed 250 points, third most through 8 games in franchise history. They've allowed 272 in 1960, the franchise's first year, and 266 in the year 2020.
Yeah, they are. They're
7.5 yards a play yesterday. 7.5 for every single Broncos snap. That's Denver's highest since 2016, according to Babe Laufenberg.
Yeah, it is it's a special kind of bad. It's really, really bad, and it's something where, again, it happened. It happened on the whichever score it was. I lost track of the touchdowns. Let me see which one it was. It would have been the. I believe it was the Franklin touchdown in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
That put them up 37-17. And we've talked about it all year, that on almost every touchdown, you can find somebody on the defense doing this, throwing their hands up, and they're looking at somebody like, what were you doing? Why weren't you there? Why was it? And that happened again. And this one lingered to the sideline a little bit, where you had Triquez Bridges and Kyer Elam. I wouldn't say heated, but they were animated with each other. They were talking, and Triquez Bridges looked very frustrated. Now, that could just be passing the buck because he was standing near there, and it may be easy to do it that way. But he looked like, where is everyone? Like why am I hung out to dry here? Why is somebody not over here? Why are we doing this? And so it's, again, all the communication problems. I'll pull it up when we're during the break. I'll show you some of the stuff that was on the Harvey run, that touchdown run that I just mentioned earlier. Like, it's so bad that it's like, it's not even a question of like when you say they don't have an NFL safeties right now or whatever else. They don't have NFL players on their entire defense right now. Like, these are guys who have been in the NFL but are clearly not supposed to be on active rosters anymore, not supposed to be starting. And that's all over your defense right now. It's just, it is really, really bad. And you can fire Matt Eberflus, and Matt Eberflus wasn't good yesterday either. But it's like, I don't think it's necessarily going to fix what's wrong with this. They're still awful. And that's the problem.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line for your star down coming up at 6:20. What was your turning point in this game?
There were a couple. The interception before the half. Okay, I know the game was already kind of like getting away from you, but you had a chance.
You were down 17. You could have made a 14 with an Aubrey field goal.
Yeah. So that was one, and then in the second half, I got to get my bearings right. I think it was 30-17. You're down and you punt. I think that was the score. One of those two, because it was, one was a inexcusable. You can't make that pass. Right? Dak's smart enough. He knows that he has to get points there on that drive. You're already in field.
Problem was he was thinking touchdown.
I get it.
Romo and them, they were like, oh, you don't need to get that close for Aubrey field goal range. Well, and I don't blame him.
Right, I don't blame him either.
Because every game, it feels like this year, end of half, we asked Shadi about it on Friday, they go and get a touchdown.
Yeah, they do. But you had to come up with points at some point. Go for the touchdown, but you can't turn the ball over there. And then on that punt, it's like, come on, man, we know what's going to happen. You're going to punt them the ball, they're going to march right down the football field. You can't be punting.
It felt like they lost the game to me when they got the ball back. They get the stop, quote unquote, on the 2-point conversion after they get the bad. I think that was the Sam Williams penalty that gave them half the distance of the goal, and they decided to go for two. And it was 2010, and they don't get the 2-point conversion. Dallas gets the ball back, and it's like, okay, they've been really good about driving down the field at the end of first half. This is 3 minutes left. This is time for them to go down, score a touchdown, use up these 3 minutes, and then get the ball back and flip the game. Like, this is what you've done against Green Bay. This is how you've been able to get the back-to-back touchdowns at the end and beginning of halves. And so when they go out there, first the ball, I believe that's the one where the ball bounced at the 1 and then went out of bounds. And so you started at the 20. And so that right there, it's like, okay, that was some bad luck. But then Dak scrambles for 9. And then on back-to-back plays, you get Dak, or they go to Javonte Williams, who gets stuffed for no gain on 2nd and 1. And then on 3rd and 1, Dak drops back and tries to do a quick out to Kevontae Turpin. That's when Jonathan Cooper jumped up and knocked it down, almost picked it off. If you get that ball to Turpin, there was nobody behind the corner that was out there with him. So if Turpin just jukes one, he's running free probably, unless a safety can get him to the sideline. But, I mean, that right there, when they had to punt on that one instead of potentially getting a scoring drive to make it 20-17 or 20-13, and then you get the ball back to start that, I thought that's where everything turned.
Let's hear from the leadership. Brian Schottenheimer, you've been telling us we're just going to work on it. This happens in the National Football League. Matt Eberflus, he's a wonderful man and a hell of a coach. What happened to the defense yesterday?
I think, when you look at it, I'm not just going to start with the defense. I don't think any of us coached or played well enough. We knew we'd have to come in and own the line of scrimmage. I think it started up front. You got to give Denver a lot of credit. I think they moved us around pretty good. Had some big explosive runs, and that's hard. But I told the guys, I said, look, it's one game. We did not play well. We did not coach well. We're going to get right back to work tonight. And if you let it bleed over into 2 and 3 games, then that means you're not a competitor, because this happens in this league.
Man, that's the one thing. It's not one game. It's a pattern on the road.
They're kicking cans. Mm-hmm. They're just kicking cans. We can have a bad week, and we're getting help back, and there's a trade deadline, and it really is. People have said this before. It's a PR firm masked as a football team, because it almost helps them in their sales push that Overshone and Revel and Diggs are out, because there's always an excuse.
Well, they have that. They have that in them. The PR firm known as the Dallas Cowboys, they do. But the road environment, for whatever reason, they don't play well on the road. They haven't played well on the road.
I will say, and it's not they're not good. I will say, I think the PR firm aspect exists for almost every team that's struggling in the NFL. Like, I think every team that struggles in the NFL, generally in season, when you ask them about stuff and they know they can't do anything about it,
we're going to address it.
They try to tell you, well, this is happening, and we'll do this and this and that, because nobody wants to just claim we're screwed until the end of the year.
CeeDee Lamb was asked about that home versus road disparity, and nobody on the bench looked more lost and empty than CeeDee while they were getting smashed.
I'm not really thinking about home or away. It's about our performance and how we can dominate. It don't matter where we play. Just continue to be us offensively and continue to, dominate the opponent. And I feel like we didn't do that this week.
You said it's all about preparation. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but was that missing in some ways leading into this game?
Not at all. That's not what I was saying. I was just saying I feel like the way that we prep in a week, that should carry over throughout the game. And us as a unit, as a team, offensively, defensively, and special teams. I feel like we played below our standard, and it showed on the scoreboard.
Did you think Jerry was going to talk, or is it a discombobulated tunnel situation in Denver like Carolina?
No. I didn't think he was going to talk because I didn't see him walk down. But it was like a home game. He was in the locker room, and that he threw open those doors and stepped right out, and it was actually difficult for guys to try and get out of the locker room. I think they're having to go out a different exit, but no, I didn't think he was going to talk, because he just didn't. Usually when he talks, he walks in with the team, and I didn't see him walking with the team.
Jerry, with his overall dissatisfaction in the entire team effort.
Well, I am not happy at all with winning 3 ball games at all, and that starts really for what our goals are. Can we play better? Of course we can play better, but we knew coming in here, their front, both their defense and offensive front, was going to be a challenge for us, and we needed to offensively be able to play against a real big-time defense, and they played well, their defense. So I'm more impressed with how they handled us, our offense, because it was up front that made a lot of difference there. Secondly, I thought that we could stop them better defensively. We all saw the same thing out there. We've got a lot of work to do.
And Bobby, you felt like Sean Payton, I saw you go back and forth a little bit with some people on Twitter. You felt like Sean Payton was trying to run this up?
Yeah, and look, I don't... The reaction of me just saying, like, oh, Sean Payton's trying to run this up, and then people are going like, they should. Why are you crying about it? I'm literally just pointing out that that's what he's doing at the moment, in case you're curious what he's doing. He's running this up. This is not just trying to run out a game. When there's 7 minutes left, you're up 20, you're leaving your starting quarterback in to throw 5 straight pass plays and score a touchdown. You're trying to blow that score up more. That's exactly what you're trying to do. And so, what? You disagree?
20 with 7 to go, I don't have a problem.
20 with 7 to go, and you're throwing 5 straight times, you're not even trying to run it. That's 100% a coach who's trying to run up the score.
I think maybe with 5 to go, 4 to go. Yeah, 27 to go.
This is not the NBA. You don't come back from 20 with 7 minutes left, especially with...
Did we not just see Denver do this last week?
No, they were not down 20 with 7 minutes
I'm sorry.
left.
They were down 33 with...
And they had the ball. Like, okay, like, whatever. I mean, you can have a bad take. That's fine. Here's the thing.
You could just have
is that when you look at it, is that...
athlete.
I'm telling you, yeah, but you're not a coach, clearly. So what I'm saying is coach mindset...
Did you say you're an athlete?
Coach mindset...
Yeah, I was D1.
Coach mindset says protect the lead. Coach mindset does not say go up 27 when we're at home. Like, that's just not how coaches think about it. If a coach is throwing the ball 5 straight times with 7 to 8 minutes left, up 20, risking a quarterback getting sacked and rolling an ankle or something like that, he wants to blow you out. He doesn't just want to win. He wants to blow you out.
Wants to blow you out and running up the. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's. I don't consider that running up the score.
Wanting to blow you out? What's the difference?
I mean, I think every coach wants to blow you out.
At the start of a game, you want to blow a team out. When
Yeah.
you're up 20 with 7 minutes left and you're going, I got to get another 7.
Let's go to Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Sorry, Star Down for the Cowboys' performance on the road. Who is on your report card for all the wrong reasons? Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Almost out of time on the play clock. Snap back. He's got time. Good protection. Deep ball to the middle for Ferguson. Intercepted. At the 25-yard line, the Longhorn, Zadai Barron, riding with Ferguson in double coverage. And the one thing Dak could not do right there, that is his first interception since the end of the Chicago game.
So the streak is broken. Dak Prescott with the MVP level play. We talked about Baker Mayfield's MVP chances taking a hit, and that happened for number 4 yesterday. It's time for Star Down, Star Down. You can throw in Star Ups if you want here on the morning show, official home of the Cowboys. And Star Up, Star Down is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. I'm not going in any particular order here. We played the Dak clip, so I'm going to start with a Star Down for Dak Prescott. The numbers on the day, and Dak, a couple times this year, I think it's at least 3 times, when he throws that interception, it's like it feels like it's in a really crucial moment, a last-ditch effort, or a moment in the game where you definitely need points. But it's hard for me to sit there and go at him after the type of season that he's had overall. 19 of 31 for 188, 6.1 yards a pass, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He was sacked twice. The QBR was a 65.
That's a super high floor. That's a good QBR. Like that's not like elite.
Yeah.
This is a really high floor. Like that's his bad game, air quote.
I was surprised it was not lower than that. Interception before the half, down 17, approaching Aubrey range. I think we all thought we were going to get the record-breaking attempt that RJ was tweeting about to start off the morning. 3rd and 1, that was tipped. Should that ball have been up higher, trying to throw it to the left? 3rd and 5 to Turpin, down 13 in the 3rd. There's a lot of discussion over this play. The classic, wide receiver should have caught it. Got his hands on the ball. It was not the. I think both things are actually true. I can blame Dak and blame Turpin. Yes, Turpin could have definitely caught it. I can see how it was in a really uncomfortable, awkward position where his body weight was going one way and he had to reach back across. But Dak was not able to put a lot on his throws because of this offensive line throughout the day. So that 3rd and 5 to Turpin, down 13 in the 3rd, that really hurt because I believe that was the Brian Schottenheimer punt. After that, then the red zone interception to CD, down 20 points in the 4th quarter. Star down to Dak Prescott for his play. And Dak was asked, all this talk to start off about the defense, what happened to the O?
Yeah, surprised for sure. It's a good word to use. Frustrated as well, frustrating. As you said, right, what we've been doing, what we're capable of doing, didn't really ever get it going. Having an opportunity right there in the first drive of getting down there in the red zone, being able to have a chance to put 7 up and settling for a field goal, that was the start of it. And the rest just kind of followed that and us not making the plays that was necessary. And credit to those guys. Credit to Coach Joseph, defensive coordinator, making it tough on us. And they got the best of us, that's for sure.
He wasn't good. But see, here was the other thing, is that I think he could have been anything short of, elite, anything short of what he did against Green Bay. And this is what we're talking about on Friday.
Every other week.
This is why on Friday I picked Denver's, because it was like, if he didn't do what he did against Green Bay, which felt like that's him playing at like Matrix level, where he's completely anticipating every single, which is not going to be normal, no matter how high a level he's playing, then I didn't think he was going to be able to do enough because they weren't going to be able to push the ball downfield. But there were still some moments. They got to figure out what's wrong with the seam throw. I don't hate the throw to Ferguson there. Like normally, in other years, I wouldn't hate the throw to Ferguson because they hit that so consistently. It's one of the throws that he has the best touch on. It's one of the ones he has the best feel for. And this year, everything is overthrown, underthrown. And there's too much air under it, and so he's open. But then a defender closes and lights Ferguson up as he's got something has gotten broken with that throw, and I don't know what's wrong with it. Everything else he's playing at a really high level. That area right there, that seam throw has killed them this year.
Man, Ferguson did his best Jalen Tolbert impression yesterday, just getting absolutely nothing. One target, absolutely nothing. Look,
the other tight ends, Tony Romo's favorite, Brevin Spanford, and then Schoon almost scoring.
Yeah, look, I mean, to me, the first star down that pops into my head, not a player, it's a moment. Getting cute down at the goal line. This was early on in the game. It was a 2nd and 1. I mean, you were at the maybe the 1 yard line, and then you try to throw it a couple times. That's getting cute. They rectified it. They rectified it later on in the game. They didn't get cute. Dak snuck it, and then they had another play where they ran to Williams. But you cannot get cute down there. When you're at the 1 yard line, that is a must-score situation.
There you go. That's a star down. Calling a sneak for Dak and almost having him snap an ankle again. I don't need him to sneak the ball ever.
You're done.
Why?
Hand the ball off to Lipke, hand the ball off to Javonte, do whatever you want. Bring Joe Milton in to sneak the ball if you want to sneak the ball. I don't care. You can't, there have been too many instances where on those sneaks, he's overexposed and it's an unnecessary risk for you've got other plays in your bag.
I'm fine with the sneak still. I mean, you should be able to sneak for a damn yard or half an inch, but he's running in the ass of Brock Hoffman.
Right. It should, you should have your legs protected.
That was so ugly, though. He's twisting. It's like he was playing Twister.
Yeah.
He folded over like a kitty cat, belly up, trying to reach the ball out then.
Tush push, I feel your ankles are more exposed because you got guys falling, guys pushing you from behind. On a sneak, I don't know. I feel like your ankles are okay, but maybe not. But I'll tell you, when you're at the 1 yard line, you don't even worry about 4th down. You run that ball 3 times from the 1 yard line, and you either get 6 or you give them the football 9.5 yards away.
Let me keep it down at the 1 for what I think Bobby is going to agree is an early turning point in this game against you. You get the opening interception from Bridges, and you're on the 1 yard line, and I saw 3 different people blame for the false start. Bobby said Tyler Smith. Someone told me Hoffman. I felt like while watching it, Guyton jumped. Somebody jumped, and somebody had the false start. Either way, you're back to the 6 yard line. Right there. You're on the road against the best defense in the National Football League. Early on after a turnover, you have to be up. You should be up 7-0. You back up to the 6, and you end up with a field goal. And that was an early backbreaker and a sign of things to come.
Yeah, they called it initially on Hoffman. And then it was right before the snap of the other play, the official came on the PA and was like, the false start was on 73, and came back and did it. So I hadn't even looked at it yet. I don't know, but I imagine it looks like it's Tyler on this play. It's Guyton or Smith. They both jump at the same time, it looks like they're.
But that moment right there, that crushes you.
Yeah.
That crushes you against that type of defense.
Yeah. You end up moving back 5 yards. You then have to kick the field goal. It's penalties. It's 2 back-breaking penalties. It's that one, and then on the very next drive, you get the 3rd down stop, but James Houston was offside. And once he's offsides, it was 2-3 plays later, RJ Harvey scored that 40-yard touchdown run.
Yep.
So it's like, man, you're talking about maybe 7 points and getting the ball back and them not scoring, and the whole game might have been different.
877-881-1053. Peyton, what are the Tolos coming up with for star down?
251 says star up to Joe Milton for scoring the touchdown there at the end of the game. Star down to Shoddy and all the coaching staff. 817 says star up to the bench for holding up the weight of the dejected Cowboys bodies. And 817 says star up to the equipment team for getting all the equipment to the game. There you go.
They did get the equipment there.
Some choppy sarcasm in there. What do you got, Bobby?
The offensive tackles, both of them, Steele and Guyton, they were bad.
And you were worried about that going in, really worried.
It's just they get home so quick, Denver does, and they're so quick off the line of scrimmage, especially Benito. They've got all sorts of different pass rush tools. They know how to set guys up. There were way too many times where even when they were getting the ball away, the big throw to CD early in the game that put him down inside the 10 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
That was, Guyton almost got Dak destroyed on that one.
The amount of lead that Dak and anticipation that Dak had to put on that throw, it felt like it was a duck that was fluttering on out there, left, because you saw 2 people going at him to bury him, and he did get buried.
There's way too many times in this game where Guyton and Steele were facing Dak because he's dropping back and they're all the way turned around, like chasing an edge rusher who ran by. Both of them were really, really bad.
Let me ask a really offensive question.
Okay.
Does Tyler Guyton have any Mozzie in him? I can't stand
Michigan man.
Just
the head hanging,
the body language.
I don't think this actually came up yesterday. I was talking to somebody about it. I don't think it's Mozzie level. Mozzie
any Mozzie.
No, so Mozzie would hang his head a lot. Guyton had a tendency to hang his head a little bit last year. He hasn't this year. Like I don't feel like when I watch him, he's hanging his head. In fact, there's a little bit more of like, I wish I would see a little bit more beating himself up, maybe. And then I don't see a lot of that. So maybe an ambivalence at times, it looks like. I don't know if that's the case. He's not strong enough right now. He doesn't play with enough power. He's not strong enough. And his technique.
6'7".
It's the tours. It's the tours. And then when he's in the weight room, he's distracted by all the people.
His hands are really bad. And it feels like every single time I watch him, into his pass set, it feels like he's all the way back on his heels and just off balance.
He had another penalty on the second drive. He was beaten on a third down sack. Dak sacked second drive. And then Steele on the right side. He had a hold that backs them up on 4th and 5. Could have been a bad call. I think Romo was questioning it. He got smoked on a 3rd and 20 by the defensive end. Illegal formation, 2nd and 4 on the 11. You're down 14-3. I don't know whether that was him or Lamb. They were trying to figure that out. But right there to the tackles, big fat star downs for Steele and Guyton.
Did I hear right on the post that Denver had like 18 pressures?
21.
That
21.
That seems high.
5 were allowed by Steele, 4 were allowed by Guyton.
And then the rest were interior.
3 by Hoffman, 1 by Javonte Williams, 1 by Tyler Smith, 1 by Tyler Booker. Tyler Booker gets a star down, too. I'm stunned he's only credited with 1 quarterback pressure. I saw 4 times where almost right, maybe his ankle's still not good, I don't know. Because this is a couple times in recent, since he's come back, that I noticed him kind of tripping over his feet on a couple different instances. I may watch it back and say he was better than I thought, because it's easy to stand out when I see you falling over like that a few times. He may have been fine all the other plays, but I noticed him falling down and having balance issues a lot.
All right, let's continue with it. Let the star downs rein in on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We continue to hear from the locker room after the Cowboys get sobered up after the Washington game. Star down continues on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Wild Fork and Johnson Fitness and Wellness.
After we get you over to Platinum.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Days.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Nix in the gun. Safety blitz from the left side by Bell. Throws it in the end zone. Franklin's all alone. Standing all alone. Touchdown Broncos. They blitzed the safety, Marquise Bell, who couldn't be back because he was up. And nobody covered Troy Franklin. And the Broncos are about to be up 14-3.
Every call from Brad is the same. He's like Brian Baldinger slowly dissecting. It's so easy to be like, oh, there's no one within 9 yards of him.
Yeah.
There's him. I see him coming on the blitz, and he was nowhere close to getting there. And Denver goes in for the wide open score. Every call is like the same dejected play-by-play.
Really, it is, because in a lot of respect, a lot of the touchdowns look the same. A lot of the drives look the same. You know,
yeah, I wonder what the average distance of the closest defender is on receiving touchdowns this year. Like whether even if they catch and they go on the run and like a defender's having to trail behind him, I bet the average distance of the closest defender is the largest in the NFL by a wide margin.
You guys were getting chirped specifically yesterday for calling Bo Nix the check down merchant. Twitter and X, a couple Bronco fans popping up after Bo Nix goes 19-29 for 247, 4 touchdowns. The QBR was an 83.
The Cowboys are a check-down-proof defense. Yeah. That's what that is. Because, his numbers bear it out. I mean, he was, 3.9 yards per pass coming into this game?
The statistics said he checks down more than anybody in the NFL. He checks down more than anybody in the NFL.
He was at 4 yards a pass?
Yeah.
4 yards a pass yesterday?
It was like 4 air yards per pass.
Yeah. Yesterday he was 8.5.
Yeah, it's bad. It's terrible. That's a good number for him. It's terrible for the Cowboys defense, but that's what we said wasn't an opinion. He factually checks down.
Out of 36 NFL quarterbacks who qualify, he was 34th in the NFL in percentage of throws that go to the sticks. He doesn't throw to the first down. He throws everything underneath.
I also don't brag dunking on my 5-year-old on a Nerf hoop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you sit there and you wanna bark and talk and strut like a peacock after facing the Cowboys defense. Okay, you were getting shut out by the New York Giants.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart got Russell Wilson's job 2 weeks after 450 yards and 3 touchdowns against Dallas because the Giants realized, that wasn't real. That was 7-on-7.
It's like us bragging about having a decent defense after the Jets and Commanders.
Yeah,
it'd be like the same thing. Be like falling into that. Mm-hmm. But those were some Bronco fans saying, check that down.
Any NFL quarterback can throw against air. You can do that. And so, if they're not, they don't cover. Like the big thing was going to be.
And we're going to address it.
If they took away the run, if Dallas had taken away the run and had put up points and you got Denver into obvious passing situations, Bo Nix doesn't do that yesterday.
I got a perfect example for you. Let's go to, I believe this was the first Denver scoring drive. Okay. There's a 3rd and 7 and Fowler's offsides.
Houston.
Thought it was, I think ESPN had it Fowler on the game. I wrote down Houston too, and then this morning I saw that they said, whatever. That makes it a 3rd and 2. The whole playbook is open.
Yeah.
Right? And that's
and then Harvey went for 40.
Well, there was a 26-yard pass, and then Harvey went for 40, yeah. So, but that's like a 2-2 pitch, Or it would have 2-1 pitch, and it's a bad call. It's 2-2. Completely different at-bat versus 3-1.
Jerry Jones on his great deep defensive line and the rest of the defensive disaster.
Out there, you've got to step up and against the running game. I think we had 10 or 11 plays at almost the half or halfway through the second quarter, over 10 yards or more in the play. And we got to come up and do a better job of run stopping. We knew that if we didn't do that on that front, that it was going to be a long day for us, and that's what it was.
That's the other go-to. We knew this could happen. We knew that they were capable. Like we can't stop it. We don't have the personnel, the coaching to do it. But we knew that Carolina could have been a bad matchup up front with the defensive line. It's like we want some extra credit and brownie points for knowing that someone could put up 40 against you. In terms of the Denver run game overall, they ran for $180, 6.4 a carry. Ugh. Harvey had 6.6 a carry, and then J.K. Dobbins 15 for 111.
16 plays of 10 yards or more, and they ran 57 plays. So it was one out of every, like it was basically a little more than 1 out of every 4 plays were going for 10 yards or more. I mean, you were getting absolutely destroyed.
As for Jerry's pass rush, Bobby, I know you had that as a star down with all the time that Bo Nix was allowed. Let's see. In the statistics, you had 1 quarterback hit. One quarterback hit from Donovan Ezeraku compared to 8. Sacks, 0. Broncos, 2. But there was a ton of pressure. You said they had 21 pressures. Mm-hmm. How many pressures did the Cowboys have?
7. So 3 times as many pressures as you, and it felt like it. But this is, look, I mean, when you see the issues they have getting home, and by the way, I believe they had, let me look this up. I believe it was through the first 3 quarters, they had blitzed 4 times, 3 times, something like that. They just won't blitz. Matt Eberflus will not blitz. Doesn't matter if they're not getting home. He's not going to send any more pressure. I don't know why. And to me,
you know why? Because they have clerks from 7-Eleven that are left back there.
Yeah, he's scared of what's back there.
Yeah, and when they don't blitz, those clerks from 7-Eleven still give up 50-yard touchdowns. So I don't know what the difference is.
You might as well just try it out at this point. You know, maybe
fine, give up 50 points instead of 44. I don't care, but do some blitz. To me,
try it out.
Was it 38% man? You said.
It was 38% man by the end of the game. It was not 38% man in reality because they ran man most of the fourth quarter.
Man, instead of padding stats, the Cowboys suck so much defensively. They pad stats in terms of man.
Just run man so nobody gives us hell.
Yes,
they're changing the analytics, man. They're changing the analytics. That's what they're doing.
In the first half, they ran man 3 times out of 17 dropbacks, and one of them was the Bridges interception. And so I don't kill them as much as everybody else does for the not going to man as often. They need to do it a little more, but I don't have a problem with them running man at a lower rate. The bigger issue to me is you never do anything to generate pressure after you told us that is how you can cover it, is you will generate pressure, you will scheme it up.
Just try it out. Literally what do you have to lose? Especially on the road. What do you have to lose? Maybe you get a pick, maybe you get a batted ball.
I think
fumble.
you heard Marquise Bell with the sham call going on a blitz there. Did not matter.
No, didn't matter.
Nothing is good. Nothing matters. This is the most empty I felt driving in terms of, I know Wolchuk is always full of the hot takes. I listen to the post game show. But I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I just felt empty because, and it's not the first time I've ever felt this with the Cowboys defense. We just referenced 2020 and we saw Rob Ryan and Mike Nolan. And you just know I can't get upset anymore when this defense is on the field. That's why I give a humongous star down to Brian Schottenheimer. This isn't going to win the game, but I have a real problem with his decision on 4th and 5 to punt on your own 45 in the third quarter down 13. That was awful. That was terrible. Bridges then goes for 39. Murray, 12 yards. That was Kenneth Murray. Romo's like, hey, you guys are supposed to be playing at the sticks or a yard ahead of the sticks. It was a 3rd and 10. Kenneth Murray in coverage was 12 yards back. Then Franklin versus Bridges makes it 34-17. But I had a humongous problem with Brian Schottenheimer. What are you doing? You know your team by
You gotta
now.
know your team.
Enough in terms of like trying to instill confidence. You have to go for that because you're automatically, at the very least, going to be down 16, and you're probably going to be down 20, and they were.
We've given him credit in the past for knowing his team. Last week against Washington, right? There was. But in this one, I just felt that he didn't know his team there. Like, you have to know. You have to know that you cannot stop them, especially you got to know that your offense on the road hasn't performed the way it does at home. This is a 40-point given at home. Dak Prescott's career arc shows you that he is going to score 40 points basically every single game, at least 4 out of every 5 games at home.
A lot of people are also getting on Shoddy for the offensive play calling not being aggressive enough going downfield. I heard Wolchuk question the Broncos safeties.
They couldn't block anything. I don't know how much time they thought they were going to have to develop pass plays down the field. I wish they could throw the ball down the field more. That yesterday you were getting just destroyed. How many times did it feel like? Because obviously it feels different, I feel like, in the stadium than it does on TV sometimes. Sometimes it feels better, sometimes it feels worse, depending on what it is. But, for me yesterday, I felt like it was he didn't even get to his final plant in his drop back before he started running most plays. Because it was got to move around. He couldn't get in rhythm at all yesterday. Now, he didn't help matters. He didn't make great throws in a lot of instances, but I don't think you could push the ball downfield yesterday. There wasn't an opportunity to.
And I go back and forth on whether I really want to criticize a coach for, going downfield or running the ball or not, because a lot of times the quarterback decides what the protection or what the defense is showing you on whether or not they're going to throw or they're going to run in that situation. So I even go back and forth on that. I don't want to get too into the weeds on that for him.
Look, they've had success really pressuring teams in the intermediate areas and trying to pressure teams with the width of the field. They've had success with that sort of stuff this year. So it doesn't have to all be pushing it down the field. You want some of that, but it doesn't have to all be that way. Yesterday, I don't know that you could have. The 4th and 5, you have to go for it. I'm sure I didn't hear Schottenheimer's post-game press conference. I'm guessing if that came up, what he said is, if we turn the ball over right there, they're in field goal range then. And they're in field goal range then. And now we're talking about expanding the lead. And we got.
Well, they're going to be in field goal range in 2 plays.
Yeah, they're in touchdown range.
I'm sure he's going to say, he would say, we played better defense. That was the first drive back. We played better defense on the last drive. There was some optimism there. We hadn't seen them. We thought we had adjusted, done some different things. I'm guessing he would have cut it at that way.
What yard line were they at that time? It was
45.
Yeah, you're in field goal range.
Yeah,
with Brandon Aubrey in the altitude, the Cowboys were in field goal range.
Just a little inconsistent there. Shoddy was asked, does the lack of consistency frustrate him?
I think it frustrates all of us, because, again, I said it, and, Todd, asked the question, well, why do you think you're a good football team? Well, I think we have talent. We have weapons. We can score against anybody in the league. We've showed people we can play good run defense, and we can do those things. But, yeah, you'd be crazy. I'd be lying to you if I said you don't get frustrated. We're better than that, but we didn't play good today. So you don't get on the plane and not turn on your iPad, and you don't start pointing fingers at everybody else, and you don't say, oh, that's Clayton Adams' fault. No, that's bullshit. It starts with me, and the coordinators and the players have to do their part, and we will do that.
He's protecting people. This is what he's doing, and it's fine. It's admirable. I don't know if he feels he has to do that as a first-year head coach, that he has to shoulder a lot of that and he has to protect people. But the question that you need to probably hit Schottenheimer with in that instance is just in general, because it reached this point with Bones Fossil. Bones Fossil, when Greg Zuerlein was missing field goals every week, and people were getting frustrated with it, and he kept getting asked, why is he out there? And he'd say, I've seen him do it before. Blah, blah, blah. I've seen him do this and that. And, you asked Fossil at one point, you just said to him, okay, at what point does this happen enough times that it now beats what you've seen before?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember he answered that question. He waited 10 seconds and went, there's got to be some point. I don't know. And that's the thing. There's got to be some point where it doesn't matter what you've seen from Eberflus or others. it's got to change.
Does yesterday change y'all's mind about the approach for the trade deadline? We're going to get into that and phone calls at 7:20, commercial free in the Cowboys Expressway. Let's check in with the rest of the NFC East. Is A.J. Brown getting traded? RJ's favorite player, most exciting player in the NFC East, is gone for the year. That's next on The Fan.
After we get you over to under...
like what are they? Basil berries.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens. No.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Barkley, the single set back. Hurts to Barkley, off left tackle. He's across the 45-50, 45-40. He's going to go! Saquon Barkley finally explodes! 65 yards!
Eagles radio with the call. 65 for Saquon on the first drive. I think that was his first 20-plus yard run of the season. He had not had 100 yet. Fantasy owners of Saquon can confirm that for me. And the Philadelphia Eagles, without A.J. Brown, handle the New York Giants as the ugly, nasty, awful injury to Cam Skattebo takes place where it looked like his ankle was turned the other way.
Yeah, it did. I was a little disappointed in Cam. I thought like he was just going to snap it back in and play. And then to get he's not a carted off guy, but you could see him yelling. He'll be back this week. He'll be back. I have no doubt about that.
Dislocated ankle for Cam Skattebo. So they lose Neighbors and they lose Cam. He did have a receiving touchdown earlier in the game.
Yeah, that injury to Skattebo is...
You're not scaring me. We already talked about it on the commercial break.
Just something I won't weigh in on then.
Yeah. I would say he was the most exciting player in the NFC East this year.
I would absolutely agree with that.
You're trolling me. You're trying to get me to make
this season.
More than Pickens?
Oh, yeah, Pickens.
Pickens can be there.
Yeah. Skattebo was just like, I mean, I
don't think 3.9 per carry is exciting.
No, you're missing the point. It's like the excitement is that he brings us back to when football was just lower your head, Al Bundy style.
You got to I'm factoring in the theatrics as well.
Yeah.
George is, can't believe I'm saying this after the Pittsburgh trade. George is not providing near the theatrics. Right. Just most exciting player with the juice. A Q rating would be through the roof for Cam Skattebo in the division.
It would be. It would be. And then you mentioned Saquon. We were getting, at least I was.
Was that Steven? Same.
Flournoy. I think you were on the tweet. We were getting chirped about, I thought you guys said there was that Saquon had no juice left. Like, guys, he was at 2.1 a carry. That's like the definition of no juice.
Look, I will say, and this is not the vast majority of the people who listen to us, according to the fan text and everything else, but I will say, the loud group of people who will make the 1 week reaction that undoes the last 12 is the most irritating. I've so much of this I've already seen bench stack. Milton's got to start. I've already seen that on the text this morning.
If you want Twitter credit, say it before it happens. If you want Twitter credit, say Bo Nix is gonna go off and torch the Cowboys defense, or Dak Prescott is gonna struggle. You Johnny come latelys, and you can check a timeline. If you want credit for the Longhorns comeback, say they still have this. I believe that they're going to win. The team they're facing falls apart all season long. Otherwise, shut the hell up, or be prepared for the wrath that comes back. We're the petty show. Bobby and I especially, we will come back and attack and research on social media with your non-picture profile.
It's not the Wrath of Khan, it's the Wrath of Sean.
Right.
The Wrath of Sean, yep, that's it.
More tush-push crime. The Giants were robbed early in this game. This play is going away. There's no doubt about it.
I never thought for a second that they would end the play because of the officials. And that's what's going to wind up happening. Because they can't officiate it.
The initial well, it's not just that. The initial
Hurts gets stripped. The Giants take the ball and they rule it dead for forward progress. Dabo lost his mind.
Fastest forward progress I've ever seen.
There's the false start aspect. There was a lot of negativity that swung towards this play when last year the officials in the NFC title game were saying we're going to give Philly a touchdown if Washington keeps jumping off sides. It's like, okay, all right. If you're just going to start awarding touchdowns on this play, now this play's really stupid.
Yeah, like I was always fine with the play. It's like, I think to me it's part of football, but when you can't officiate it and that becomes a problem.
Isn't it crazy, though, that we've gone this many years with it, and now we're talking about it not being officiated?
How would they forgot?
Like, did they not
or
false
did
start
people,
early?
Yeah, people didn't notice it. I don't know, because that's
I think we would have noticed.
They run it 40 times a year.
I think that's the thing, though. It's so tight. It's in these tight, crammed spaces that it's harder to see the interior guys like jumping.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fact that. See, that's why it's not a football play, though, because literally they can't execute it without false starting. And so, like, it's not even a legal play at this point.
So we need to monitor Saquon's hammy as well. Something happened with the hamstring later in that game, but they win without A.J. Brown. Adam Schefter tweets that they are not trading A.J. Brown right now. Diana Rossini had some great stuff with Jeffrey Lurie, the Eagles owner. And again, A.J. did not play yesterday after causing more social media drama saying they're using me but not using me. And Rossini said, translation, they're using him when they're in trouble but not involving him consistently enough for his liking. I get that. I understand that. AJ's like, don't be a slave to the box score. Don't just look that I had, 4 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown or 2. You're only throwing it up when we're struggling offensively. Get me involved early and let me eat even more and have even better numbers. But Jeffrey Lurie said, no, this is just intensity. It's not drama.
It just feels like that's not the time to make that point.
No doubt.
Right after you get like 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, make that point at some other, like right then, like if your immediate thought is like, all right, now I got to go on Instagram and really point out how this is proof they're not using me right. Just bad timing. And they are, I've said it before, the Eagles are way up there as one of the most unhappy winning teams in sports. It's like late era Shaq, Kobe Lakers where they just hate each other and they're not even happy winning. Like the Philly just doesn't seem to enjoy winning.
Diana says AJ is loved in the Eagles locker room, even has a lengthy personal history with his quarterback, but it's obvious something has changed between the two on the field. Eagles say it's fine. Many around the league can see it plainly on the film. An opposing defensive coach said he actually understands AJ's frustration. Quote, Hurts struggles against zone. That's when AJ goes MIA. There are times it looks like Hurts doesn't fully trust what he's seeing, so he checks it down and plays it safe. It's either a deep shot or a check down. Not much in between. That's absolutely right. The timing is just off, and you can see it on the field. The communication is not there right now. So that's an assessment that Rossini got from another defensive coach.
Feed it. Continue to. If I'm an opposing coach, I am absolutely feeding that to Diana Rossini. Is that AJ's like Brian Daboll did. AJ's right. Jalen really does need to play better.
Cowboys Commanders tonight without Jaden Daniels. David Hellman.
Chiefs.
I'm sorry. Commanders versus Chiefs without Jaden Daniels. David Hellman tweeted this out. This is probably the worst week of games in the National Football League. Late in the day, exactly one score finish with 11 of the 13 Week 8 games wrapping up.
This was like SoCon Saturday in the SEC.
What's that?
That's like the second week in November where all the SEC teams take a hiatus and they play Mercer and UTEP and South
they play the
Alabama
schedule. Yeah.
Right. They play not East Carolina, like West Carolina, right? It's SoCon Saturday. That's what this was.
Well, it was so bad, we're going to sneak in a little college football as the Texas A&M Aggies ended a head coach.
Marcel, who rolls to the left. Rubin picks up on that pass pro. Marcel running right up the middle. 35-30, 25-20. Whole lot of room in front of him. Marcel back to his left. Stays on his feet. Dives. Touchdown. Marcel Reed from 41 yards on the scramble.
Aggies radio with the call as Texas A&M heads into Louisiana and takes over that stadium at night. The Aggies destroy the Tigers, and Brian Kelly is fired.
They are minus 5,000 at some books to make the playoff now. A&M minus 5,000. That means you got to bet $5,000 to win 100. They have done it. They are in, barring a epic collapse that not even an A&M faithful could dream up. And Brian Kelly is run, and he was informed of this decision.
Those are the best tweets in the Tolos. Now you can go home and be with us family. Don't break up the family.
Dude, I loved it where they're like, people were like saying Brian Kelly learning how to speak Californian when he's the UCLA coach. He's like, yeah, man, I had the wave.
love tri-tip.
I hit the wave and it got me. And I went, and it just threw me over, man. That's going to be Brian Kelly next year at UCLA. But, man.
He went from horns up to hang 10.
That's right. Nobody. And I mean, even Paul Feinbaum says nobody is more hated in the sport than Brian Kelly. And it doesn't matter what school you're at. It doesn't matter what team you root for. It doesn't matter if he's your coach or not. This guy is like the most unlikable dude in the entire sport, and he'll find a way to get a job. He'll be hired next year. Someone's going to give him a job next year.
Maybe.
Someone.
Like, I mean, here's the thing.
May not be top tier, but someone.
Brian Kelly is the most hated guy in college football, but Brian Kelly won at Cincinnati and he won at Notre Dame, and so like people tolerated it.
This
was a disaster at LSU.
I thought he would win at LSU as well.
It's an easier place to win.
But people were disturbed and stunned over the Aggie fan takeover with LSU fans leaving.
I've only seen that like 2 other times. I saw we did it in 2022 in Kelly's first year, and then I saw Arkansas did it one year. But that's it's an easy drive, and it's an easy drive for A&M too, right? But it's a big fan base. A&M has a huge fan base.
Listen to this, front office sports, and these colleges wanted to cry about paying kids. With the reported firing of Brian Kelly, college football teams are now on the hook for $169 million in buyouts so far this year. Kelly will get $53 million. Franklin will get $50 million. Napier, $21 million. Gundy, $15 million. Sam Pittman, Deshaun Foster, Trent Bray, Trent Dilfert, Jay Norvell.
Wow.
$170 million in buyouts. And we have another head coaching controversy. The Longhorns saved their season with an epic comeback win where I put myself up for freezing cold takes, making me look stupid. But before the game, Diana Rossini reported that Steve Sarkisian is open for NFL business. He is willing to listen, and Sark addressed it after the miracle Longhorn win.
I'd love to touch on this, so bear with me for a second, because it really pisses me off that one person can make a report that in turn the entire media sports world runs with as factual, to the point of my agency and my agents have to put a statement out that they never have done. Historically, CAA, Jimmy Sexton, and Ed Manowitz have never do that. But I had to do that to protect my locker room and my team. And I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was completely unprofessional of that person to put that report out. And the fact that everybody ran with it is borderline embarrassing for the media. And I respect what you guys do. I really do, and everybody else. But the fact that everybody ran that as truth is really embarrassing. Okay, so I've got a small circle when I make decisions on what I do and what I don't do, and nobody would speak on my behalf without me knowing. And so where that report came from, I'd love to talk to that person because it's absolutely ridiculous.
Well,
that is a strong rebuttal.
It is a very strong rebuttal. Now, look, he's smart enough to know, when a report is out there, other people are going to talk about it. You're going to talk about the report being out there.
Whether Sark's not going to be that accessible. Was this Saturday morning?
Yeah.
So Sark's getting ready for the game.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to check back with the reporters to dispute the report while he's chiding them for running with it.
Sure. Yeah, because they are going to run with it. If the report's out there, especially from a big name, if it's from some incarcerated Bob, you might not run with it. But Diana Rossini's a big name, so you're gonna run with it, no doubt. That's a strong rebuttal. Do not tell me it did not dawn on you when they were getting blown out that team didn't maybe you did not dawn they quit bail on him.
Bobby, what do you make of this?
Good job on him.
Of them getting blown out at first, or Sark?
All Sark.
I don't think Sark's going anywhere. Like, I think Sark will probably see things through until Arch is done. And then after that, it's up for debate. But
I believe Orsini. She did she tie this to the Titans? Weren't the Titans thrown in this initially?
I wouldn't be surprised if this was leaked on purpose. I don't genuinely think he's going anywhere. It could have been told, and it could have been fed as like a thing. College coaches are guilty of leverage all the time. Or it could be
I would think she got it from the Titans. Like, she's got Tennessee connections, or did when Vrabel was there.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that the Titans said that. I don't think that he wants to go right now. I think he could potentially express interest to them as a way of just kind of feeding something. I think that there were NFL teams that came looking at him last year, and he did the same thing, and he got a bump for it. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if that was part of it. And then it's a little theatrical out there of like, I'm not going anywhere. But it's all set up to be able to say, I'm not going anywhere.
All right, little college football kegger thrown into your NFL and NFC East headlines on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Back to the Cowboys with your phone calls on this topic. Did yesterday affect the way you want them to approach the trade deadline? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. You want them to stay and hold, don't buy? You still want them to buy? Or how about the amount of Tolos who want the Cowboys to sell after the disaster in Denver? Commercial free in the expressway with your phone calls on Sean and RJ next. But let me go ahead and...
product? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway. Is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Early fourth quarter, snap to Bo Nix. Back and looking, standing, throws it in the back of the end zone. That's pitch and catch. Easy catch to Franklin for the touchdown. And it looks like he got completely away from Bridges. That coverage got all messed up.
Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. We are commercial-free in the Expressway on the home of the Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider back from Denver, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Best and worst of the weekend at 7:40. Do we have any star ups at 8 o'clock? We'll get to that. Diamond Cavs with the World Series. Mavs and Stars weekend as well at 8:20. But now the big question. Did yesterday impact or affect the way you feel about the Cowboys and the trade deadline? I put up this poll question, 1,850 votes on X, 1053SS. Follow me, I'll follow you back. Does it change how you feel about the deadline? The options are don't trade for help, still trade for help, or sell. How would you vote? And what do you think the result is, RJ?
I looked.
Okay.
I looked.
How would you vote?
I voted. And that's a private matter.
Hasn't stopped you from sharing before.
Is it Ray?
Yeah, I voted for whatever one was on the right, furthest right that went. No, my only two options. I had narrowed it down. It was either sell or don't do anything. It's not buy. So I voted don't do anything. Which I do look back at it. I'm like, you know what? If you're not going to do anything, you might as well just sell. But I don't mean sell big. I mean sell small. Like, selling, I always like to sell more than buy.
Did the game impact anything?
No, not really. I was never like a big buy guy anyway. Like, if you were to tell me that I could get, like a Max Crosby, and I have years with him. I mean, I can be talked into it. It's not my first option. I wouldn't do it. I can be talked into it. But I don't think we're one player away. I don't think we're two players away defensively.
Two players.
Yeah. Like they're a lot of players away. So I don't know, man. I can't be going into buy-in.
Basically, stay and hold.
At least stay, yeah.
Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could shift depending on a performance that occurs next week or something like that.
Right.
But as of this moment, like that game flips me over to like don't buy at all because it's just.
See, I want to stop down on that for just a second because Brian brought us in the post game. I'm going to.
They were buying. They wanted to go to Dollar Tree.
Well, Walchuk said he doesn't think this will impact Jerry. He thinks Jerry will still buy. By the way, Jerry after the game said, no, it doesn't impact at all. That's just Jerry negotiating publicly. No, there's no impact. No, I'm open for business all the time. Anything could happen. That's his sales pitch. What I'm going to disagree with specifically is Broadus. He was kind of chiding some people in saying you can't change your mind. If you've been wanting them to buy over the past 2 weeks, don't come now and use 4 quarters to say, no, I've changed my mind. And I disagree with him over that. So, Bobby, when you first started off and said, no, after this game, I'm not buying, I agree with you. You have to use the games to judge where you are and how far away you are. So if I was feeling it a little bit after the Jets game, okay. If I was feeling it a little bit after the Commanders game, okay. Well, the Cowboys now have a real challenge on the road. And it's usually a test they always fail. These types of games, they usually fail. They certainly do against the Broncos. So I need to judge a litmus test against a real opponent, best defense in the league. If the Cowboys lost that game 27-24, I feel different. If you get destroyed like they did and your defense is completely helpless, okay, any optimism and hope I had after the Washington game is completely flushed. I'm going to trust my instinct and where I said that was because they didn't have any weapons and Janos got hurt. The Jets were even worse than we thought.
Yep.
So, yeah, I do need the Denver game to formulate a clear opinion. And my opinion is right there along with Bobby and you. I'm definitely not buying. We can talk about selling minor, but don't buy.
I just went and looked at their odds. I Googled their odds. The first one that popped up was FanDuel.
Cowboys for playoffs?
Cowboys for winning the Super Bowl.
Oh.
Winning the Super Bowl. Because I'm not going to buy just to make the playoffs.
Okay.
If they're just going to make the playoffs and lose, I'm not going to buy.
And that's a worry for many Tolos. They're like, get ready for the overpay.
Yeah.
Get ready for what happened in the NFC yesterday. That may have helped Jerry's cause. You had San Francisco lose to Houston.
Big.
Right? The Giants are going to be even further away from you after Scattaboo got hurt.
Sure. It's open.
Green Bay ended up beating Pittsburgh. Chicago.
Tough loss.
They ended up losing. So they're 4-3, right? Carolina's 4-4. They're kind of around it, and Carolina's 4-4. That's surprising.
They have the tiebreaker on you.
They have the tiebreaker. So you had some weird losses yesterday that will probably help Jerry sell more.
It probably will. Now, listen, I just looked at where are they? Their odds right now to win the Super Bowl are 75-1. Which, if you compare that to college, that's basically the same as Georgia Tech. So the Cowboys have the same chance to win the Super Bowl as Georgia Tech does. The implied odds on 75-1 is 1.3%. How can I buy with a 1.5% chance?
Get in the tournament. That's what you say that a lot. Get in the tournament.
For sure. No,
roll the dice.
Absolutely true. There's no doubt about that.
It's like Rangers pitching. You said the Rangers get in the postseason and the pitching can win. Why does it not apply to the Cowboys offense?
Because baseball is, I think, easier for a random team to go on a run than football.
I agree with you overall. I'm just asking what's the difference.
It's basically the NFL has become Chiefs and either San Fran, Rams, or Philly. It seems like out of the NFC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. there's a couple different things. One, it changes my opinion on buying right now just because, and again, I wasn't even full on just like, yeah, go out there and buy anything. Like I was with the Rangers. I was like, go get a bat anywhere. Just get a bat. I don't care where. And I don't care. Just go buy something. Cowboys, I wasn't at that point with. Cowboys, it was like, I need very specific things defensively, and I need you to do, I needed a certain quality of player, and I only want to give up certain assets, or the assets had better match this. So that was where that was. Now it's, the problem is that when you take the result of the game and the fact that you're probably going to have to go minimum 7-2 the rest of the way now, in all likelihood, because you're 3-4-1, 10-6-1 is what you probably need to get to. Yeah. So you got to go 7-2, which you've done before. You made the trade for Amari Cooper. You went 7-2 after you got him.
With this schedule, though?
They had what was thought to be a tough schedule at the time.
Yeah.
Now, they obviously, that's an offensive player, though. That's somebody who touches the ball. It's a big difference maker. So the result changes it, one, because of what it does in terms of the odds of winning something the rest of the way. Two, I think Denver showed you yesterday, if teams want to slow down this offense that looks historic almost, blitz them or do something to just figure out a way to generate as much pressure as you can, because that offensive line isn't good enough at blocking things up, and that's how you can neutralize it.
It does look more manageable than it did at the start of the year, the schedule. Right? Now, in order to go 7-2 down the stretch, they probably have to go 2-1 in their 3-game stretch against Philly, Kansas City, and the Lions.
Probably.
So go down the games. Arizona,
then the Raiders. So let's
go win-win.
Win-win. And then home to Philly.
Okay.
Home to the Chiefs. At Detroit. Home to Minnesota. Home to the Chargers. And then at Washington and at the Giants to end the year.
All right, I wrote down 4 definite wins, 3 losses, 2 maybes.
What were the 3 definite losses?
Kansas City, Detroit, and I did not actually write the teams. I just did little arrows.
I mean, it could have been Philly at home, and it could have been the Chargers at Washington.
Because I see 2. I feel like what I see right now on the schedule is 2 definite losses, which is Kansas City and Detroit. But I think the rest of the schedule, they're going to find another.
Oh, yeah.
So like, to me, it's like, and that's not even like they'll find a way. It's just the NFL. One of those other games will be a loss.
It could happen Monday.
Sure. They can't.
They never play well.
They have problems with Arizona.
Arizona's weird.
So the Tolo poll result is this. Did yesterday change how you feel about the deadline? Then we'll get to some calls. 48% say sell. 30% say don't trade for help. And 21% agreeing with us. Agreeing with us, still trade for help as the last option. So 21% are not agreeing with us, but third is still trade for help, and that's the way we're feeling about it. Jerry Jones was asked yesterday in the Post if they could really be one player away to help this D.
Well, I don't know what's realistic. Could one better player, if we didn't pay too big a price to have a better player on defense, could it possibly help? And I'm not trying to be cute, but that's why you'd go get him, is that you'd think it could help your defense. One player away on defense, I think we're not. I think we're more than that away, but what we're closer to than it looks, in my mind, is executing better on defense. But they're pretty sound. They've got a young quarterback, and I'll give them that. And they've done a really good job with getting them in a spot to win games.
All right. The most important thing, thank God he said we're not one player away, even though it's all about execution, blah, blah, blah. But at least he knows they're not one player away.
That's scary if he thought they were.
If he thought they were. So, latest on Cowboys trade view. Diana Rossini spoke with Jerry at the owners' meetings, and I think Jerry is he's been caught here in some truth-telling. He'll join us tomorrow at 8:30. Trey Wingo was right. Trey Wingo was right, ultimately. But Jerry told Rossini, no, we did not call about Max Crosby and the Raiders. And Rossini also said the Raiders are not trading Max Crosby. So that was Rossini saying did not happen. Jay Glazer, who doesn't miss, went on Fox and gave this report.
Well, Dallas is trying. They've actually called around to try and trade for these two guys over here. They called the Raiders for Max Crosby.
No.
Was told no. Yes. They called the Bengals for Trey Hendrickson. Was told no. They are calling around for help on defense, but they're not the only ones. Washington's calling for a defensive end. For the trade deadline is in about 9 days from now. The Eagles are always calling around looking for help on defense as well. Giants are the only ones who kind of staying put.
Jerry told Rossini, if there's a move, it would not be pass rush. Remember, he came on with us Friday, and he goes, what do you guys want me to, you want me to talk about trading for Deion? You want to find a Deion Sanders? And it was like, there's a corner there? So Jerry, in my opinion, is just trying to throw everybody off the scent. I believe Jay Glazer over everyone.
Always.
Let me make that clear. The Cowboys called about Hendrickson. They called about Crosby. Jerry told Rossini they did not call about Crosby, and Jerry told her, look at the secondary or the back end versus the D-line. That's where we stand.
I would also say that if there's a discrepancy there, I would say I don't think that Jay was talking to Jerry when he was told that, is what I would guess. And so because of that, that could also be, there may be internal disagreements about what they should pursue, or there may just be a different feeling.
Yeah, but Jerry knows that they called about Hendrickson and Crosby.
Sure.
So him telling Rossini that, in my opinion, was not true.
But if he had been told already no on Hendrickson and Crosby, and he was like, well, those were the edges we would trade for, so we're not trading for that. And so what we would trade for is we feel closer on some of these other calls we've made. It could have been that he's just addressing, it's not going to be that because we've already been told no on these guys.
Okay. What do you make of that? Calling for Hendrickson, Crosby.
I have no problem with them calling.
I don't have a problem with them calling. I would have had an issue with them acquiring.
Sure.
Because
I think you'd be calling everybody.
I want bodies, man.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals are stupid, by the way. I mean, I know he got hurt yesterday. The Bengals are stupid for just a flat shutdown on trading Trey Hendrickson. Right. They're morons if they do that.
Look, anybody on
they lost to the Jets.
Anybody who's coming up on a contract, needs to have that conversation. You need to have that conversation with if you're a team that has that player.
Pickens?
Yes, absolutely. No doubt. I mean, if they lose to Arizona, that has to be a phone call. Kirk, your season's probably over.
Kirk in Maryland is on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We take some Tolo calls. Kirk, your thoughts on yesterday, and does it affect your trade deadline view?
First of all, good morning, guys. Mine is not just because of, as a Cowboy fan, it's just because of, if you look at where in the division, not the division, the conference, 4, 5, and 6 is at 5 and 2, where I still would sit there and go out and try to make a trade just because you're still in it. You're not out of it yet, as bad as we played. And to me, I was going to ask Bobby this. Bobby, is this the worst Cowboys defense you've ever watched? This seemed like the worst Cowboys defense I've ever in my life watched, and I'm 55 years old.
It's right there with 2020. 2020 was so bad. It's different things. This defense just consistently gets beat. That 2020 defense, it was like you need a stop and you're going to allow a game on the line 50-yard touchdown reverse to Odell Beckham where he looked like he was caught 13 yards behind the line of scrimmage. That it's hard for me to say anybody was worse than 2020. 2020 is probably the worst I've ever seen, but this is close.
1960. That's what they say. I don't know.
Where do you think the Cowboys are in the conference?
As a team, or
yeah, there's 16 teams.
This is like our own BCS ranking kind of thing.
Seeding. No, don't look it up. I'm asking.
No, I know. So right off the top of my head, Seattle's better. The Rams are better.
No, just factually, where are they? This is how Jerry's going to look at it. Like, what seed are they in the NFC?
Oh, I already know what they're 10th.
Yep, they're 10th. So 3, 4, and 1.
And the teams directly in front of you have beaten you, so they have tiebreakers.
Carolina
and
Chicago. You're going to face Detroit as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's going to be. We're in the thick. We're in the thick of it.
Middle of the season.
Brian in Arkansas, you're up next here on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey guys, first time caller. Love the show. Listen to y'all every morning.
Appreciate it.
Okay, here's so be quick. Dak is I've always been kind of like against Dak, but I've always liked the one thing about him. We can win with him. We can lose with him. He plays hero ball because our defense is terrifyingly horrible.
Yeah.
So everybody knocking on Dak, be quiet. The dude's trying everything he can to win a game. I'm giving him full support because I know he's trying. Our defense needs more than one player. Sell George. Sell whatever you can get from anybody except for Bland, except for Clark. I mean, the young guys, Nealon, he's horrible. Sam, I don't know what's wrong with him anymore. Leo Fowler, what's wrong with these linebackers, safeties? I mean, come on. We need a whole defensive redo.
Yep.
I would rather them play rookies. I mean, just pull in rookies and give them a shot because it's just bad. I mean, you cannot fix this team with one player, two players, maybe 6. I don't know. But I'm just saying the defense is bad, and it's been bad. We got beat by Carolina. We got just completely hosed by Denver. It's not the offense's fault. You can't say, Dak, I need you to get 35 points every week or we lose.
Thanks for the call, Brian. Yeah, my mindset right now is I'm re-signing Pickens, and then I need the young draft salaries. I'm not bringing in another big-time player that makes a lot of money here. George Pickens is my priority, and then drafting or trading back for as many bodies with cheaper salaries.
I would. I'd sign Pickens as well. What is the can't pass it up trade number for you?
For George?
Yeah, let's say they lose this week to Arizona. Monday morning they get phone calls. Sunday night they get phone calls.
I mean, if somebody said they'd give you a first for Pickens, I would take that. And I love Pickens, but to me it's just they've got so many different things they need to fill.
And that would give them 3 1s. They'll give him 5 1s over the next 2 years.
I need to think about that. Meryl and Waxahachie. Meryl, you're up next here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Start for George Pickens. I know I won't get in at 8 o'clock. The defense broke it. The team broke itself when it got rid of your number one player on the team and one of the best players in the league. You don't just fix that. You can't trade. You can't buy. You just hold what you got and rough it out. The team doesn't have enough discipline. They don't have enough players. They don't have enough coaching. They don't have enough of anything to win anything.
Yep.
So why would you buy or sell or just hold what you got? You broke your team when you got rid of Michael Parsons, and unless you're going to get 2 or 3 of those guys on defense.
Well, Meryl, let me ask you a question real quick. We are comparing this to some defenses that Micah was on. So you don't think Micah's fixing this defense, right?
No, he wouldn't fix this defense. He couldn't fix it when he was here.
Yep.
He can't fix it when he's gone. So what are you doing? But he was obviously and clearly above and beyond the other players, not for just the double teams he drew, for the pass rushes he pressured, for the tackles and the sacks he made. He was one of the key pieces, and you just let the guy go.
Yep.
So keep Pickens and don't do nothing else.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. Dak was asked yesterday in the Post if he thinks a trade would turn things around.
I would hope. Yeah, but then again, I trust and I like the guys that we have. I honestly do, and that's not just a political answer or whatever it is. Like, you see some of these games we've won, and honestly, even the tie and some of the games we've lost, like, our roster is okay. Can it be better? That's for you guys to write about and to judge. I trust those guys. We've got to be better in everything that we do. Getting the trade right takes opportunities and plays away from somebody else. And so I just echo to those people or to the guys in the locker room, right? Like, forget a trade, do more, right? Like shut that talk up. Whether it be offense, whether it be defense, whatever position group that you guys are alluding to. Step up and shut the talk up.
Yeah, he's protecting. Again,
they're doing a tremendous job PR-wise.
Yeah, they are.
He's protecting.
PR
firm. The quarterback can't say we have to go trade for somebody. Like especially like Dak as the leader cannot just basically give a vote of no confidence in guys on the roster.
Is it the end of Trayvon Diggs, and are there any star-ups? We'll get to that at 8 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan, commercial-free with the Expressway. Let's get the best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Let us know what you got into. The good, the bad, the dramatic, the crazy, or the boring. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Start us off, Choppy.
Well, you want best or worst? Which one do you want first?
Best.
All right.
I know you're worst. I don't want to get sad right at the jump.
That's right. Well, we found a great sushi spot on Friday night. We love sushi. We hadn't been there in a while. And we found this great spot in South Lake. And I got to say, like, they don't It's one of those places they don't tell you how long of a wait. When you walk in, you just sign your name there. Right? You just put your name on the list.
Oh.
Okay. And it doesn't look like it would be in a great, it's just a little like strip mall, right? But there's a line outside. So I put the name there and I said, hey, how long? And she goes, I have no idea. We'll call you. Put the phone number down, go back to the car. And as I'm walking out, I said to the guy, how long have you been waiting? He goes, like 40 minutes. And he goes, but trust me, it's worth the wait.
Oh.
It's one of those places. And I was like, oh, okay. And it was. Cannot wait to go back. And we're talking specialty rolls at like $16, which today, those are like $20, $22. So super cheap right now. Love a good sushi spot. So that was best number one. Best number two is Sunday. We had baseball. We were in Melissa, okay, which is turf field. So another rain. There was a lacrosse tournament right there at the same complex. And my youngest says to me, lacrosse is the most sorry sport ever. He looks right at it. He says that. And as a baseball dad, that made my day. Because if you want to make a baseball dad die inside, have your son tell you he is quitting baseball to go play lacrosse. That will make us die inside. It is like our...
What about tennis? That would be even
we're
worse.
fine with tennis. Tennis is non-threatening. All right? Tennis is not... Nobody's named Chaz playing tennis. There's no bros. It's the bro. It's a bro sport. That's the bro sport. So that made me super, super happy for our final baseball tournament.
So is he like 10 out of 10 obsessed with football now?
Totally obsessed with football. Won't stop. He watched that whole 20-minute video you sent me.
Oh, good.
Was it
the
releases?
It was Jay Norvell, who just got fired.
Yeah. But it's a fired coach, but
he's a receiver expert, not a team expert.
He's got playoffs tonight. Big playoff game tonight. So in football. So yeah, he is totally obsessed with football. So that's the best of the bestest. And the worst. Oh, by the way, I bet a Tolo on yesterday. Mark at Fairview said he doesn't like Bobby, but he came and said hi. Worst. The storms on Friday night just killed it. I mean, they were wicked. We had to go pick up Luca early from work. He's working at a pumpkin patch. We get all the way home. Had to drive all the way back. As soon as we got home, had to drive all the way back to get him 30 minutes. I guess it's part of being a dad or whatever. Speaking of, my dad's dead. I told you that. Yeah. And yesterday was his birthday. And it was the first birthday without Big Ralph. And that was a little sad. I tried to get my mom to do dinner over the weekend. The schedules couldn't work out. Her social life is picking up right now.
It is?
She's always out doing something.
Yeah.
I have church practice. I have choir practice.
That's
how midterms are a year away.
That's how my aunt that's how my aunt was after my uncle passed away. All of a sudden, like, she's out and about. I'm happy for her. She deserved it. But I was like, where's the social explosion coming from?
I mean, she was a caretaker.
I didn't know you had friends like this.
She was his caretaker for so long. Like, she just basically didn't do anything for like 5 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's going on cruises and everything. But, yeah, we're going to go this week. We'll go we'll go for a little dad dinner this week.
Bob, best and worst.
So, Denver's great. I really do love Denver. I think on one of those Ask Reddits we did where it was like, if you could live somewhere other than where you live right now, where would it be? Like, with no consideration for money or whatever. Denver was my answer because the aesthetic's great. It really does. I don't know that I've ever seen. So have you ever been?
I've never been, but I've heard nothing but good things.
You've been. It really. I can't describe it. Like, they've got such a town square feel to like a big downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and everything is like really. I mean, driving into the stadium yesterday, their tailgate setups, everything outside was awesome. The fans there were great. Denver's just a really, really good city.
Did you land in the day?
Yeah. Okay. So we landed. I didn't put this in my email. We landed in the day, and we get on the buses. We're driving. We're doing whatever we're doing, and we're like, oh, look, there's Invesco, or that's what it's called right now. Invesco,
Empower,
whatever. There's Empower. Look, isn't that lovely? And then we're like turning into the parking lot. It's like, okay, is this like the way we cut through? And they stop, and he opens the door, and he's like, all right, everybody off. It's like, we're supposed to go to the this is for, and he goes, oh, this is for tomorrow. Okay, sorry. Let's go to the hotel. So it closed up, and we took 20 more minutes to get back to the hotel. So we arrived like apart from everybody else because they drove. He thought we were just supposed to go to the stadium on Saturday night, right from the airport. But and so it was. It's such a cool city, and I love the way the whole thing looks. It almost looks like a movie set, like the way a movie set would design a downtown area.
Wow.
But it's very, very cool. And man, the press box food. It's the best that I've had on the road so far.
Oh,
nothing tops Dallas. Dallas really is the best at press box food, but they did what everybody else does. We're making y'all brisket. And as you can see on there, that's not a bad slice of brisket.
No, I thought it was good.
We were all very impressed. Everybody, because when you walk in there, every Texan is coming. Every Texas media member's coming in like, and they've all to give they got to give their Dave Portnoy review. Everybody at every single table was just like, this is surprisingly like pretty good.
Wow.
And so fantastic. Their pretzels, they top Philly now. Those are better pretzels than Philly had. So everything really, really great there. Food in Denver though, Friday night or Saturday night. I was looking for like a hole in the wall spot. I wanted to do something different, and Sean's already taking his headphones off. I wanted to do something different, and I was like, man, where can I find something that'll make Sean proud? And so we asked Brian Broaddus. You've been around the league a lot, Brian. Where's a good hole in the wall spot we could go to? And he said, there's this little place down the street from where you're staying that they make all sorts of really good desserts. They've got a really nice wide menu. Just go check it out. And so we went to this place called the Cheesecake Factory, and it was really strong. It was me and Zero. We went and hung out there. Really, really good place. Really good recommendation. Very popular spot. A lot of people there. So I mean, the secret's out about that place, I guess, in Denver.
Well,
but it was great.
I'm disappointed in Zero. It's expected from you. You're white trash. I love Cheesecake Factory, but if I'm going to another city, you obviously can't do that. And I know you're lying because Brian Broaddus hates cheesecake, and he never would have suggested going to the Cheesecake Factory. And apparently, he has it out and has judgments for people with other desserts.
If you go to a restaurant and you order a salad, I have no respect for you. That's an adulterous order. If you're a man, what are you eating salad for other than to be in shape? And you're not just getting in shape for your hag wife. So if I see you eating a salad, I know you're f***ing around on your wife. If you just order ice water at a restaurant, you're anti-immigrant. Because how could you even mention ice in today's culture? You can't order clam chowder. That tells me you think therapy is for other people. Clams are from the ocean. What are you running from? Why do you want to be so damn close to the ocean? See, someone who's actually been to therapy orders miso soup. That's a mentally healthy soup. We were having lunch the other day. Eric ordered chicken tenders. I knew it. I knew he says we're because it's such a childish thing to say. And chicken tenders are just a childish order. Now, if you ordered a buttermilk fried chicken sandwich, all right. That bread makes all the difference between a bigot and an empath. A burger with fried egg? Why don't you just tell us all you dosed with hydroxychloroquine? The recklessness of throwing fried cholesterol on top of red meat soaked in sodium just tells me you care so little about your health that you were probably French kissing Rudy Gobert's microphones.
So Broaddus makes a lot of personality leaps based on people's food choices. But the biggest thing, the best of the weekend.
All about the tuna.
I got to see one Ryan Cottrell, our old video coordinator.
Oh, nice.
I met up with him at Starbucks on Sunday morning. He says hello, sends his love to everyone, and the Tolos and the Twolos and the Yolos and everybody else.
Love Ryan.
And so he was he's doing great now. He had
Love you
gone
too,
out,
Aiden.
He had gone out to West Texas and had been the director there for that news station out there. Spent about a year there. So now he's now in Denver. He works at 9 News. Where that sports guy, Mike Kliss, fought with Broaddus about 10 years ago over Paxton Lynch's work habits. What would some Dallas web guy know about what goes on here?
Yeah, the web guy.
But he's an editor there now, and so he's moving on up, climbing the ranks. And my favorite part was how he made sure to say that when he became a director, he realized that he got a lot of his traits in that role from Sean Sharif.
All praise to Allah.
Is that what he's saying? He's just going around saying
That's
that. Right.
He said it because he said I learned. He said it's just better to be direct with people and tell people what you need, and we can pat people on the back when we're done, but we need to just when something needs to get done, we just need to say it. And so he learned from you, Sean.
No, you need to tell them what they want to hear, and then you let them figure it out for themselves. That's what you're supposed to do. That's the managerial style.
No wonder he's thriving. So shout out to Rai. Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ. Is that the last we've seen of Trayvon Diggs? And are there any star ups for yesterday's Denver disaster? That's next here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness, right here on the home of the Cowboys. Back inside the Star after this.
something else to remember.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when there used to be what was it? The lady. Not maidens. No. She said that. It was a Spice Girl.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some Spice Girl?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All-Pro Garrett Bowles and former 49er Mike McGlinchey are the tackles. And on the third play of the game, here's a slant picked off at the 40-yard line. Stumbling forward with the ball is Traquez Bridges.
Do we have any star-ups from yesterday's beatdown in Denver, 44-24 at Sean and RJ? Bobby Bell back from Colorado here on 105.3 The Fan. And what is up with Trayvon Diggs? We'll get to all of it. Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. It's Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. I got crushed at halftime when I gave Bridges a star up. Now, keep in mind, I'm searching here, all right? I'm scrounging around. It was 27-10 at halftime. But he did have the interception. A lot of Tolo said he didn't do anything to go ahead and get that. There was also a play that he made. He gave up a catch, but it was 3rd and 11, and the push out of bounds forced the juggle that led to a Bronco punt. So early on, I was searching and scrounging. I said, hey, this guy gave you a chance to go up 7-0. You screwed it up, only kicked a field goal. So I gave Traquez Bridges a first half star up, and then he gets torched in the second half. Sutton, 39 on him. Franklin, touchdown. And by the way, the touchdown he gave up, the first one, I'm not blaming him. I don't give you a star down if the guy catches a touchdown on you, if it's good, decent coverage. I thought personally it was good, decent coverage, and it was a really good throw from Bo Nix. So second half, though, not the case. Sutton for 39, Franklin with a touchdown. You had a big Marquise Bell penalty, star down for that as well. So overall, Bridges cannot get a star for the game, but I gave him a star up first half, and that's how sad things were.
I am going to give him a star up. For
overall?
Yeah. And look, maybe I'll go back and I'll watch it and I'll feel differently about it. I don't know how many times. I don't know.
He was the mark.
No, but I don't know how many times
he was marked like the white boy.
I don't know.
Oh man,
I don't know how many times that he was in the area. I don't know how many times it was his responsibility. Is the thing is that I think that there were a couple different times where he just was chasing the play because he was like, somebody's got to do something here. So maybe I'll feel differently about it when I get there. Here's what I know. Yesterday, according to Next Gen Stats, there were 3 tight window target throws forced on the entire day by the Cowboys. All of them were Bridges. The average coverage separation that Kaiir Elam had was 4.3 yards, and Bridges was 3 flat. And so if you're getting 3 yards of target separation generally as a corner, like that's not the worst in the that's a solid day.
But
so
meaning
to me,
the receiver's 3 yards away from you?
Yeah. In terms of like if they're going to target a receiver, like the fact that you are 3 yards away from that, generally if you're targeting a receiver, it's because you think they're open, right?
Yeah.
So the idea would be that if you're consistently on a target, an average of 3 yards away, that means occasionally somebody's got a 5 yard like gap between you on a hitch. And then there are other times where it's 1. So if there's a 1.5 yards basically difference between him and Elam, that means Elam is giving up a ton more space. But I think that Bridges is a guy who I didn't think he played well last week. I thought he was getting kind of overrated, but he made the pick. I thought he looked like he was one of the only guys out there who was pissed about everything and looked like he and Kaiir Elam had a really intense, not angry, but an intense conversation on the sideline about responsibilities, it looked like. And so I would give Bridges, just especially in the context of what we saw yesterday, I think Bridges was one of the more positive players, more plays than not.
You'll change your mind tomorrow in post hut 7:20.
That's what the segment's for.
I promise you. I gave Jaden Daniels kind of a half star up. There was a little spark in the first half. Second quarter drive had a little hurdle, and I was like, okay, there's a little juice here. Did I say Jaden Daniels? Jaden Blue, 8 for 29. He did have the fumble that the Cowboys somehow got back, but those are like 2 half star ups. My only legitimate star up for the Cowboys is Pickens. That's it. He's my only one. 7 for 78, 11.1 a catch. He was targeted 9 times. His longest catch, though, was only 17 yards. That's not very George Pickens-esque. I blame the offensive line more for that. He comes up clutch on third down, 3rd and 4, 17. Surtain was out, too. That's the other thing.
For quite a bit of the game.
I mean, basically, more than half.
Yes.
More than half the game. And then he converted a 3rd and 12. So Pickens is my only legitimate star up besides the opening drive of the third quarter, almost 7 minutes. That was a drive of beauty.
What did you make of
Joe Milton's pass to Tolbert?
There you go.
And that's how sad things are.
That's how sad things are. What did you make of the decision Denver had of Surtain on Pickens to start?
Yep.
And then
doubling
Lamb.
Old Belichick,
Parcells-y
kind of. That's what they did. That's what San Francisco did with Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper in the 94 game. They put Dion on Alvin Harper and then doubled Irvin.
I thought it was smart.
Yeah, I don't know how you recover from that of your CD. That's the disrespect of putting a white dude on you, man. That is just flat out disrespect. You got to retire.
Well, he did generate a lot of penalties on him. The guy leads the league in penalties.
That's the point. Did he ever? Now, I thought one of those was kind of BS.
I agree.
I
agree.
I mean, it felt like there was like 6 out of 8 plays on one drive. It was like penalty.
Wolchuk and Broadus asked Sham if they thought the CD was hurt or banged up. Again, the most overrated thing about Lamb coming out of college was that this whole yak thing and like him as a special ball carrier. He didn't make anyone miss yesterday. People are giving Schottenheimer. I'm talking about being a special guy with the ball in his hands.
That. I think Bobby's talked about that a lot. It's tough to gauge that in college because you don't know how many guys on that defense are NFL players or not.
Peter Warwick. That's why he's my favorite player in college. Did nothing in the pros. And then people were mad at Schottenheimer for giving CD another reverse. Like, stop handing the ball to him. But they were asking if CD was banged up, but Pickens is my only legit star up. That's it.
I remembered I had this, so we'll put this in at 8:40. There's an interesting interaction on the sideline yesterday between Pickens and Dak, where it was like, and like I said, we'll put the video up at 8:40. They had it's unusual because what was George Pickens' reputation coming to Dallas?
Cancer.
Malcontent. It was everyone else's fault. Wasn't me. All that sort of thing. I haven't looked at the play yet. That second interception Dak threw when they were down in the red zone. George Pickens is on the sideline, and I was just kind of focused on him just because I was curious how he was, what the body language looked like of the receivers. And Pickens is like tapping his chest like on me, and then he goes and finds Dak, and he like takes his helmet, and like you can see the way they're talking. It's a positive conversation, but it looks like Pickens is telling him like, man, I'll do better or whatever. Like they're having positive conversations, and they dap up at the end. But Pickens, it's just something like you didn't see in Pittsburgh. That he would take accountability, even for something that I'm not sure it was his fault, but it looked like he was wanting to say, I got to be better, like within the game and inside of the game, and was talking to Dak about it. And so those are positive things I think that are out there. I'll say, I think there were a couple guys who I think did play well that I'm going to watch on tape today. I think not as a pass rusher, but there were a couple different times that I noticed. I thought Clowney, I think, did play okay. Like Clowney did have a couple different points where they were not running the ball his direction very much, and I thought I thought a couple of the times where they had some plays that were blown up, it was Clowney who kind of destroyed that. And then Reddy Stewart, to me, that midfield pivot and swivel back to try and get to the middle of the field to wrap up Marvin Mims after it looked like he was going to run back that kick when they couldn't make the tackle.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, that's a risky play to just go like, I'm planting and pivoting and turning my back to the play and trying to cut him off over here. If he doesn't do that, he scores. And I thought Reddy Stewart yesterday showed a couple different times some physicality. They look like they've fallen out of love with him to some extent. He didn't play any defensive snaps last week, and he played very few this week. But I thought in the little bit he was out there, he was positive.
That return is a star down. That was a back-breaking moment as well. You're down 10, and then Mims runs it back 47 damn yards. Javonte scores, 47-yard punt return. And all of a sudden, like they put more points right there back on the board.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm wondering, how are they going to get a stop? How are they going to get a defensive stop? Bam, they're already in midfield.
And the only guy I saw yesterday who did have a couple of pass rushes where it's like, oh, he won quickly, was Ezeraku. So, I mean, if you want to talk about that, Ezeraku had, I think, 3 different plays where he won right off the line of scrimmage and was pressuring the quarterback, but that was there wasn't much in the way of anything that was positive in this game.
Star up.
Starcastic.
Okay.
Starcastic up. Solomon Thomas. This is actually real as a star up. That offsides he took, he was at like the 2-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's a 1-yard penalty, man. Take that risk. Jump offsides. Maybe they miss it. Right? It's not like, that is the one thing. It's like, it's too penal. It's too penal for the offense there. You get a 5-yard penalty. On a defense, it's a half yard. Take that risk, jump. Maybe they miss it, just like they did in the Eagles game.
Why aren't they why are they penal with that, but they're not as penal with like the tush push, do you think?
That's right. I don't know. I have no idea, but I get what you're saying there. Maybe they miss it. That's chess, not checkers. To the Cowboys as a whole, for letting us know what we really are and not giving us any hope, because in sports...
What's your point?
In sports, hopelessness is our only hope. That's all we can have. For Shoddy, for punting from the own 45 with Brandon Aubrey, probably able to make that field goal and set the record. Nobody likes a show off. Nobody wants a show off here. And if he makes that, people will just think he's trying too hard, and the Cowboys are rubbing it in. And also, this is going to keep his salary down for the future.
Hope, yeah.
Had he kicked an 80-yard field goal, that salary skyrocketed. And then finally, again, long-term play, saving your stinker for Denver. What?
Just Sean and Peyton in the text.
Saving your stinker for Denver as opposed to Arizona. AFC losses are so far down the tiebreaker. So far down the tiebreaker scenarios. You save it. You don't show anything. You don't put anything on tape. Arizona's going to walk into this game thinking Cowboys they're showing nothing on tape. They have no idea what they're doing. Cowboys will win next week.
Damn right.
And it's an NFC win. You got to think ahead.
I like it.
I'm hyped. I'm buying in next week. I want to trade now.
Other star downs for me. Kaiir Elam run defense. Not even pass. Bobby, I want you to measure how many yards away someone tweeted me and said Kaiir Elam. He went to Florida?
Yep.
Yeah, he did.
They have to dismantle the geometry program in Florida because Kaiir Elam's shut down the building.
Are you embarrassed
with the angles that this dude takes? What the F are you doing, bro? Like, you don't understand certain basic geometry. They're running off left tackle nonstop, 9 a carry at one point. Dobbins has 100. I don't know where Kaiir Elam is running. I can't wait. I'm not even talking about his pass defense today. He was so horrific in terms of the way he tried to get a ball carrier in his grasp, that his run defense stood out the most. And then we got to start talking. We destroyed Mike McCarthy for this, deservedly so. We got to start going to Brian Schottenheimer for penalties. And I think this is an instance in a case where we do have to ask, are we too close to it? And this is happening with the level of stupidity to other teams throughout the league. The Cowboys for the longest time have been a dumb football team. Dumb in terms of discipline, dumb in terms of situation. Yesterday, I made my own section for parts of the 9 penalties that they got. James Houston, offsides, that negates a 3rd and 7 stop. For the very few rare stops you get. They end up getting a first down. Harvey, 40-yard touchdown. Steal, hold, backs them up. 4th and 1 to 4th and 5. Maybe it was a bad call. They still ended up saying it was a hold. Illegal formation, 2nd and 4 on the 11. You're down 14-3. So you're now 2nd and 9. Sam Williams, automatic. Everyone tweets at the same time. There it is. Personal foul after the touchdown. That sets up a 2-point attempt now. They didn't get it. That's not the point. Sam Williams moves them closer. Osa was also offsides on the touchdown before the half. So 9 more penalties for the Cowboys. And Brian Schottenheimer has not cleaned this up compared to Mike McCarthy to a great degree.
Yeah,
and we're going to address it.
It's been this has reached a point where it's clearly a problem.
And they're backbreaking moments too.
It's clearly a problem that he's got to take responsibility for. So you remember we're so far away from week 1, where week 1 was they had like 2. Remember everybody was just talking about like, oh my gosh, they didn't have a single penalty. The offense looked crisp. Like this is so disciplined. And ever since that week, it's been just awful. Every single week, it feels like they have dumb penalties. I bet you I know they did last year. I'm sure they still do to this point. They did earlier in the season. They led the league in both too many men on the field on offense and defense. Like they routinely for the last few years have problems understanding like who's supposed to be standing out here.
As of week 8, tied for the 5th most in the league with 67. Their penalty yards rank is the 2nd highest total at 555. Denver actually was 1. They're tied with 3 others, I think.
And then you made them look like a super disciplined football team yesterday.
Star Up, Star Down brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Let's go inside the drama of Trayvon Diggs. And have we seen his last game as a Cowboy already? Next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Underdog.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring it down.
Injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-or817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
They bring a receiver in to the slot. Nix back. Throws it out to Harvey. Wide open. Got away from Shamar James. Touchdown, Denver.
You may have to do a montage of Sham sounding exactly the same.
Dejected Sham.
Dejected Sham with every single wide open Denver Bronco that leads to the Cowboys getting worked 44-24.
Nega Sham. Negative Sham. Nega Sham.
Nega Sham.
Nega Sham.
That's not bad. That's your new career.
Listen, again, if
ESPN, the little tricky porn headlines. What's Cuban call it? Headline porn.
Headline.
That's it.
Headline corn on TikTok. That's how
because you can't say that.
But yeah, Nega Sham.
Okay, we're gonna get back to the game at 8:40. Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods, Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Bobby's back from Denver. I'm Sean Treef alongside RJ Choppy. The news came out on Saturday that Trayvon Diggs is going on IR. So he is now out for 4 games. Bobby, this does not take into account the games already missed. And should they have made that decision sooner? I got a bunch of Trayvon questions I'm about to fire off, so
and
be
why
ready.
does it account? Because I think in other sports you could retroactively. I know in baseball you could retroactively put somebody on the IL. Like, why can't they count the games missed?
I don't know. Do you think he needs to be on IR?
That's another question. Diggs has been so bad and he looks so slow. I do think we have to ask if they made a mistake letting him come back too early. Like, Jesse Holley made a good point, I thought, when people were debating his value. He goes, yo, man, there's a lot of bums out there playing corner. He's not trying to call Trayvon a bum, but he's like, there's a lot of... Nashawn Wright, who did nothing here, is on a roster and making some plays for the Chicago Bears. Look at our secondary. Look at our secondary and the no names that are back there. So Trayvon Diggs can make another team and play. I have to believe, Bobby, that he is banged up to a degree that he can't be this terrible and this awful. So part of me thinks, okay, maybe Diggs came back too soon.
Sure.
Never fully recovered, and that has contributed to how bad he's been.
It makes complete sense to connect those dots, and it may actually be the case to say that he came back too soon and that this was a problem. I think it also makes sense to say that some of what we see...
I believe the first 2 games, Bob, are concussion, and then the other is maintenance recovery.
Yeah.
But now he's going to miss 3 more?
So yeah,
does yesterday count?
Yeah. So he's going to be out 3 more. So and that's a minimum of it. I think this is them buying time to figure out what they want to do with him. I think there's a legitimate...
Nick Harris tweeted that this could be it.
Yeah, Nick said flat out he thinks this is it. He said, this is not a report. This is just me, my gut feeling taken in on it. I think he's played his last game here. I don't think that that's a wild take. I think that that's potentially what's happened here.
What's his value?
We made this...
What's his value?
I mean, told you it's not above a 5th.
We talked about... I can't remember if we actually discussed this on the air or if it's just something we talked about during a break. But he is, I think for the Cowboys, he's the girl that they married, and they're like, this is a different person than I was dating. I thought oh yeah, this is, Susie Homemaker, and she's we're so in love and everything else, and then it became, oh, she doesn't want to stay home. She doesn't seem to like me very much. She doesn't there's all these different things. That's well, this is just a completely different individual than I married. And I think they felt man, we've got competitive. We've got a guy with a real edge. We've got somebody who is
ball hawk.
Just, is one of those rare guys who can legitimately, not just in the instances of rhetoric, but legitimately can take something somebody says to him, and instead of letting him beat it up, he internalizes it as I'm going to get better because I hate you so much now. I want you they loved the intensity that he had with that. And then it became, here's his contract. Does he like playing football? It's just a completely different demeanor. It's a completely different approach to where I think they're just we need some time to think through this. So it's a little bit like trial separation, maybe, I think. And so there's definitely an excuse for it to be able to match up and say he needs to be on IR. So there's something that can go with that. But I feel like this is also an evaluation period for them.
What are you evaluating? Just Not the way he's acting, but what to do financially.
What can we do financially? Can we get away with not having him here? Like, let's see what this looks like with him kind of sitting out for a little bit.
Does yesterday help his value to this team? With no names and the secondary play being awful.
It just looked like the same defense it's been. The week before didn't help. That didn't help Trayvon. And so, like, if you want to talk about...
They were missing all their receivers.
It's easier for them to decide, what do we look like without him, without the public scrutiny of, did you bench him? Because right now he's on IR. There's nothing we can do. So I think they're evaluating what they can do. There's also a Calvin Watkins said this, and I haven't looked at this yet, that he's listed in the NFLPA right now as not having an agent. And I don't know when that happened, because I would have to look and see. But if he doesn't have an agent, that's another thing that would probably raise a little bit of a red flag of, like, what's going on? Yeah. Why you've been with his agent's name is Ryan Rubin, or was. He's been with Ryan Rubin all the way back to, like, when he came out of Alabama, has been with him the whole time, got the thing. They had a good relationship. I don't know why all of a sudden he would be without one.
What would that indicate to a team?
That just in general, there's some sort of instability around Trayvon Diggs right now that they can't pin. Like, there's just something that's like, this is not the guy we knew.
Brian Schottenheimer on the decision to IR Diggs.
Yeah, after visiting with the medical staff, we felt like the best interest of the team and Trayvon was to get him back healthy. He missed last game. He was going to miss this game. He's not through phase 1 yet of the concussion protocol. The knee has been problematic throughout the season, and, there's been games it's been like, hey, can he play, can he not? But, he's a really good player, and we just want to get him back and get him healthy and, again, be able to help us finish strong, because we feel like this thing's going to come down to the end of the season, because it's a very competitive league that we're in.
Did his second year really kind of skew our view of him anyway as a player?
Who?
Diggs with all the picks.
No. Like his first year he wasn't great, but it's a normal rookie year.
Yeah. He was solid as a rookie corner.
And then he has the great year.
Yeah.
And
he was fantastic. Shut down the first 2 weeks before he got hurt and tore the ACL.
Yeah,
he was shut down.
And then since then,
23. Those first 2 weeks against the Jets and the Giants, he looked like he was about to take the leap to be one of the best corners in football.
I think, and you can put the camera on, quote me, not have anyone else involved, because I know
Josh Clark.
I know Diggs Mafia, what they're going to do, and Trayvon may actually be in the DMs. I think Trayvon Diggs is lucky he's not on NFI. And I think Trayvon Diggs is lucky he's still getting his salary on this injured designation versus the non-football injury list for this concussion. I think he's lucky that he's still getting paid for 4 weeks. That's how I feel about it.
I mean, we still don't know what happened, but
will we ever know?
If it was something,
we're going to know.
Probably, I would assume we'll
not
find
in
out
official capacity. It'll know behind the scenes.
Yeah, right now they are doing a great job of protecting him, right? Because if they leak and let out what happened, then the whole thing's probably over with the broken trust. They are doing him now they may not.
That's HIPAA.
They may not totally know because of what Trayvon told them. If it was a silly recreational.
If he's out,
he's not telling him that.
If he's out skateboarding, right? That's one thing. If that to me is actually worse, because you're doing an act. It's like playing basketball. Pick up basketball and you rip up your knee, right? Yeah, that's definitely something worse.
Worse than what? That to me is more acceptable if you're playing hoops.
It's probably
then. I guess it just depends on then what.
Then skiing,
like. Yeah.
No. Skiing, of course. Yeah, but anything where you're playing another activity and you get hurt.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that would have in their contract, the contract gets voided.
Yeah, but you're trying to be in shape. Like your
I get
cardio.
It. I get it.
I'm talking about like partying, falling, doing something recreationally fun.
Yeah. The fact that this occurred away from the facility, that sounds like whatever it was probably does qualify for NFI, because it would just be it's a non-football injury. So if he's on NFI, like at that point, I think the team has the option then to evaluate if they would want to do something.
The fact that he's not on NFI tells me one of two things. One, they're trying to salvage something of the relationship, or it was a crazy accident that could happen to anyone, and we're not going to punish you by keeping your money.
Or they're trying to determine if they not just they're trying to salvage the relationship. They're just in a period of like, do we want to salvage it right now, or do we just want to blow it up? Like they just haven't decided on it. Could be what it is too.
Jerry with his Diggs thoughts.
Again, I don't know. It depends upon he's got an area that's hurt, and that'll have to heal. And so that'll be as we get into it, and we'll see how it goes. He's just generally got to get in better shape to play.
That's got to get in better shape to play, and then he followed it right back up. He got asked to follow up about, do you expect to have him back this year? And he's like, sure, why not? Sure, yeah. and then when he answered at the end, he said, but he's got to get in better shape. Back-to-back answers, he said, better shape, which is
that to me is a banged up thing.
If it's healing, sure.
Not that he's like fat or out of shape.
I think the way he said it, that was twice where he was like, he basically just, I think, questioned conditioning.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Todd Archer confirmed, I think Broadus did yesterday, you can be traded on IR. So you can still be dealt.
On this type of IR, right? Like if you're on season ending.
Now Steven and Shoddy painted it as we need to get him right so he can help us at the end of the year. Maybe that's PR or they are truly evaluating. But that is the Diggs update. 3 games after the Saturday decision.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been good this year. Whether it's injury or buy-in or anything else, it's not been good from him this year.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. If it is time to sell, who should the Cowboys look to deal? That's next. And below,
D-Belt,
right here on 105.3 The Fan.
name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
10-point Denver lead. They're looking for more. Back to throw. Flagg. Free play. Throws it in the left corner of the end zone. Bryant got right behind the cornerback Bridges for the touchdown. Broncos. 24 yards. Perfect strike from Bo Nix.
So you want to sell? Well, let's figure out who you have that anybody would even want to buy. We'll talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Before we get into those specifics about players that may have trade value or that you may be able to purge if you're looking to sell after the loss to the Broncos yesterday, let's follow up on something I mentioned at 8 o'clock. So George Pickens and Dak Prescott had an interaction. I just thought this was a nice moment. I was watching after the second interception, and Aiden's going to throw it up here on the fan cam. You see George Pickens kind of like tap his chest and say, like, as he's walking to the sideline, just walking by himself, he kind of taps his chest and shakes his head like, all right, that's on me. And this was after the second interception. But then he goes over and he has what looks like a pretty productive conversation with Dak Prescott. And we've seen so many different times where, George Pickens has been willing to throw people under the bus and been willing to say that, well, it's not me. I'm not the problem in Pittsburgh. This is something where he's clearly like syncing up with Dak and telling him like, hey, let's figure this out. But productive stuff and something that I don't know that you saw from Pickens in Pittsburgh.
You don't see it from Lamb. You didn't see it from Lamb here the past couple years with Dak on the sideline.
I mean, honestly, they don't have a lot of conversations like that. They'll talk on the sideline, but it's not usually anything where it's like CD goes and finds him or something like that, because that's what Pickens did. Pickens got on the sideline.
No, but CD really bad body. This is in the past. Bad body language, frustration, and he has taken accountability for it and been like, I need to be better. I need to improve in terms of my leadership. So this is George going over with the handshake as well after the pat on the chest saying, that's on me.
Yeah, and pointed to, and like not only that, like, but you could tell, took off his helmet, wanted to look at him face to face. I just thought it's a very small thing, but after that second interception, I saw it and I was like, I think that shows that's not contract George Pickens. George Pickens isn't thinking about his contract right in that second. Like when we wonder how much of some of the stuff he says publicly, is it just about trying to get paid? I don't think that's trying to get paid. I think he has a connection with Dak, and it matters.
Write the check, 33.
Yeah.
Put 33 on that check.
Big fan. Let's go.
All right, now let's talk about trading him. Okay, so that's
option two.
I think everybody's really high on George Pickens at this point, and feels really good about him. But if you are going to sell, you just have to evaluate who do you even have that would be of interest to anybody.
Yeah, and yesterday in the poll of how yesterday's game affects your view on the trade deadline, sell, this is really emotional, but sell is doubling up all the other options. The Cowboy fans want to sell. 48% of 1,900 votes. 30% say don't sell, but don't trade for help. And 21% say still trade for help.
So I will give you the names that I think are legitimately, you could not necessarily going to get a first round pick for, but you would find a team that would say, we'll give you something for that. Even if it's, some late round draft capital or it's another player they'd be willing to swap or something like that. I came up with 4 names that I think make sense. When you look at financials too, some of these financials just aren't possible to trade, so they wouldn't even come up in a discussion. And then there's some others we can just look at as like, these are maybes depending on the circumstance. Number 1, though, is George Pickens. George Pickens would be the guy that would make the most sense to be able to move right now, because he's somebody who is in the last year of his deal. So he's not on a super expensive deal. Somebody could take that contract on for the rest of the year. They could tag him. They would be able to have team control of him for a little bit, not even have to worry about, does he want to re-sign here? Because they could tag him for 2 years if they wanted. But George Pickens is one that I think you absolutely could get something in return for it. Now, like teams would I would imagine some teams will call Dallas about him and just say, are you guys committed to him?
I'm not trading him for a first. I haven't put that. No, I'm not doing it for 1-1. Not. He gives Dallas their superpower. That type of chemistry right there and what we've been hearing behind the scenes and from Dak, that to me is invaluable. So I'll label it like I did the Micah deal. You got to blow me away. You got to give me an offer to where I don't have to think a long time, and I'm like, okay, all right, I'll do that then. But I'm not doing it for a first-round pick. Sorry. That's me.
Chop.
Not even if it's the number 15 in the first round.
And I don't know if somebody would give you a first. I would take a first. I think some teams would try to get away with
a 2.
You paid a third. We're going to give you a roundup.
And we're paying him.
Yeah, we're going to give you a roundup. We got to pay him. We don't even know if he wants to be here. We don't know if we're going to get the same guy you got. So we'll give you a 2. But I don't know that a team would offer you a first.
So I would probably do it for a 1. Reluctantly, I would do it on a 1. Having 3 first-round draft picks in a single season it's not totally unheard of, but it's damn near unheard of in this league.
Yeah.
And when you've given away 4th-round picks, like they're going out of style over the last couple of years, including a third to Pickens, right? Which has been worth it, well worth it. You need bodies, and you've missed. They've missed on some firsts too.
Missed on a lot of defensive players since 2020.
They have. Outside of Micah, right? Outside of Micah, really. So I would do it. I mean, this team is, I don't think they're particularly close. Yeah, Pickens does give them this unique skill set and cheat code on offense. They're just too far away to me. They need so many players. I would get the first, and I would trade it down, and I would trade down the Cowboys 1. I would probably trade down the Packers 1, and I would just stockpile, man. Just set it up.
So there's the option. I wouldn't imagine there's anybody who really wants to trade George Pickens at this moment.
Yeah, I don't want to. I want to sign him, but like reluctantly, if someone's going to give me a 1,
it's there as an option. The other is Jalen Tolbert. That's the other receiver in the room that you could probably get something for. It's not going to be a large sum, but
could you get the Mingo deal?
No, you couldn't get a 4th.
Well, unless Jerry's calling himself.
Right.
You could get what I imagine you could get is you could get somebody who is a similar player to him. Like in a similar circumstance of like, this isn't working out for us. He's been fine, but we're gonna move on from this player. We'll swap you for yours. Sure. You can get that, or maybe something later on, because I know there are teams out there who will look at it and go, we can take 50 catches, 700 yards, and 7 touchdowns from last year. We can use that in our receiver core, and this will give us 10 weeks to figure out, do we want to keep him?
Yeah, and I'm gonna throw Choppy a bone here because we busted his balls at the beginning of the season. Kavonte Turpin at receiver has disappointed me. I'm not like I'm personally disappointed. He's been disappointing. He's got 13 catches on the season in 6 games. So I expected more and hoped more and thought we'd get more as the number 3.
I will
174 total yards.
I will say his production has bottomed out since he came back from the injury. So I don't know how much he's been robbed of the agility, the stuff that makes him a more dangerous threat. Because you looked at the first few games.
I'm so tired. This isn't towards you. I am so tired of hearing. Like, I don't want to be old school, like, dinosaur of, oh, if you're on the field, you're on the field. We're covering them specifically, so I'm too close, and I better put the screwdriver down. I'm so tired of hearing, I don't know if they're the same person since they've come back. I don't know what they're dealing with. I hear this more with this freaking football team in the discussions. So many excuses. Again, Bobby, this is not towards you.
No, I know.
But, does Booker have an ankle? And is Guyton to this? It's so many excuses. It's so maddening to me. I don't know if they're still the explosion. Like, they're out there and playing. I'm not expecting you to be 100%. It's football. I know you're going to be banged up and dinged up. Trayvon Diggs, will you not? So many but.
Yeah.
With these guys activated and out there and playing. I have heard it more this season than I can remember in a long, long time. And I think part of that is you giving us the detail, me and the Cowboys insider, and knowing more what's going on behind the scenes. But I'm just so sick of hearing it. Like, they're out there and they're playing.
Yeah, I will say on Turpin specifically, though, I would say that
Lamb yesterday. Is he still banged up? Is he banged up from what? He played the week before.
Right. I think it's just a matter of
Turpin's a
you're not even necessarily ascribing it to that. You have to include the context of, like, we should include that this is a possibility in the conversation because he just came back from injury, like with Lamb. That may have nothing to do with it. but it's happened recently enough that you're like, you have to open up the possibility so we can at least discuss it. But on Turpin specifically, a guy whose entire game is a small guy who is not going to be able to measure up to the physicality of the league, he's got to win with like ankle flexibility and the ability to.
It has to be top end speed.
So like to me, I look at that and go, Turpin more than anybody else. I feel like
he also was unproven at receiver. Like I'm throwing that in there. Like this was a hope that Kevontae Turpin was going to be a very effective and consistent number 3. That's why RJ was taking his funny shots earlier in the season, and it was legit. Like now, not that Jalen Tolbert should be playing over him, but Kevontae Turpin at receiver is a project.
Sure,
he's
a project. Like you absolutely, he needs to be on this roster. Like he could do a lot. I mean, you could line him up in about 6 different spots, including the return game, and he could be useful. He's just not a receiver. Like to bank on.
What about trading him?
You just signed him to a new deal is just the only thing is that it may, depending, a lot of times brand new deals are just the most difficult to trade because there's still guaranteed money that's behind it that teams would have to pay.
And I don't know
he's 29.
Yeah, he's getting up there. I just don't know that I would want to trade somebody who could take up like 5 jobs.
Okay, but
You know what I mean?
the most important job, if you're a contender and you want a big return or you're awful on special teams returns for whatever you can do in the NFL, I'm not putting money down on Kevontae Turpin at 31 being my number 3 receiver next year and feeling good about that, or having the same explosiveness at 30-31. Maybe we should trade Turpin.
I don't think
I would not be opposed to that.
And I don't think he is a number 3. I don't think you can count on him at 50 snaps a game to be a legitimate number 3.
Would you get more for Turpin or Tolbert?
Probably Turpin.
Turpin, right?
Probably Turpin because of just the various things that he can do. I would say that on Turpin's front, it was unproven, but he had made big plays before he got hurt.
Yeah.
The Green Bay game, he had made big plays. If you looked at what the hell is wrong with Pro Football Reference right now, by the way, if you look at the Green Bay game, made big plays against Chicago. He was one of the only guys who it looked like showed up. The Giants, he had a couple big catches. So last year we saw in the second half of the year, he was used as somebody on stuff in the middle of the field that he was able to win with. So to me, I think that Turpin gives me more of a question of if he got slowed by something than others. But Tolbert is somebody who I think you could get maybe 6th or 7th round pick. Don't do it. 6th or 7th round pick or something along those lines. That would probably be what you could get. You've got Nate Thomas, who you seem to like.
No, he's my next left tackle.
Guyton is somebody that you could potentially trade. Where a team would go, it'd be like it'd be like where Carolina was with Mingo.
3rd, 4th?
No, well, I mean it could be like where Carolina was with Mingo, where they just said, this isn't working out after a year and a half. We need to just move now. And if you did that, you're not getting a 1st, you're not getting a 2nd, 4th that could become a 3rd, maybe. I don't know.
Unless I know that he's got some internal Mozzie stuff, or unless I know that it's not going to work, and I still have optimism and hope, then no. I got to have him play out the rest of the year.
I got to see it through.
And I maybe even have to give him next year as well, and then make a decision. Even if I lose 2-round pick value, he's supposed to be my left tackle.
Yeah, it's
and
too
we
soon.
knew it was going to be a little bit of a project.
It's too soon. You want to get rid of him in before year 4? Fine, but I think it's too soon right now.
We'll continue with these names throughout the week and below the belt on a Cowboys Monday. Nick Eatman back from Denver. He'll join us at 9:20. But let's recap everything else in the sports weekend at once. Choppy as Diamond Cavs to the World Series. Was that a must-win for the Mavericks? And could the Stars stop the bleeding? Final hour. Sean and RJ after this.
But what are you doing for lunch today? Tomorrow? Any day? How about...
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Swirl?
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Gosman's payoff. And Smith turns on a ball deep left field. Will it stay fair? It's gone! Long gone into the second deck for Will Smith.
Why is Kevin Hagelin laughing in there? Is he laughing at the fist pumps? Aiden is getting it in the back. We got Peyton Russell, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. Some Diamond Calves.
Let's do it.
I think RJ was waiting for the intro, Pay. What's up?
Oh, no. What happened?
I don't know. That's your responsibility.
You're an idiot. You
There
don't
we
know
go.
baseball.
Ranger fans, you are not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about back-to-back complete games by a starting pitcher in a playoff, which doesn't happen anymore?
No.
How can you not be romantic about a pinch hit grand slam in Game 1?
Ever happened?
Which has never happened in the 122-year history of the Major League Baseball World Series, and we are tied at 1. I don't know that Game 2 was a must-win for the Dodgers, but I do know that Game 1 was a must-win for Toronto. They could not afford, they had to get a split. It's always like the road team needs to get a split. No. Toronto needed to get a split at minimum at home. You would have loved to have had both games, but you get that first victory. I do think there's a good chance it gets back to Toronto for Game 6, but a flurry of Blue Jay runs, 9 runs. They had a 9-run inning in a 2-2 game to blow this one open on Friday night. And, of course, it's Friday night. There you go, right? That's nothing like now. I know why they do it. They want to avoid Sunday. But now they're stuck, and they're going to be on against Monday Night Football tonight. Now, granted, no Daniels might be a blowout. Might be a blowout game tonight, so maybe they'll get a little bit of rating there. But that was an awesome moment on Friday night with the grand slam in a 2-2 game by Addison Barger, who was a pinch hitter that night. And I think Dan Plesac in the pregame said he is going to get up as a pinch hitter and hit one out with a big-time game-breaking hit. A little bit of Nostradamus there.
Or
but
the
then in
games
Game
are
2,
fixed.
huh?
Or the games are fixed.
Or the games are fixed, either one. And then in Game 2, you got to hand it to Yamamoto. Again, I mean, the guy's been fantastic this postseason, and he did another one. Another tremendous effort. 9 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 8 strikeouts, no walks. He's the only guy I've ever seen. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's a little hyperbole. But he nickel and dimes you with like 95 to 98.
Yeah, what's his game?
He's got power. Like, he's got a fastball. His fastball, like I said, it sits around 95. He can get up there in a 98, 99, depending on the gun.
Is that where we're at now today with hard throwers, that nickel and diming you is 95 to 98?
With him.
It's very Maddox-like.
He mixes it up so well. He is like
a regular Jamie Moyer.
He goes out there, and it really is a treat to watch. It really is a treat to watch him throw. So he goes out there, and he throws a complete game. You know, it's not like Gausman was bad. He went into the 7th. He only allowed the 3 runs. Dodgers broke it open. But this is what the Dodgers have needed, because they don't have a great bullpen. Their bullpen is very, if you want to say it's average, that's like actually being like a little bit optimistic about it. It's not like the Cowboys defense, but it's closer to the Cowboys defense than it is to a top 10. Their bullpen. So they needed to get everything out of Yamamoto on Saturday night, and they did. And now we're back at it tonight. And this is interesting because they are going to go with Scherzer over Bieber. Now, Bieber pitched in Game 7, kind of got blown up a little bit. Scherzer, he's got his ERA in the first inning is over 12. And the reason that this is an interesting spot is because let's just say he goes out there and he gets blown up early. This is the first of 3 straight games. This is 3 games in a row. There's not an off day between games 4 and 5. This is 3 games in a row in Dodger Stadium. If you have to get 6-7 innings out of your bullpen tonight, you've cooked yourself for the 3rd game. You're going to need basically a complete game, not a complete game, but a deep game from Bieber. That's probably not going to happen, but it's Glass now on the hill.
It's your boy.
For the Dodgers tonight.
One of my all-time favorite pitchers in Max versus my dinner buddy in Tyler.
I don't know how Max is going to match up against the god Shohei Ohtani, though, by the way. Like, my God, he comes off that 3-homer performance. What a showing. Struck out in the first inning in game 1, grounded out with the bases full in the second inning in a 1-0 game, struck out looking again in the 5th inning, but he did get that 2-run homer with them down 7 late in the game.
He did.
God, we've just never seen anything like him.
You're the
Cam Scattaboo of baseball.
You're the Nico of talk show hosts.
Oh.
Hey, he's got a 5-game hitting streak.
Look at that.
What about that?
With his 250 batting average.
He's got hits in both World Series games. He drove in 2 in game 1.
250.
The game 1, it was 11-2. Hit the home run.
And he missed his opportunity in high leverage moment with the bases full and 1-0 game in the second. Grounded out.
I don't know if you noticed this.
His average has gone from 138 to 224 over the past
So that's
6
improvement.
games.
That's
it is.
improvement.
I like he really is fantastic, incredible. I'm just saying. They're like, my God, he's so great. And then it's just like, shh, quiet. Don't talk about him grounding out with the bases
Is he
loaded.
the most like protected media superstar if he does bad in sports right now?
You know, it's weird. Like,
feels like it.
It's not Mahomes. He'll get talked about.
For somebody who is globally so big, like we know nothing about him.
Yeah, he fakes like he can't speak English.
Right.
Just like Darvish did.
Yeah, like we don't. We talk about him like in terms of like
better English than he presents.
Some of the great things he does. We never talk about the bad. Yeah, I would say he's pretty protected.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are the tax returns? I want to see the tax returns, just like a politician. I want to see your tax returns, Shohei. Show me what you got.
It'll be like, show me Trump's.
Did you see the video of him just like when he hit that home run to make it like 11-4? He sprinted around those bases. He's like, get me off this field as fast as possible. So we got tonight, like I said, we got Glasnow and Scherzer. And I haven't seen the TV ratings for this yet. They'll probably come out sometime around 11 o'clock this morning, 12 o'clock. So I haven't seen any TV ratings. But they do expect, and this happened with the Warriors-Raptors from 2019, the NBA Finals, it's about a 9 to 14% dip for Canada. When there's a Canada team involved, it's generally about a 9 to 14% dip. It's probably going to be more because last year was Dodgers-Yankees. Even though it wasn't a great series, only lasted 5 games, the numbers were still pretty decent for that. So there's your Diamond Cavs.
Tolo Skips sent me a tweet from Joe Pompliano. I actually like that guy as a Twitter. He's saying happy sports equinox, the 32nd time in history that the Big Four all play on the same day.
Yeah. It can only happen in obviously in October. The only time it can happen is this time of year. And it really needs to be late October because the NBA just started last week.
Well, how does this not happen every year? Oh, MLS. They also have 2. They're not counting that, though, in the equinox.
Well, because
every year we got Monday Night Football, we got NBA games, we got hockey.
Because NBA is now starting a little earlier and baseball's going a little later. So it would take a Game 7 in the World Series against the NBA openers to really make that
Chop, I may make you proud and actually pick baseball over football tonight because I don't want to watch the Commanders' offense that much with no Jaden Daniels.
Ooh, that's a tough watch.
No promise, but
got Mavs too.
Mavs play again tonight?
Get to play tonight, yeah.
Okay. Is that it for Diamond Cavs?
That's it for Diamond Cavs, yeah.
Okay.
They got the Thunder tonight.
Ooh. All right, sorry, Chop. You're going to have to handle Diamond Cavs again tomorrow.
You're going to pick Mavs Thunder over World Series?
Mavs Thunder?
It's Game 4 of the play.
The Mavs are the Thunder's kryptonite. I'll check in on both. I can do it now because of the Tolo who helped my DirecTV stream connection. Was that a Mavs must-win yesterday?
Scotty Barnes misses. He's back in the game. Mavericks running. Good ball. Yes! That's what I'm talking about.
That's what we've been waiting for. Get this man in space and watch him climb the mountain.
That is what we have been waiting for. Devin Harris, Mavs TV, 139-129. Cooper Flagg's best game as a Dallas Maverick, 22-4-4. 0 turnovers on 8 of 14 shooting. He hit 2 threes and the big highlight reel dunk. And this thing was heading south before you get this win over Toronto because they got handled. It was not a fluke. I watched this, way too much of it. They got handled by the Washington Wizards to fall to 0-2. And Jason Kidd, I think that he made sure he called his agent or he texted his agent. This is not true, ladies and gentlemen. He was at the podium and he's like, the deal's signed, right? My extension. The ink's dry, right? Then he was asked about Nico. This part is true. Getting booed and the chance, fire Nico. And he's like, fans have a right to their opinion. They're not happy. And I was like, ooh. Oh,
man.
Ooh, was he saying that?
Yes, he was.
Was he saying that before that extension gets done? But, man, Bobby, this was early Dallas Maverick panic after 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, look, the first game, it's frustrating, but everybody keeps going. It's Wemby. He's awesome. You can't lose by double digits to the Wizards at home. No, that's a Wizards team that's supposed to be really, really bad. And they handled you, and you had a lot of problems. Again, I was seeing so many different people were just jumping at AD and talking about, like, well, what the hell is this? He looks out of shape. Yeah. He just looks winded. He's not playing good defense. He was getting crushed. They absolutely needed to win that game yesterday because they needed some heat taken off them. An 0-3 start like that would have been really, really bad for them.
Did they start 0-4 when they won 67 games?
Yeah, I think this team's going to do that. You're right.
Yeah, it's there.
Wemby becomes the first player this century, by the way, with 100-plus points and 18-plus blocks in a 3-game span.
Somebody sent me that from the AAC bathroom. They said these are all around the American Airlines Center bathroom. It's a little sticker of Luka and Kyrie silhouettes, and it says, "We had it all, fire Nico." So these are like plastered all over bathrooms at the AAC.
Luka's out for at least a week.
Well, the Mavs 0-2 start just felt even worse after this.
Down court, Reeves. Dunk it in. Doncic, 47.
Is that a dunk?
I'll give him a dunk. On a night you have 47 points, you get the benefit of the doubt.
That's definitely how I was dunking at the end of my career right there.
Oh, God.
Who was that? That Clay's dad?
It might have been. That sounded like Rebecca Lobo with him.
Well, what were you saying? Oh, God, too.
Lakers,
the fact that that was the way he dunked at the end of his career.
Lakers radio with the call. Bobby, our bet is off to a craptastic start.
Oh, I thought you were about to say our bet is off. I was like, no, it's not.
What was the bet y'all had again?
There's a bottle of alcohol in that the Lakers will have a better record than the Mavericks this year.
Luka becomes the first player in NBA history to open a season with back-to-back games of 40-plus points, 10-plus rebounds, and 5-plus assists, and he is out for at least 1 week with a left finger sprain and lower left leg contusion. Yep. He was holding his hand early on in this game before he went off as the Lakers are 1-1.
Yep, so it's already there. He's already hurt. This is exactly what Nico was talking about.
He warned us.
I was laughing at your email last night,
Exactly
Bobby.
what he was talking about.
What was your recap for this?
This is exactly what Nico warned us about. Look, look, Mavericks may have struggled, but Nico's vindicated because Luka hurt his finger. And you can forget that he played an insane game, that he led the Lakers to a victory over the Timberwolves, and he's averaging 45 points a game to start the year. These are the kind of injuries that Nico correctly blamed on alcohol and carbs.
I don't know. I don't know if the stat's true. I assume it is. It was on the internet, so it has to be true.
Mm-hmm.
But in the first 2 games, Luka generated more points, rebounds, and assists than Anthony Davis, Cooper Flagg, Klay Thompson, and Derek Lively combined.
I saw that. And my apologies, the Lakers are 2-1. Because Austin Reeves scored 51 last night over the Kings. So Mavs OKC this evening. Let's talk about the hockey team.
Harley again. Robertson. Low. Bork. Right side. Score! What movement! And Mikko Rantanen finishes with a second left on the power play. Dallas has the lead.
Victory plus big 4 points for the Stars this weekend. Here on DFW Sports Station, Gavin Spittle's going to have the hockey recap with Spits and Suds. But what did you see as the Stars are trying to stop the bleeding?
Well, obviously the Hurricanes game to me was the impressive one because Carolina's a really good team. That was just and look, winning yesterday with the Smith, Like, you're trying to get like a point a game when you get your backup in.
And they're falling behind 2-0 in both games, then score the next 3 goals.
They do. They cannot. That can't continue. They're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah. And now Hintz is hurt.
Yeah. Now you can do that against a bad team, but you can't do that against good teams more often than not. Doing that against Carolina is never a good recipe. But you get your 4 points and you move on, because after 4 in a row, you start to look, but you can't be giving games away. It doesn't matter if it's early in the season or not.
Caps tomorrow night, it's Ovechkin. And he's sitting at $8.99. No player has ever scored 900 goals. So there's a recap of your weekend here of everything else taking place with Sean and RJ. No Bobby, cut his mic off. No one cares about that stupid website. There you go, Peyton. Now you're on it. Now you're on it. Production low, mistakes a mile high. Nick Eatman, is he changing his mind now about the Cowboys making that trade that Nick has wanted? Our Cowboys insider joins us next. Let me go ahead and get you that accident representation.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Franco, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Shotgun eye right. Prescott back looking, pressured, throw an interception down at the 7-yard line. With a man hanging on him in this return out to the 15. They're still going to the 20-yard line. This is a defensive lineman. This is Tillman, a big linebacker, and he brought it all the way to the 50.
Yeah, as if the pick wasn't bad enough. You let a defensive lineman run it back to the 50-yard line in the midst of a butt whooping. 44-24 here on 105.3 The Fan. That was Brad Sham with the call on with Babe Laufenberg. This is Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt was in Denver, and he is back with us along with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com.
These defensive linemen are fast now, man. It's not like the 80s anymore where you get rumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Nick, why did you decide to start off talking about the offense in the recapping column?
Well, because that's what has to happen for this team to be successful. I mean, like, it's halfway through the year or almost there, and we know what it is on defense and what it isn't. I mean, we know this. So the offense has to be perfect and are really close to it. And they weren't at all. So, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, the defense is – it just is what it is. I mean, nobody's – I mean, if the Cowboys aren't going to try to fix it, if they're not going to add – because you got to add players to this, and if they're not going to do that, which they maybe they will, maybe they won't. But this is, the offense has been good. It scores a lot of points. So it's up to the offense to keep up, every single week. And it's sad that that's the way it is, but that's, I mean, I think I'm calling Dak Dr. Dak now. I mean, he's a doctor. He's a surgeon, because surgeons have to be at like 100%, that, or if they're not, that's how we judge them. And so you're judging the Cowboys offense based off of, how close they are to perfect.
Nick, when you watched that game yesterday, did that say more to you about, okay, just resign to the fact the defense is going to be any better, or did it give you more concerns now about what the offensive line is?
Yeah, the offensive line, it's been 2 out of 3 games now. I mean, because Carolina whipped them up front too, and that's Denver did also. And so that's something where, I'll be honest, I was kind of like, well, does BB change that much from Hoffman to BB? I think he does. I mean, I don't know if it's that much, but I mean, I do think that when BB's ready, he's coming back. And I was at a point where I was like, I'm not really sure, I mean, because I thought offense played well, and he gives you something, from a tenacity standpoint, maybe that you don't have. But I do think, he was part of that in the middle. I mean, they all were. I mean, they were getting beat in the middle, and they just could not establish a running game. The offensive line, though, it's not this great wall. I mean, it's not wall 3.0. It's certainly not that right now. And so that's where I think, the offensive issues were yesterday.
Nick, is Tyler Guyton's job at all, you think, at left tackle in short-term jeopardy with Nate Thomas?
I think so, because there was a time in that first quarter where I thought we would see him play. I mean, Guyton had a real, tough start to the game, and we knew it would be a challenge for him, and it was. And I guess he was the guy that they called for a false start down at the goal line. They said it was Hoffman, and they switched it to Tyler Smith. I'll be honest, I watched it. I've watched that play like 9-10 times, and I haven't seen a false start. I don't know where it was, but it was not a huge play because they lost by 20, but it was big early because they got the interception. They're down there on the 2-yard line, 3-yard line, and they don't get in. And that was kind of a sign of kind of what's to come there. But yeah, I mean, Nate Thomas might provide you more than what you're getting from Guyton.
Nick Eatman joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Is it even more kind of just pronounced that it's on the road with him? Is he much worse on the road?
Guyton?
Yeah.
I'd have to go look exactly on that. Maybe all of the linemen are in Denver. It's just a tough place to play for this team. I mean, I know other teams maybe do a better job. I know that they've done well there, but I don't know. I can't sit there and tell you if Guyton's done better on the road than at home. I know he played pretty well, I guess, against the Packers with Micah. I mean, of course, that was at home. Mm-hmm. But since then, it's this offensive line, too, that hasn't really played that well on the road. Now, the Jets game, I don't even know if that counts. It wasn't a huge road game for the Cowboys. But, yeah, Carolina and Denver, the last two, they've really been, just the whole offensive line has been beaten up front.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Nick, you mentioned the penalty there, the false start. Penalties in general have become a sincere problem for this team. Is that something where you think, all right, we may need to start hearing a little bit more from Brian Schottenheimer about how he's going to address this, just like we would have pressed Mike McCarthy on it?
Yeah, and for the longest time, I've never had a good answer to that. Like, I don't know that. I don't know how you handle penalties, how you coach penalties. I'm not really sure that any coach would. I mean, I just don't know what the answer is to say, all right, we're going to be better with penalties, unless you're just going to make the commitment across the board to say we're not going to have. I mean, we're just going to have smart players. We're going to have the smartest players we can possibly have. But even those guys commit some penalties too. But yeah, I mean, it early, like the first game of the year, first 3 games, you had 4-12-4. After that, it's been pretty, 11, 6, 10, and then of course yesterday, I didn't even see a full total. You probably have it 9 for 80.
Yeah, 9.
Yeah. The average is getting out of control, and a lot of it is that offensive line, and some of it's pre-snap, and some of it is they're just not good enough to block the guys in front of them. And that's been a problem too. But some of the personal foul stuff like that. I mean, doesn't it feel like it's the same guys almost every week?
Yeah, it's automatic for Sam Williams.
Yeah, and he's just not making enough plays to combat that. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if you're, DeMarcus Ware was offsides every game, but that's okay. You know what I mean? Because he would get a sack almost every game too. So you have to be worth it, and you have to make plays and make up for some of that aggressive type plays, and we haven't really seen that from him or really any of those guys up front. The defensive line, I mean, the pass rush is just to me, it's the root of all problems. I've said it before, and you got a bad combination here when you've got we got pass rushers that can't get to the quarterback really at all, and then you've got a safety problem where, I mean, they were down to their fifth safety, three safeties out, and then Elijah Clark, who should probably be on the practice squad, but he's having to start for you, and then he gets hurt. And, it's just I'm not saying that that's the reason they lost. It's not an excuse, but it's just a problem that they have to deal with there at safety, and you're not getting anything on the front end. So it's just that's a bad combination for defense.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort from DallasCowboys.com. For the last 2 weeks, you have been a proponent of trading for help. Did yesterday change your mind at all?
No way. Let's go. We'll bring it. I'm not at all. I mean, it only to the tune of they need it more than ever. I mean, so yeah, they need players over here. So yeah, I would definitely do it. Again, it's a smart. I mean, you still got to make smart decisions. I'm not talking about any kind of rentals. So if you can find some situations that would make sense. But yeah, I certainly would think that this team needs some help to bring some guys in here.
Do you think that we have seen Trayvon Diggs' last game as a Cowboy?
I've heard that several times in the last few weeks. Part of me says no to that. I'm admittedly biased when it comes to Trayvon. I think he gets a bad rap. Some of it's on himself, but I also think that not everybody is a fan of his. But when I watch some of the guys play, like if he can play football, if he wants to play football, then I think the Cowboys should try to keep him, because I still think he's your best cover cornerback on your team. But part of the ball's got to be in his court too. I mean, he's got to want it, and I don't know if he does or doesn't. I mean, he's a hard person to read for sure, but my gut says that he probably will be back. But I don't know if that's what he wants. I don't know. I mean, there's a good question. Does he want to play football? And the fact that you even have to wonder that is a problem in itself, I would think. But again,
what would lead you to wonder that?
What? Because he doesn't wonder what?
Wonder if he wants to play football. What would lead you to wonder that?
Because he hasn't played. Because he hasn't played football. I mean, I would assume he does. That's his profession. But I mean, it's just one of those things. It's one thing or another. I mean, you should be here rehabbing. You should be here. I'm talking about in the off season. I mean, he does things that makes you kind of just wonder, why aren't you on board with everyone else? And the guy that you were associated with is now doing his thing in Green Bay.
Yeah.
So it you know what I mean? There's just a lot of little things that just that don't really add up. But I know this: when he's on the field and he's playing and he's locked in, and maybe when he's playing man-to-man coverage, I think they're a better football team. If they can figure out a way to get him back to that point, I think he helps the team. I just don't know if they're willing to do it and if he's willing to do it as well.
Nick, do you think the team has potentially jeopardized anything in terms of culture or anything else by what seems like in this dispute over Eberflus versus Diggs in terms of philosophy and different things like that? Do you think they've risked anything by so publicly and consistently just going with Eberflus?
That's hard to say what they've risked, but I think they're sending a message. There's no doubt about it. So only time will tell how what other players are falling in line with that. I think that they're definitely sending a message that this is this is how we do it over here, but it's tricky because that way doesn't work right now. I mean, and so that's what makes this whole thing kind of weird because they're kind of drawing a line in the sand, but which side's working? It's not. And so I think that, and I'm not saying they should go and and do exactly what the players want. I'm just saying that right now, when it comes to defense, whatever they're throwing up at the wall, nothing seems to stick. And so it's hard to really say, hey, come in here and do this because this is how we do things here, when it's not. That clearly hasn't worked on defense yet. So I think they're just kind of grasping at straws right now to try to figure out how to fix this defense, and nothing has worked. I mean, so that is one of the reasons why I say, I would bring some players in here, because and to me it's more about getting ahead on free agency. I still think you need to bring a player in here that you'll sign. You'll sign next year. You'll keep it in the fold. Get ahead of free agency and get some players in here because, and maybe that's just selfishly because I look at it and we still got nine games to go, and nobody wants to watch this defense play like that for the 9 games. I think they are a player away. I know that that's like the standard question here. Are they a player away? Well, yeah, I think they are. A player away from what? To me, it's getting off the field. I think they are a player away on defense from getting off the field. And if you can get off the field 4 or 5 more times a game, you can win some football games. I'm not saying a player away from winning a championship. I'm saying a player away from getting off the field, getting stops, and giving the ball back to your offense.
Good stuff. Thank you, brother. We'll talk Wednesday.
All right. See you guys.
The great Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece on a Cowboy Monday next. But I was
here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Marcel, who rolls to the left. Rubin picks up on that pass pro. Marcel running right up the middle. 35-30, 25-20. Whole lot of room in front of him. Marcel back to his left. Stays on his feet. Dives. Touchdown, Marcel Reed from 41 yards on the scramble.
35 straight points, Sean. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 straight touchdowns. Aggies radio with the call leading to the firing of Brian Kelly at LSU. My family. My Commodores dazed them with the punch, and then the Aggies went into Louisiana for the final knockout blow.
Do you have strong thoughts one way or another about Diego Pavia? Because I know he rubs some people the wrong way. He doesn't bother me, but I know some people really don't like him.
Oh, he got some hate.
Oh, yeah, I know.
On social
He's
media
I
this
believe in
weekend.
myself, of course. What's he supposed to say?
Yeah, I mean,
well, it also helps that he's from a nothing program. I think if he was,
if he was at Bama,
if he was at Miami, what's his face? Who's the quarterback?
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck or the Texas quarterback, it might annoy you more, but it's like, oh, that's little old harmless Vanderbilt. They ain't going to do nothing.
All right.
Brian Kelly out. Who are you believing with these Steve Sarkisian rumors, with Diana Rossini saying he's entertaining the NFL, and then Sark coming out after the miracle comeback and saying that's BS?
Second straight. Yeah. I believe Sark. I really do, because he went out of his way to discuss it in great detail.
You don't subscribe to the doth protest too much theory of life?
I'm going to say no in this instance. I believe Sark, but obviously
I believe Rossini, because to me, you could connect the dots of her report. She included the Titans. So that's telling me that someone in the Titans front office is like, hey, Sark's people reached out to us, or they're calling around the league. She did have ties there, I think specifically when Vrabel was there. I don't know what's left over in terms of her connections. But, Bobby, you talked about Sark for the Cowboys. Not that there were discussions, but that you think he'd be a great NFL fit because putting up and running the Dallas Cowboys of college.
Yeah, specifically.
Overrated and underachieving at all.
Specifically the Cowboys. I think he'd be a fit. If you're going to take any coach from the college ranks and say, hey, deal with everything that comes with the Cowboys and things like that. That's all the stuff that at the college level tends to come with Texas. It's not at the same level or intensity, but Texas is very similar. And some of the stuff behind the scenes that I know he's dealt with in the years that he's been there already, it's insane they win football games.
Some of it's self-inflicted.
Some of it. Or spouse-inflicted.
But he's also a play caller, so that fits for Jerry.
Huh?
As long as you have a head coach that's a play caller, he's good with that. Doesn't want to pay two people to do the job.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
I don't know. He paid Kellen.
Okay.
What are you getting at here, Corey?
He worked for free?
Oh, I was just saying,
Kellen was an intern?
Jerry likes to have head coaches that are also play callers.
It's funny, typical Longhorn 180 reaction of let him go, screw it. He quit on us. He's a bum. Like he didn't just make the Final Four last year with a quarterback that all Longhorn fans wanted to kick out of town.
2 years in a row.
As well.
2 years in a row made the Final Four.
2 years in a row.
Right, 'cause they made it the previous year with, they lost to Washington?
Are Texas fans just done with Arch?
Arch? I'm talking about Sark.
Arch or Sark? We've been done with Arch.
I hear what you're saying, but I wanted to know that
Been done with Arch. Although
I did see
Arch hitting that portal.
I did see a little and wouldn't it make sense for Sark, like earlier in the show, Bobby, you're like, I don't believe it. Why would it not make sense that he wants to get away from Arch Manning if he believes he can't play?
I think
don't attach yourself to this.
I think Sark is so grateful and indebted to the Manning family that he's not going to bail on Arch.
Oh,
does he think the Manning family saved his job?
No, I think that the connection that he has with the Mannings is like it was. He sold them on I'm here, and like I don't think he's going to turn on that. I think that's part of why Arch has stuck around. But I mean, Arch ended up being Tate Martell or Ryan Perrilloux.
Yes.
And it's just
a good reference.
It's
Ryan Perrilloux.
awful.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we got Stephen Jones today. At noon, and I'm kind of trying to figure out a series of
Over-under number of executions.
questions to ask him there.
It depends. It depends what type of questions. How many you ask?
My first question.
We'll have to ask a lot of questions because I feel like he's going to be short with us.
I'll say. I mean, the over. I mean, 2.5. It's over.
Oh my God! Last week it was 8, and they won.
Oh.
He executed us to death.
Yes. My first question, because of the up and down nature of the run defense, do you think that's strictly because of execution? So I think we can help get the ball rolling.
Yes.
That's not what I just said.
Yes, it is. It is execution. That's the problem. That's the next challenge in all of our interviews is getting them to break the PR wall down of not. Now, maybe as Wilchuk said, they actually do believe that the players they picked are underperforming and are better.
That's what I think. and that's and I know that there's people who think they're always selling. And I'm not here to dispute that. But I think that part that you just said is what's actually true. So I think, and that's terrifying. Yeah. But I think when they say we just have to execute better, I know we were kind of joking about that. I think there are lots of people in that building that really believe
But at what point does that belief have to go away that can no longer be true? You know, to your point earlier, Bobby,
I don't know.
Well, I think that's the question.
Yeah.
We'll do that at 10:20. When you realize what your team actually is, and that's what this team actually is.
It feels like execution is always a word that like people use as just like it feels like teams use it as just like a cover for like
agreed.
They got to play better. And it's like, yeah, I guess that can be true at any point. So I guess you can use that. But in this instance, I will say the one thing that it's like some of their awful communication is like that should be within the realm of doing that better. Like it's unreal how bad you are at it right now. And so that's the one area where it's like, okay, maybe that because against the Jets, it felt like against the Commanders, it felt like, okay, see, that's what happens when you just are standing where you're supposed to be. It looks kind of okay. Like just stand where you're supposed to be, and that'll eliminate a third of the big plays they give up.
Okay, that kind of answers my question.
The other ones will just get blocked out of the way because you physically can't do it.
Do you think if they got rid of Eberflus today, that parts of that defense can be salvaged? That defense as a whole can be salvaged?
We haven't. I don't think we've been able to figure out why they have the communication issues they do. If Eberflus is the guy tied to that, if he's the reason why they don't communicate well, then yeah, that would in theory get better pretty quickly. If he's not the reason, and it's just he's dealing with really difficult personalities, or
what do you think it is?
I think that it's probably a little more in terms of the communication issues. I think it's probably a little more the players.
Yes.
Corey, are you taking this loss harder than most days? You seem to be a little down today.
You do seem down.
Bearded Monkey was blast yesterday. I just want to let everybody know Bearded Monkey is always fun. We were at the Rockwall location. The next one will be November 17th. I think I'm going to be out at Forney. So the parties are fun. They're still vibing at the Bearded Monkey, but they were upset. They were sad yesterday. A lot of people were just
I thought you were setting up that you had a hangover.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, I don't have a hangover. I'm just tired. I'm just tired of this team.
So that's my question. Do you think
consistency?
Do you think alcohol sales at the Bearded Monkey go up or down when they win or lose?
Good question.
I think they're up whenever they're winning. When they score, because when they score,
it's like
I always get on the
celebratory
microphone
shots
and say $5 shots, for whatever, and so everybody starts buying shots.
And then after they win a game, then people are just like, let's hang around, let's keep partying.
Yeah, and whenever they're losing, people are still drowning their sorrows.
Yeah.
But they're not ordering shots; they're just ordering beer. So I think you get shot and beer whenever you're winning.
Oh, okay. So liquor sales go down, beer sales go up when they lose.
Yeah. Do you know why they call it a hangover?
No.
Back in the olden days,
oh my god!
They had these rooms where they would take the drunkards, and they were basically like clotheslines, okay. And instead of beds to sleep in, this is the cheapest thing they could find. So you would literally hang, like you would have your waist on the clothesline, and you'd have like a row of people, and they would just be hanging over the rope, like over the clothesline, and that's the hangover. You're hanging over. That's how they would sleep it off.
They slept it off like that?
They slept it off. They were so hammered. Because back then, it was like, everything was like 500 proof.
Yeah.
You know, it was all
Came in
just
the jug
pure
with
gray.
the
It was
3X.
ever clear.
Why
left
didn't
and
they
right.
sleep backwards?
Because they
on them?
throw up and die.
Oh.
You gotta sleep forward.
Yeah.
Like Jesse's girlfriend from Breaking Bad.
Did
That's
yesterday?
heroin, bro.
That's not what Google says. Google says that's not.
I
what it
knew
is.
you
Well,
were
you know what?
fact-checking.
I don't care
I
what Google
knew
says.
that's what you
I don't care what Google
You
says.
just said earlier, if it's on the internet, it must be true.
Yeah. Google's on the internet, okay?
What?
Oh, wow, that's a good point.
Yeah, Google lies. It's biased. Fake news, okay?
What?
Fake news.
What does it say?
It says that it comes from the idea of it's something left over. It's hung over, and so it's something left over
But
that's
the
hanging
photos
over
of
from the
them
night
hanging
before.
over the clothesline just doesn't exist.
Oh, you saw the photos?
I see the photos.
Okay.
Where did you see these photos?
On the same internet that Bobby's looking up, but this wasn't on the fake news Google.
Release the hangover photo files.
There's a whole Snopes article saying that what you said is not true.
Okay, because I don't believe in fact checkers, because nobody fact checks the fact checkers.
Look, they've got the picture RJ's talking about, and it has a big false with an X under it.
Again, I don't care, because I don't believe in fact checking.
What?
Because who facts check the fact checkers?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Nobody. So they can just say whatever they want. Well, I'm a fact checker, so you can't say anything to me because I'm a fact checker. Well, guess what? I'm a fact checker, and I fact checked that Snopes article.
How much do you want to bet he has uttered the words the intolerance of tolerance in his life before?
I don't know what that means.
Holy crap.
Can you imagine being married to Choppy?
No.
Can you imagine?
They usually don't last more than 7 years.
We're back tomorrow with Jerry and what is it? The Equinox? What do we have tonight?
Today's
the
a sports equinox.
Sports Equinox,
Sports
baby.
Equinox. Jerry
I
Jones.
don't know, but to fact check that too.
Jerry Jones at
That happened?
8:30. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, have you ever unnecessarily used a level? 877-881-1053.
Because
Look,
it's fun.
yeah, because it's fun. Maybe you got a laser one. Maybe you got the little liquid one, and you're like, ooh, look at it go. It's right on track. And you know, you're just building something that's already level. But, like, maybe you did it.
What if the floor's not level? And now you're you're leveling unnecessarily, and the floor is the problem.
I knew this was the right question, the right forum
for
this question.
You know, on light posts, Kevin, where you'll look down at the base of the light post and you'll see there's like these bolts and screws, and you're like, why didn't they just plant it in the ground?
Yeah.
Well, it's because of leveling, actually. They're adjustable bolts so that you can level out the pole so it's not leaning. You're welcome.
Now, that side little discussion aside, nope. It was just so we could avoid talking about the Cowboys because, you know what, Alec? You can play any freaking clip that you want.
It's probably a score by Denver.
Probably not very good.
2nd and 10. Toss left to Harvey. Shredding the defense. There he goes, 25, 20, 10. Harvey strolls in. That's a 40-yard score, and the Broncos have their first lead of the day. They just never found him. I'm not sure he was ever touched.
Yeah, there you go. Because that is what we saw time and time and time again yesterday. But I have a question for all of y'all, and maybe you'll agree with my assessment, maybe you won't. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Did you give up on the Cowboys game yesterday towards the end of the third quarter when the Cowboys gave up? So I'm just going to throw this out there as my mission statement for the game yesterday. And if you disagree, fair enough, let's talk about it. I think that you can go to 3:18 left in the third quarter where the Cowboys said, we're done for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Or Brian Schottenheimer, I guess, said, we're done for the day. We don't care to win this game, because that is 100% what I think happened. So the setup is you get a low throw from Dak to Kevontae Turpin. Should have been a better throw. Absolutely should have been a better throw.
A couple few throws yesterday that I was like, that didn't look like regular Dak.
Sure. I do not disagree with that whatsoever. Now, do I also kind of think that Kevontae Turpin should have just caught the ball anyway because he was wide open? Yes, I do. But that was a poor throw. So that puts you in 4th down. You're at your own 44. You're down 30-17 with 3:18 left in the third quarter. To me, this specific moment felt like a no-brainer. You got to go for it. You're already down 2 scores, and it's 4th and 6, by the way. You're already down 2 scores, and this thing is ready to completely spiral out of control. And by the way, if you're curious about that, the Broncos' possessions before that, they'd kicked a field goal, touchdown. The only other possession they had in between is when they kneeled the ball for one play at the end of the half. So you had given up scores on 3 consecutive possessions. And I was like, well, obviously you're going to go for it. That's why they ran that play. They're like, hey, it didn't work out. We're going to go for it. Instead, they punt the ball. There's 3:18 left in the third quarter. And to me, that game is over at that point. So did y'all give up on the game at any point yesterday? And I want to know if there's anybody who gave up on the game at that moment, because I thought that's when it was over. And in case you weren't sure that's when it was over, well, what happened after that? The Broncos systematically, once again, broke down the Cowboys defense, 12 plays, 84-yard drive to make it 37-17. Then on the next Dallas drive, they made it to the red zone and Dak threw a pick.
I do believe after that, like after the game, Schottenheimer was saying he felt the offense was clunky, wasn't very good on that drive specifically. And like, was that the drive you had the Jaden Blue fumble on also? Like he was like, this just wasn't, we weren't good. I didn't feel like we could do it. Then you gave up on the team.
Yes.
Because you know better. You know what this team is. You're watching it in live action, buddy. You're sitting there watching what they're doing and going, we can't stop crap.
Well, and then
So then that moment, yes, Kevin, that was a moment where he gave up on them. because he didn't believe that they could win that game.
And to go along with this, maybe you think it's too harsh, and this is how players get better. Why the hell is Jaden Blue in the game as your primary at that point? Like, I thought that was the whole deal going into this is, that was one of the things that Jerry had talked about, that hell, Shoddy had talked about, is, using him in the right situation. And he can be good. He can get significantly better over the years, over the drives, over the games, all of that. The game is on the line. This felt, to me, maybe other people felt differently.
That might have just been part of the rotation that they had planned for him.
And I hate that because you're down 30-17. You scored a touchdown on your first drive to maybe, because you're down by 17 points, bad turnover on the other side of the half. You're down 17 points. You score a touchdown, hold them to a field goal. All right, you just picked up 4 more points. Mm-hmm. It's 30-17. You score here, touchdown. You are looking at a 1-score deficit going into the fourth quarter. I don't think that's the time when I'm going to see, hey, what can Jaden Blue do for us? Like, that's just not, whether it's rotationally set or not.
You don't have another running back.
No.
Like, that's the, like, if
you have Javon,
you don't have time to see if Jaden Blue is or isn't. Like, you got to just throw him to the fire at this point. And that's why. Like, that's where I am with it. I don't have another option. I haven't signed another running back. Miles Sanders is out for the year.
Right.
This is my third backup. I gotta roll with that right now. But I understand what you're saying. But that was a bad drive. But I agree with you, man. That was a moment when they gave up on the game.
Yeah.
They were like, well, because, again, your defense can't stop anybody.
Yes.
You're watching it happen.
Okay.
So you know that you have to score every time in order. Kevin, that's why I know that you gave up then. This is going to hurt for me to say. I gave up when they had to kick a field goal at the start of the game. Because at that point, I was like, you're going to have to track race this team, and you can't keep up.
And you know what? And we're going to need to go longer form on that because 2 penalties. When the Cowboys had the 3-and-out in the first quarter, down 7-3, I was still mad at that moment because you should have had the ball up 7-0. Mm-hmm. Like, a penalty forced you to kick a field goal, and a penalty allowed the Broncos to score that touchdown. And for the record, I guess I shouldn't say gave up because I kept watching, but at that point, when you punted the ball, I thought the game was over. And I missed the follow-up question to Schottenheimer saying the offense looked clunky because my follow-up question, of course, would have been, well, what the hell did you think of the defense? Because, what has led you at that point to think, well, the defense will lock it down. You're going to be down by 13 points going into the fourth quarter. And I realize what the Broncos did to the Giants last week. I think there's a whole lot of different circumstances that dictated that. What makes you think, well, we're clearly going to force another punt here, and then we just need to reboot on offense, get 2 touchdowns, and in the meantime, get another stop? You had been in position where you just picked up the points. That felt to me like a give up. Give up. We don't care about winning this game.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think other people gave up earlier too.
I get it.
They gave up whenever I did, and I say give up. I just knew at that point I was like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
This team, Kevin, we've talked about it since the Carolina game. Is when we really said the question was, can you give up a single possession where you don't score 7? The answer is no. And you have to score 40 points. Hell, 40 points wouldn't have even won you the game yesterday.
Right.
That's what's even worse is how productive Denver was in big gashes throughout the game offensively. And yes, your defense is, what they are. You got to figure out how to protect them somehow. And so you look at the stats for Javonte Williams, you're like, those numbers aren't very great. And then you go, well, were you behind and you had to play catch up? Yeah. And that's what this offense starts to panic and go, hey, my best assets are George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. Let's use those guys.
Yeah.
Let's throw. Oh, crap. Well, that we didn't score 7 like we needed to multiple times in this quarter. We are screwed. Yeah, this team, Kevin, has they don't, the identity of what they want to be is not real because of the lack of what they can do defensively. Kevin, offensively, you have to it's like whenever you have to be so perfect all the time.
Yep.
and that starts to fray and break on you, and you're like, well, now what? And they have no other options.
So,
because they can't lean on their defense.
Like, for example, take that field goal that you talked about. When you score points a lot of the time, not all of the time.
No, when you get a turnover.
Yes.
You should convert that into 7.
But they didn't. But just scoring points felt like a loss. Even though they still had to go good bit of a ways down the field. It's not like they got the ball at like the Denver 12. They still had to move the ball a good bit of the ways down the field. But it felt like a loss. It felt like a loss because you only got 3 points. And you talked about it, I don't know, a few games ago. You can't be punting the ball 3 times.
You can't.
Well, look at their first 5 possessions. In your first 5 possessions, you scored a touchdown, scored a field goal, and then punted the ball 3 times.
Banger had the most yards yesterday. Banger had more yards than you had receiving.
That is really depressing.
He had 242 receiving yards for 246. He had 252 punting yards. Banger was crushing it yesterday.
So you said you can't punt it 3 times in a game.
Punted 5.
And you punted 3 times in the first 5 drives, okay?
Yep.
Think about this. Think about this for a second. In your first 5 drives, 1 field goal, 1 touchdown, you punted the ball 3 times, but you also forced a turnover. What happens before you get the ball back? You're down 27-10. That's what happens when you have to punt the ball. So once again, I go back to what happened towards the end of the third quarter. And I don't understand in good football strategy confidence how you could think that was the way to go. It boggles the mind. And I'm not discounting. I think you guys are absolutely right. The second and the third possession, I still wonder how different this game could have been. And I see plenty of people who are like, I don't think that you were going to win either way. And maybe you're right. Because it goes back to what was the game where Javonte broke off a big run and then he fumbled the ball? Was that Chicago?
Yeah.
And so maybe
to start the game.
Yeah, maybe you were going to get run either way. But I look at that and been like, a foolish penalty and not just running the ball straight up the middle from the 1 again and again and again cost you a touchdown. So it should have been 7-0. And then you got the stop. Think about it. Your first 2 defensive possessions should have been an interception and a 3-and-out with a 7-0 lead. But instead, because my guy, James Houston, bad penalty, and they get to keep the ball. And then 2 plays later, I believe, they score a touchdown. So all of a sudden, you've already forced a turnover and should have been a 3-and-out, and you're losing 7-3. How does that happen? Terrible penalties.
Yeah, lack of discipline, lack of focus, lack of belief in what you're trying to accomplish. There's a variety of things that it could be. That's what Schottenheimer's supposed to fix on a weekly basis. The consistency discussions by all their players is concerning to me.
Yes.
Guys, why can't we find consistency? Everybody in the room knows what their problems are, and there's not enough balance. You have to have a balance on the offense and defensive side. And the Cowboys' offense has some balance, but because the defense cannot find a leg to stand on, the offense has to be imbalanced, and that forces problems for this team.
And somebody I just saw, I'm sure there's a lot of texts. I've only been able to see a handful of them because they've been coming in quickly. Somebody said Steele wasn't good yesterday. So, let's go.
No, he wasn't. Guyton wasn't.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I think Guyton was a heavy part of costing you earlier in the game. And then Steele. Let's focus on Terrence Steele for just a second. We have the punt that we talked about. Broncos follow-up, 12 play, 84 yards, score touchdowns, 37-17. What happens on the ensuing drive? Dallas moves down the field into the red zone. Dak throws an interception. Was he going to throw the interception either way? Maybe. But you know what really didn't help on that play? Terrence Steele got absolutely worked. And it was just almost it wasn't a straight line because you have to curve around the side. But it almost felt like a straight line to get to Dak to rush the throw. Was he going to throw that interception anyway? I can't say for sure. But what sure as hell didn't help was Terrence Steele getting dominated on that play and having somebody in Dak's face like that.
And that's where, again, you have to be perfect on offense.
For sure.
Because if you can get by, teams can get by with something like that because their defense can make a stop.
Yeah.
Their defense can make a stop when they need to, and they aren't completely blocked across the entire board. That's Kevin, go back and watch this film. You're going to hate it. You're going to hate every single time where you go, that offensive line is one man versus one man, and they took the entire defense out of a play.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to frustrate you even more.
Yeah.
So actually don't watch the film because I don't want you to be in a worse mood tomorrow. So don't do that. Just trust me on this. Okay. But that's the imbalance that you have. And it's until that's fixed, Kevin, this team is going to be in this place.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more on this game. And then I guess my question for y'all is this just going to be the whole season?
Be prepared.
On the inevitable march to 8-8-1. Next on The Fan.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And Prescott's in the gun, 3rd and 5, 4-man rush, pressure, spins away from a sack, and then he is buried. The leading sacking team in the league, and the Greenville, Texas native John Franklin Myers just overwhelmed him. That protection just fell apart for a loss of 13.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is this going to be the whole season on the inevitable march to 8-1? Perhaps you think it's 7-9-1. Whatever the case may be. I believe this was ESPN, maybe it was Sports Illustrated. So we talked about it going in. I think, Corey, you said 8-9 for the Cowboys, or 9-8?
I had 9-8.
Okay.
I have my chart actually mapped out. I'm exactly where I said I would be, except for the tie.
Except for the tie.
Yeah.
And so I also thought 9-8. And you look at yesterday. So you win at Denver. You could have sent a message. I know they had their miraculous comeback, but they were still 5-2. And instead, you go back to Cowboys form. You give up your longest run of the season. Bo Nix has 4 touchdown passes. If it was 8, I would have believed it as well. Dak Prescott got intercepted twice while the number one offense was held in check. Offensive line certainly didn't help with that. Cowboys have now lost 8 in a row to Denver. And you can look at it now, and I'm sure some people felt like this, but you look at it now and you're like, well, of course they did. Because that's what they have done so often, and that might be what they're lined up to do again this season. And I wonder if we're going to have all these highs and lows just inevitably end up at 8-1.
Okay, so Kevin, everybody has to face this reality right now. Talent-wise, you're not a good defense. You don't have the players defensively to be able to do what you need to do. That's a combination of big whiffs in the draft and downright malpractice and neglect in free agency.
Yep.
Like that's the Cowboys have screwed their defense over by going, we'll wait on DeMarvion Overshown.
Yeah.
And Mozzie will be fine. We don't have to do anything there. We'll just wait until he gets good. Like these.
You know, Tom Landry said, I don't know if you ever heard this quote, that it's the 3rd year you have to wait for that defensive lineman. Here we are.
I feel like you can kind of figure it out.
So he's hitting,
it doesn't always have to be that.
Oh, okay.
Just whenever your guy hasn't done it in the first 2 years, you got to start using that.
Gotcha.
This is the life we've chosen.
It is.
I know. We need to play that other kid. Talking about how he hates his team.
The way I look at it, and this, we all, like, I feel like 8 games in is a pretty good dose of understanding what you really are.
Right.
There are 5 tiers, not streaming down my face. There are 5 tiers that are good, bad teams.
Okay.
3, you're either really good or really bad. Those are the top and bottom tiers.
Okay.
In the middle, it's mediocre, and it's separated into 3 different tiers there.
Okay.
You either are above mediocre, mediocre, or sub-mediocre. A team that can beat bad teams cannot beat good teams and cannot beat above mediocre teams. Ooh. You're a bad team.
Oh, no.
And your talent on the defensive side of the ball is bad. You can become a mediocre team with 1 defensive addition, but you have to upgrade a lot in a variety of areas before you can be above mediocre. And that's where the Cowboys are right now. That's like, this team is a sub-mediocre team that if they make the trade to add a defensive player, they're still mediocre. Maybe they go to above mediocre just a little bit, but they are sub-mediocre right now. And that's the reality. So, Kevin, yes, if it's going to be destined to be an 8-1 team, 8-1 would tell you that you were mediocre.
Yeah.
But if you can't beat mediocre teams, let alone just above mediocre teams, then you are below that. And your record it just kind of tells you, yeah, you're in that area. You're in that window, but you're one of the bottom of the mediocre teams because of the losses that you sustained. I'll take that. When you look at your schedule and say, did we beat good teams? No. Did we beat bad teams? All of your wins so far are against teams that have losing records.
I hate this team.
So you understand.
Oh, I get that.
That, exactly. So you understand that you are one of the sub-mediocre. Anybody in that parody that Jerry's always talking about, it is exactly that. every once in a while, you'll get an outlier, really good teams that they're chock full of talent, got great coaching, they got all the good things going on, and then you'll get the outliers of the really bad teams, the Jets, the Bengals, like the teams that are in that window that they can't beat anybody. But then there's that trio of where are you in that mix? Because you could get a chance if you're just above mediocre, but this team is not.
Hey, shut up. The teams we beat have won 6 games.
How many have they lost?
17. Okay. And Washington is a 10.5-point underdog tonight. Mm-hmm. So it feels logical.
And they didn't have 3 receivers.
Yes.
You were able to do what you wanted to offensively against them.
So it feels logical to say it will probably be 6-18. And you know what's really weird about this all? And then you have a tie in a game that you could have definitely won. You have a tie against the team with the best record in the NFC. That doesn't make any sense. How?
Yeah, it does.
Because that's the Cowboy way?
That game specifically, you leveled up for that one game. Kevin, in Super Mario Brothers, when Mario would get the mushroom and he'd go nuts, like you leveled up for that one game because it was against Micah. That's why I ask Jerry this a lot. When are you going to go in there and be a real son of a bee? I've asked him that. Like, they play whenever they realize that Jerry has something on the line and he needs their help. Hey, I traded Micah away, and the team said, we'll respond for you.
Yeah.
Clock guy didn't in that instance, and now we have a tie, obviously. But like, they will respond. They're just too much. Yeah, they're one of the best teams in the NFL, and you tied them.
Yeah,
you got more games coming up, Kevin, where it's just the water in the ceiling is starting to build up, and at some point it's just gonna against the Buffalo, against the Detroit, all these other teams. You're gonna be like, oh my gosh, what are we doing here?
And so herein lies. First of all, I think that sound effect is a good description. Here's what's gonna happen, and you can almost see it as already being done. You're gonna win on Monday Night Football against Arizona because Arizona is not very good. Plus, you're playing at home, and then you're going to head into the bye week.
Has Kyler ever lost in AT&T Stadium? Ooh. Are we still at that point where he hasn't lost a game at AT&T?
Are you sure he's going to play?
That's a good point.
And so I think you're going to win that game, which is not what you want for the big picture of this franchise. That's just me.
Because you go into the bye week with all these dreams.
Not only the bye week, but the next day is the trade deadline. And so once again, could you fool yourself into thinking, hey, we're 4-4-1. We just made an upgrade. We're coming off the bye. We're playing against a terrible Las Vegas team. Those are the teams that we feast on. And therein lies a little bit of the problem if you look at the schedule. Like, I know that November schedule around Thanksgiving is going to punch you in the face. But the next 2 teams that you play, they have a combined record of 4-10. These are the teams that you usually feast against. And I hope, I know Jerry said like what would happen in the game would not necessarily impact his thought process on how to make on how to make the team better. I really hope that it does, because maybe you destroy Arizona because you're awesome at home and you're awesome on beating up against crap opponents. And then maybe Overshone really does come back for that Monday Night Football game, and maybe you beat up on another crap opponent, and all of a sudden you're 5-4-1, and they feel justified about if they did anything at the trade deadline. But realistically,
so you don't have the feeling that if you just hang around that you can.
No, look,
things can turn around,
and that's why most of the year I have not really wanted to make moves with those. Just in general, but certainly not with those top draft picks. I think the right thing to do for the health of your franchise overall is to just wait. I don't think people are going to stop talking about the Cowboys next year just because you have another crap season. We've seen it before, and guess what? Everybody still talks about the Cowboys, because let's say you make a trade and you get Overshone back. Now you're 5-4-1. Rock on. Do you honestly think, here's your rest of your schedule: host Philly, host Kansas City, at Detroit, host Minnesota, host the Chargers, at Washington, at New York. You think down the stretch you're going 5-2 to finish the season at 10-6-1? Because if you honestly do, and I kind of think that the front office honestly does think that, then I understand why you're going to go for it. But I think if we're all being real with ourselves, That ain't going to happen. And that's why making whatever move for especially a one-year player that will be gone after this year, I think would be hugely problematic and very, very short-sighted.
All right, Kevin, if you were going to go 5-2, let's in that stretch there, if you were going to go 5-2, which teams are you beating? Giants and Washington on the road? Maybe the Chargers?
I think maybe Minnesota. Because those are home games, so you'd have to beat
either the Chiefs, Eagles, or Lions.
Yeah, and you might have to win 2 of those games. I don't see it, because as much as I thought they looked kick-ass against Washington, it was without their 3 best players. You throttled the Jets. The Jets are terrible. You needed, thank God for Brandon Aubrey, to beat the New York Giants, and they still don't look good. Even when they switched out their quarterback, they've had plenty of their own struggles. So the thought that you're going to beat Philly, beat Kansas City, go on the road and beat Detroit? Nonsense.
I do, because somebody said it wouldn't matter because Eberflus is still your coordinator.
It seems like they're pretty dug in.
I am kind of curious on the front of, does he have NFL players on his side of the football?
And that's, so like,
if you gave him NFL players on his side of the football, is he better, or did you buy him to make your players NFL players?
Which that,
because right now they don't look like an NFL defense.
That feels like a mistake. But
like I feel like your whole goal is to litter the side of the ball with as much talent as you possibly can, so that you can be in position to make a move that would say, yeah, that'll put us over the top for that 5-2 stretch at the end of the game.
And that's a way more terrifying prospect, right? And that's why so many people say fire Eberflus, because you're hoping like, hey, we can make that one
Somebody
move and
else
you're all
has
good
a magic
to go.
wand, yeah.
Because if you don't, the harder move to pay attention to is, hey, I'm glad you got Deron Bland, but what else is happening out there? Safeties getting injured all the time, and when they're not injured, are they really that great? Trayvon Diggs, maybe he comes back, maybe he doesn't, but his heart or maybe his skill level because of the injuries doesn't really seem to be into it. Hey, Marshawn Nealand, are you still on this football team? Hey, Dante Fowler, that one game was awesome against, I think, the Jets. Where have you been all of these other times? Are we really depending on Shamar James, the 5th-round pick, to take over and do everything like that? You've already mentioned Mozzie Smith. We've talked about that. So, like, that's way more intimidating to think about, because then all of a sudden you're like, hey, we got 2 extra first-round picks. Who's making those picks?
Let's go.
And how are they going to do?
We're going to need to break those down into multiple third-round picks so that we can fill the defense up with more players.
Okay, because otherwise people are going to be thinking, let's take more Marshawn Nealands. Let's take more Mozzie Smiths. We
need more offensive linemen.
Yes, that is true. You need a right and a left tackle. Well, we got Nate Thomas ready to roll. Let's see if they'll end up deploying him. But yeah, you have a lot of issues. I know that's not the way. I know that's not what's going to happen with Steven today, with Jerry tomorrow. You just, hey, we got people coming back. We're going to turn it around, and you got to execute and everything that.
If we can get this win against Arizona, then we can get to the bye week and reassess where we are and then make a big push on the other side.
And I'm not saying they're the only team that does this, because they're most definitely not. But I kind of wish that internally, at least, they would be like, this team is not good enough. Maybe trade off a couple of people and continue to stockpile draft picks and then figure it out from there, because I don't think this way works at all. Okay, well, I gave it a shot, Jerry. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, hey, guess what? At least the Mavs and Stars both won yesterday. Let's talk about that next right here on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
Chevrolet, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Scotty Barnes misses. He's back in the game. Mavericks running. Good ball.
Climb the mountain.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, well, at least we had the Mavs and the Stars yesterday, and they were able to put wins on the board. Would you like to start with the Mavericks, or would you like to start with the Dallas Stars?
Let's roll out with the Stars, dude.
Okay.
Since our interview with Jim Nill on Friday, which, if you haven't heard it, go check it out on the Odyssey app or on 1053thefan.com, because, Kevin, it was exceptional. Since then, though, Stars are undefeated.
And also, did Bobby just leave the room with volume up on the computer or whatever
I have
that
no
was?
clue. I think when I said Stars, he just got furious.
Oh, okay.
You know, the morning show is not a huge Stars group.
Oh, my gosh. I don't want to put that on them.
Because sometimes the games are late.
Oh, they know how to read an email. Go ahead and give me cut number 23, if you will. And the Stars are victorious.
Harley again. Robertson. Low. Bork right side. Score! What movement! And Mikko Rantanen finishes with a second left on the power play. Dallas has the lead.
The Stars win Saturday and Sunday by marks of 3-2, in case you were confused, thinking this was the same game, though they were actually different games. You had different goaltenders in the net as well, but you get the 3-2 win both times, which was huge because you had been spiraling. I know you got the point against the Kings, but that was a home game, and you gave up a really quick, really not too competitive overtime goal to lose that potential other point. So to see them get wins on Saturday and Sunday, take 4 points in the span of like 28 hours or whatever it was very impressive.
Do you feel, we were talking about the Cowboys' identity. Do you feel that the Stars' identity has changed at all from what we've thought about them for the last 3 or 4 years? Or are they still, is it because the same players, you're just like, it's not going to change much if you have those players?
I know when they play Washington on Tuesday, you'll hit 10 games. And Kidd talked about this, and Nil, to a certain extent, kind of talked about this. That 10 to 20 games in is where you feel like you'll get a better definition for what your team is and what they do well. And
we're only 9 right now.
Yeah,
so.
But and this has been a confusing 9. Because you go back to the very first 2 games, you win what ends up being essentially shootouts, despite the fact that, especially in the first game, you had a really big lead. Then you look at that chunk at the beginning part of your losing streak, your defense and your goaltending looks subpar, and now you've gone back in these last 2 games able to kind of grind it out just a little bit.
Yeah, it feels like those first 3 were very, very similar to what the Stars were. We were like, oh, they just carried over. And they're just going to keep rolling that way because you still had leaky defense moments. Like you still had those, which created what you said felt like shootout wins. And then you looked like you couldn't offensively. You couldn't do anything.
Yes.
In the other 2, like that's where you were like, hold on, is this something we didn't expect? This like you would never expect the Stars to not be able to put the puck in the net. And so that's where I'm kind of like, if they're the same identity and they haven't become more mentally tough or more physically tough, then we just change coaches for the sake of changing coaches.
Yeah, no, I definitely won't go that far yet. I understand if people have those concerns, but one thing
I do.
Okay, and
understand me.
Okay, I understand you. But one thing that I think you will love, because I know you love this player. By the way, we're gonna have an autographed puck from this player for Peace-a-thon. Mikko Rantanen could be the person who develops in your identity of he is ready to absolutely be your best player, to not disappear for as many games as sometimes you've seen previously in his career. 3 goals over the last 2 games. And you saw they were all very consequential, and some of them game-winning goals. And so I think that potentially could be potentially your development that maybe...
That is a different change from what you've been overall.
Yeah. And for the first time in maybe a minute, depending on how you feel, you could have a very defined best player. Because I know you go back 2 seasons, Jason Robertson was your best player, setting franchise records offensively. A lot of people will tell you that Miro is your best player. I know there are other people who would push for
Otter.
Rope or Otter, or maybe one of the things that develops with this team is you look at Rantanen and you're like, well, that's obviously your best player. You have lots of other really good players behind him, but that's obviously your best player, and he can come through with a clutch point when you need it.
Let's do it then.
Oh, okay.
Let's do more of that.
And Rope Hintz, I think he's fallen out of that conversation. Just my opinion, I don't think you can reasonably have a conversation and say he's the best player on this team. He was out for yesterday's game, run into a couple of injury issues, and that last one is from the hit on Saturday night that he took in the third period. So he was out last night. You were still able to get the win, but yeah, you'd really like to see Rope and then Wyatt Johnston that we've talked about have just stellar seasons.
Yeah, some electric moments.
I think that would help progress this team significantly
I'm
further.
with you on that, especially for Wyatt, like the continued development and growth of him, for sure.
Now, on the Mavericks front, we got news with the game yesterday, but also you were telling me Mark Aguirre is going to have his jersey retired.
Yeah,
is that
looks
correct?
like on January 29th, the Mavericks are planning to retire Mark Aguirre's number. Now, this is interesting.
He deserves it.
He had a very
tumultuous
time as he left the Mavericks, and he did not like speaking about the Mavericks after that. And I am kind of curious, when Dirk was like, hey, I'm upset with this franchise, and Luka is gone, and those were your 2 most recent franchise cornerstones, then you have to go, well, we need to go lean back on whatever we had nostalgic in the past, and now let's go find Mark Aguirre, who hated us for a while, and say, please help us in this time. And he's emotionally as you said, he deserves this. This is awesome for him, and congratulations whenever this does happen. I love it for him.
And I'm not.
But it does feel like they're kind of leaning on more nostalgia because they don't have anything else a foundation to lay on right now.
I am not here to argue about the selling of nostalgia for them whatsoever. I'm just happy for him because, with all due respect to Brad Davis, Mark Aguirre was the second or first from that era.
He's an awesome player.
I personally put Rolando Blackman first, but he was my first favorite player. But Mark Aguirre is absolutely the 1B then to 1A of Blackman, if that is how you see it. He absolutely deserves this. Now, is the timing of it to smoke and mirror for some other things? Maybe. And that is...
but happy for him.
Yeah, he absolutely deserves it.
And for the kids out there who are like, I have no clue who Mark Aguirre is.
Go look it up. Those 80s
Mark
Mavericks
Aguirre is a baseball player. Mark Aguirre is a former Maverick. Go look his numbers up. Go look what he did. And that period of time, that was an exciting time for the Mavericks because you thought they're building something special.
I mean, the 87-88 Mavericks team went to the Western Conference Finals and made it to Game 7 at the Forum against the Lakers, who went on to win that championship. So if it hadn't
been for the Lakers, the Mavs would have had their first championship that year.
Could they have defeated the Pistons, or would the Pistons have won 3 straight? Don't know. But that's how good they were. Now, the Mavericks win. But I want to actually focus on something else. We could talk all about the Mavericks win, but I thought this was a really smart answer from Jason Kidd. I think just about everything that the Mavericks have done in the fallout of trading Luka has been the wrong direction. If you see the right direction...
drafting Cooper Flagg was the wrong direction?
Yeah, because they definitely planned that out. Well, maybe they did. Fortune favors the bold, I've heard. But most of the things that they've done have been wrong. Here's Jason Kidd, because he was asked, after you lost to freaking Washington on Friday, and make no mistake about it, Washington sucks. So the fact that you lost to Washington, well, I will let you draw your own conclusions for that. But Jason Kidd, and you lost to them at home, for God's sakes. Jason Kidd was asked about people are still chanting fire Nico. I think he gave a good answer. I think this is Jason Kidd. I think they have the right to vent. This is a different team. This is a new team. We're just getting to understand each other. We're going to keep learning each other. I would say be patient, but I understand the frustration. We all want to we all want to win. We all want to compete at a high level. This is a game of expression, and the fans have a right to express themselves. So what I like about it is he was like, hey, this is a new team. This is a different deal. It might take us just a second, while also being like, hey, I get it. You're mad because your guy, one of the best players in the league, got sent away, and you're still mad about it.
And has torched some people a few times.
Yes.
And is now also injured.
He did get hurt because that is unfortunately what happens with Luka quite a bit. But you've gotten the full Luka experience early in the season where he puts up ridiculous numbers for the Lakers.
And then sits out for a week.
Yes, that are better than anything else the Mavericks have been able to put together. And then he misses time.
And I'm not saying that like just flippantly being like, Luka's nothing. Like man, Luka was
he's
the most exciting Maverick player we've ever had, probably. Like, as much as Dirk gave us, Luka was uniquely gifted. But this is the place you're in right now where you're watching on the other side of things going, what? Why? But you're also watching a Cooper Flagg grow into his body in the NBA right now, like in real time.
So here's some positive stuff for Cooper Flagg. According to ESPN research, I did not do this research. At 18 years old and 309 days, or I guess I should say 18 years and 309 days old, Cooper Flagg became the 5th youngest player in NBA history to score at least 20 points in a game. These are the other people in the group: Jermaine O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, and LeBron James. So that's a pretty damn good group to be a part of. If Jermaine O'Neal is the worst, what's that?
Is that 2 champions or is that
at least 2? I'd have to check on one of them. But if Jermaine O'Neal is the worst player that you're in a group with, that's probably a pretty good group. And then also,
Jermaine O'Neal's a fantastic interview. By
exactly.
The way.
Cooper Flagg joined Kobe Bryant as the only players in NBA history to score 20 points without committing a turnover in a game before they turned 19.
Look at that.
Look, are you still 1-2 and you lost to crappy Washington? Yes, you did. But hopefully that last win was a step in the right direction. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has raised. That's absurd. Hey, remember when we used to be, what was it?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Have you heard the great news of the day?
I'm guessing not.
Chili's, after overwhelming public complaints, is bringing back their skillet queso.
Can you believe it, Mitt?
How excited are you about this?
Big news here.
Boy, you guys are on top of things.
Thank you. We try to stay as current as possible.
Yeah.
Can queso help you play stickier defense?
Well, if I go and eat Chili's queso today, I will have eaten one more thing of Chili's queso than Jake Ferguson got receptions yesterday. Because I want to talk about that as well. Actually, can I ask you?
You think that was the big difference in the 20-point loss?
No, absolutely not. Well,
there's a lot
here's
of bad
the thing,
things there,
Mickey, and I hope this makes sense. We've already spent some time talking about the offense this morning because I know how god-awful this defense is, and I don't know if I have any optimism that we'll ever get better than, like, fifth worst in the league. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I've got a suggestion.
Okay, tell me.
Don't go out there and play in the secondary with a bunch of guys other than
Right.
one that shouldn't even be on the roster.
Right.
Thank you.
It makes a difference.
Yes.
Right? Bridges starts his first game. This is a guy that was a 7th-round draft choice by the Chargers, and he didn't make the team. And the Cowboys picked him up and go, well, this will be a good practice squad guy. Not in their wildest dreams do they think they got to start him against Denver for his first NFL start, right?
Yeah.
And then you're without 3 of your top 4 safeties, and one more gets hurt that was on the practice squad, and now you've got the guy that you kept on the practice squad and put on the 53 to give you depth at nickel corner. He's got to play safety, and he might have played the best of all of them. And it's like, so you sit there and go, well, what do you do?
Yeah.
Well, all right, but you can't go out there in the National Football League and this BS about next man up, because it's next man up, and it's going to show. Did you think the Broncos and Sean Payton scouted Trayvon Bridges?
Probably, I guess.
They had a bullseye on him the whole game, right? And so, I understand, the problems they had in coverage. I still don't understand the problems they have, stopping the run when guys can go 40 yards without even being touched.
What is the solution to next man up then? Like, I know get players healthier. Like, I get that. But in the meantime, is it just scouring the practice squads? Is it making a trade? Like, what is the solution to next?
Yeah, but if a guy's on a practice squad, why is he on the practice squad?
Fair.
'Cause he's not good enough to be on a 53, but you'll sign him to your 53.
Sure.
You got to take a chance, right?
Right.
And so, I understand, it looked like they took a step against the Commanders, and we'll find out about the Commanders more tonight, right? But, the disturbing part has to be that, I'm sorry, your offense has to score 30, if not 40 points a game to have a chance to win.
Yep.
That's just the way it is.
Yep.
And you can't show up with 24 points and 7 of them coming in garbage time, right?
How frustrating does that make that opening penalty on their opening drive then, when all of a sudden you go back from the 1, from the 6, and that ends up leading to a field goal? And then I know you had a defensive penalty that kept Denver on the field. It felt like those 2 penalties really...
Well, when you read my column today, those will be the first 2 things I pointed out.
Okay.
The fact that you kicked a field goal, and I understand there was a penalty, but you were at the 1-yard line.
Yeah.
And you didn't get in the end zone.
Nope.
And you can't kick a field goal from the 1. I think if I look back on these last 3 games, they kicked field goals from the 11, the 5, the 9, and the 1. You can't win that way. And you got to be able to score a touchdown. And then, the next possession, you're getting them off the field, 3 and out. And James Houston...
Yeah.
They said he lined up in the neutral zone. Well, his head was over the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
What's he looking at?
No,
He could have seen the backside of the football, right?
That was really bad.
They next, they 26-yard pass, and then what was it, 40-yard run, and here we go. And so, you can't make those mistakes. And they continue to, kind of shoot themselves in the foot. The next time they end up, Dak gets sacked because Benito beats Guyton off the line. I believe it was Guyton off the line of scrimmage. And then the other guy comes in and gets a sack. And then after that, and I thought this one wasn't on Terrence Steele. It was on Carl Sheffers. He had blocked that guy when they called holding on him when Dak ran for 6 yards, and the guy turned to run, and his hands, when he turned to run, were still on his back. Well, of course, because the guy took off and turned his back to him. and they called holding 10 yards, and that was the end of that possession. So it was one thing after another, after another, after another to start the game, and that's not what you can do on the road where this team now, Broncos, in the last 5 quarters have scored 77 points.
Right.
Can't happen. You can't make those mistakes because you don't have that margin of error to recover from when you do so.
It's an absolute fact right there.
Yeah.
And that being said, like we going into this game, we knew pressure from the front from Denver was going to happen.
Their front's awesome.
They have a very good front, and they had 8 quarterback hits. I think I heard this morning on
Yes.
Sean and Bobby.
Well,
and
it was
RJ
on the defensive stat sheet.
18 was it 18 pressures?
Well, I
to
don't
go
know
along
about
with that?
pressures, but they do give official quarterback hits to go along with 2 sacks and the fact that
And Cowboys had 1 quarterback hit.
yes,
Okay.
and add in Dak's 6 runs.
Yes.
Only one of them was called, right? The quarterback sneak. The rest of them, because he's running for his life to prevent a sack. So, yeah, and they did a good job, and they knew what they needed to do, and they blitzed. You know, they were blitzing to the point where the Cowboys, okay, you're going to keep a tight end here and there, and you mentioned Ferguson. He probably was forced to block more. But there was a couple times they lined up in shotgun with Javonte Williams, the running back, in front of Dak, not behind him, in front of him to pick up a blitz. That's how susceptible they were to the blitzes that the Broncos did. And then when you get in a lead like that and all you can do is pass, oh boy, are you in trouble.
Yeah, and that feels like a good description of yesterday.
Oh boy, are you in trouble?
Yeah. No, I'm not being sarcastic. And I know you mentioned the RJ Harvey run is the longest one the Cowboys gave up for the season, but this was yet another one where it felt like, in addition to all of those issues, your run defense just looked like it was getting smashed again and again and again.
Well, think about it. They gave up 6.4 yards a carry.
Yeah.
And if you looked at their top 2 rushers, Dobbins and Harvey, they had 22 carries for 157 yards, which comes to 6.6 yards a carry. And, I understand the problems in the secondary, but up front, the defensive ends, I thought they kind of solved their problem last week because they contributed against the run. So I looked at the stat sheet here, tackles, and the Cowboys had 51 tackles. Well, the defensive ends, it took 9 of them to get 11 tackles. So that's like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 2, and 2. That's it. They didn't do anything to slow down the run. And if they're not doing anything, then the linebackers have probably got offensive linemen nailing them because they're not being held up on the defensive front. So that's the other problem. We talk all this, and I've said this before. We got to play zone, or we got to play man. Well, what are you playing up front? Because they ain't playing catch.
Right.
So that, but again, I get it, but you got to score points, and that's where you kind of had a problem.
I thought something that Dak said after the game yesterday was really interesting because, I'm sure you've heard it. Everybody talking about trade this, trade that, and whatnot. But he said, we got to be better in everything we do. Doing it, getting a trade takes opportunities and plays away from somebody else. Forget a trade. Do more, right? Shut that talk up. So I guess
he's got to talk to the guys in that room.
Yes.
Like where that comes from, right?
Exactly.
And then to go along with that, because you're just going to have the one more game before the trade deadline. I mean, do you believe that at least some of the players they have can do enough to shut the trade talk up, or is that going to continue for the next 8 days?
Oh, I'm sure it's going to continue, but I just wrote this line. It's like, if they trade for one person, Is that the last piece of the puzzle?
No, this team needs a lot
because
more.
we got a jigsaw puzzle going.
Mhm. Right, every
There's
level.
pieces are scattered all over the place.
Every
right?
level
Do you
on
need
the
a cornerback?
Yes.
Yes. Right.
But when Ravel
I think
gets back, you're
I
gonna be
think.
fine.
Well, yeah, but it's not going to be until his 21 days are
Uh-huh,
over, right? And you're hoping that you can put in a raw rookie who hasn't had any football since the third week of last season that can come in and help. But and then you got to put your supposed Pro Bowl corner on injured reserve, right?
Yeah.
Concussion?
Do you think he's going to play for this team again?
I don't think so. I don't think he wants to. And Jerry, everybody's kind of given veiled reasons, right? Well,
Yeah.
Jerry said at one point after the game, he said he's got to get in better shape to play. And so that seems like an all-encompassing reason why he's on injured reserve. And he has a bonus in his contract. It's a roster bonus. I think it's like $50,000 a game when you're active.
Oh,
so yeah, I don't know how you analyze concussions, but this one must be very severe that lasts 5-6 weeks, right?
Do it sounds like from that inflection, you question that?
Well, I'm just saying from looking at history of concussions.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So maybe, I don't know, maybe he damaged his neck. That's a possibility.
I do not think you're alone in perhaps thinking or insinuating that there is other things at play here.
I mean, and that's somebody you're counting on.
Yeah.
And now he's not there. And you got to start a raw rookie who 7th round pick, and the other side is, and I don't know that Elam was bad, but Buffalo is a former 1st round pick, and they basically gave him away.
Right.
You can't ignore linebacker and safety, and
there's no level of this defense I can ignore.
The whole
That's what I
defense needs to be
said.
looked at.
It's a scattered pieces from a jigsaw puzzle right now on defense. And,
Yeah.
I'm sure I know who gets the blame. It's always the defensive coordinator, but what's he working with?
Well, and that's
Thank you.
And that's one of the things that we talked about, Mickey, because that's just easier to say, right? We'll replace the defensive coordinator. That's one guy. Maybe we could fix it up. The way harder and sobering thing to deal with is where all these players came from, and those people either continuing to make those contracts or continuing to make those picks or continuing to coach those people or blah, 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 blah. That's a way more expansive project that I think that scares us all.
Yeah, no, it does. And I don't know, playing more is going to fix it, or bringing in one guy is going to fix it.
It's not.
It's
No.
not, right?
No.
Especially if you can't. My thought was at one point, it's just just blitz. What do you got to lose?
Yeah.
Because you're not.
Yes, you're not going to stop him anyway. Yes,
So
I
go ahead.
agree.
All out blitz every play.
Yeah, why not? You're not stopping the run if they happen to hit you with a screen or a run, and you certainly aren't getting much pressure anyway. So
what's going to happen? You're
Go.
going to give up a big play? That's probably going to happen anyway.
Wait, I think I marked that since you said big plays. I want to say they had 7 plays of 21 yards or more. Five of those were at least 25, and they had a 40 and a 39.
And 3 or 4 of those were in the first quarter. So they set the tone for that straight away.
Yeah, they came out. They had this defense well scouted. I'm sure Washington's probably sitting there going, "What in the world did we do?"
Yeah. In the meantime, though, Mickey, if you could communicate the message to Missouri to just go ahead and let A&M take that game. We're having a season that we never have, so if you could help pave the way for us to keep marching on, that would be great.
Well, the Vanderbilt player that broke the quarterback's ankle probably helped you out, right?
That is true.
I don't know if you saw.
I did. That was definitely unfortunate.
Did he think he was twisting, braiding a loaf of bread or something? Goodness gracious, what are you doing?
Thank you very much, good sir. And that, you know what, that question.
Good that we can end on that note, right?
Yeah.
Because only Missouri can complete a Hail Mary with the receiver's feet on the goal line, but facing forward and the ball's at the 1.
Thanks
and that's the end of the game.
It would be funny if it wasn't so sad, you know? Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
I'm glad I'm laughing. Okay, see ya.
We laugh to keep from crying.
Oh,
We're the
man.
KNC Masterpiece right here, I guess, on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, there's a lot of pressure on you, Alec, to bring happiness into our life.
Make me happy.
Oh, I got the question of the day. Plus, I'm feeling generous today. Find out how next on The Fan.
this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Nix in the gun. Safety blitz from the left side by Bell. Throws it in the end zone. Franklin's all alone. Standing all alone. Touchdown Broncos. They blitzed the safety, Marquise Bell, who couldn't be back because he was up. And nobody covered Troy Franklin. And the Broncos are about to be up 14-3.
Don't worry, we probably would have given up that play even without a blitz, okay? Don't worry about that. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I'm feeling generous. Kevin and Corey don't even know what I'm about to do, but they will find out, as will you, momentarily. 877-881-1053 again to get involved with today's version of AM on the FM. But, gentlemen, it is the week of Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
And I have noticed as I've gone on my evening walks or just driving through the neighborhood, my neighborhood goes all out for Halloween. They really do. Ooh. I feel like we're the only house that doesn't for Halloween. We do for Christmas.
Are you sad about that then?
Not really, because I end up being the one that has to put up the decorations and tear them all down, so I'm kind of cool with not having to do work. So that's pretty cool. But it does make me a little bit sad because some of the neighbors do the absolute most. And when I tell you that, there was a house that had like a 10-foot inflatable skeleton in their backyard on September 1st. And I'm like, that's way too early. What are we doing here?
Whoa. I like the people who leave it up all year round and just decorate their skeleton. Like for Christmas, they'll put Santa hats on them.
That's
and for Easter, they'll put bunny ears on them.
Is that where Jack Skellington comes in clutch? Because he can kind of hover between the two?
Yeah. I think that's fair because is it a Halloween movie? Is it a Christmas movie? Who knows?
You know, my wife hates that movie.
Really? I love it.
She does not hate a lot of things. She thinks Jack Skellington is just like the most selfish a-hole in the world. And so.
Oh, I just don't like
the stop motion.
Yeah. I love Tim Burton's
Makes me
work.
feel nauseous.
Ever since I was a kid, I always loved Tim Burton. So I love stop motion and animation and stuff like that. So it was always fun to me. But I want to know, what is the most absurd decoration you put up this time of the year or somebody in your neighborhood does? 877-881-1053.
So I'm going to say this because I know people have lots of fiery opinions about the candy. We have probably a 3-4 foot tall inflatable candy corn in our yard. And I know people have lots of fiery opinions about the candy. So maybe they drive by and they hate it. You suck. It's delicious.
I'm with
you
you,
can eat
Alec.
it each color at a time.
It's candle wax.
Delicious.
It's pretty much what it is. It is candle wax. But, I mean, that 3 or 4 foot tall candy corn, huh?
Yeah.
Does it have a face on it or something? Or is it just...
No,
It's just a piece of candy corn?
I think so.
If it had a face on it, would you eat it?
I don't think so.
I'm marking that.
That's the whole thing is you cut the head off so you feel okay about eating it.
Marking that too.
That what? That's how food works.
Bro.
All right.
Take it easy.
I'm just going to write eating faces.
Don't you think anybody feels guilty if they eat a fish and the head's still on it and you're like, oh, that was a person or a animal,
No,
fish.
it's not a person.
You know what I'm saying. That
Fish
thing was
person.
alive.
Yeah, it
Whereas
was.
if I get a hamburger, I don't think, oh man, I wonder if that cow's name was Gus because it doesn't have a head on it.
Gus the cow. Corey, can you save me, please? Do you have an absurd decoration, or do any of your neighbors have an absurd decoration up at this time of the year?
I do have a neighbor down the road who my dog Kodak is scared to walk in front of his yard because he's a puppy, for one. All right. So he's still trying to figure life out. But for two, they do have the 15-foot tall, like 3 of them. One is a giant, like Frankenstein looking thing. Another one's a scarecrow, and he's carrying, what's that thing called with the a sickle or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah.
And then the other one's one of those giant skeletons. And like those are ridiculous. I love them, though. They look so cool. Oh, no, it's not a skeleton. It's like a pumpkin-headed skeleton thing. So it's even scarier.
Oh.
Its arm fell off the other day.
Oh, no.
We have a giant ghost that's inflatable that kind of goes up, and then it falls over all the time, and we have to keep putting it up. It's supposed to have strings attached to it. They broke. Nobody
you put
told
the
me.
stakes in there.
I
and
didn't
stuff,
know.
Yeah.
And then we have this spider that glows. Its butt glows and stuff. And Adrian buried it in a shrub. So I'm like, nobody can even see it. But I'm not saying anything because then I'm going to have to do it. I think it's kind of like me whenever I'm like, I'm just going to throw the lights out in the yard and see if she'll fix it. You know, I'm very passive aggressive like that. So I think she's doing this to me. She's reverse psychologying me.
Oh.
But other than that, yeah, I do. I really like the guy, though. I got a neighbor on the other side. He's got the giant skeleton, but he has other smaller skeletons. And that giant skeleton is like holding them up on the roof. So he's like putting them up on the roof, like the little.
I like that.
He's always telling stories with these guys out there. I like
That's cool. That is really cool. Kevin, there's somebody in solidarity with you on the whole food thing. From the 214, I took my buddy out for crawfish his first time going, and when the platter came out, he said, dang, I bet these guys had hobbies.
Yes. I didn't know what a hobby of a crawfish is, but it had one.
Probably not.
Could have been living.
Probably not, yeah.
It was just living life in mud.
That's right.
Maybe it was an advocate.
It might actually be a better life in your stomach than it was in the mud.
That's really sad to think
imperialism
about.
talking right there.
Jeez.
Maybe it was against the tush push. You don't know.
Yeah. As we all are. From the 858, my friend does a full-blown haunted house complete with those giant decorations in their front yard. It's gotten so popular that it's become a block party and the street gets shut down.
Okay.
That's a lot.
I have a question.
I want a big, huge Halloween party.
Okay. And I don't know if this will change the direction of this segment, Alec.
Oh, no.
Have you ever gone to what you thought was a haunted house?
Turned out to be a swinger party?
No. What?
Nope.
No.
Not me either.
But it was a Jesus house. And look, I can say that. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like it's a scared straight house or whatever, and you thought it was a haunted house, but it was never? No. Oh, man. And all of a sudden you go in there and they're like, you shouldn't have premarital sex or else you'll go to hell. And you thought it was going to be like, man, I thought
the premarital sex was, I
thought I was going to see the guy from Hellraiser, not learn about things. Nobody?
No.
Screw you guys.
Why?
Yeah.
Just because we haven't lived life like you?
Because this is the second time this segment you haven't supported me.
I'm support you. You asked if I had. I said no.
Yeah, he was just being honest, and I never have.
You guys also act like you've never even heard of this thing. You don't know that Jesus house that you would go to? Where they would like teach you lessons and stuff?
It's called church.
No, it's not church.
And then they would say it's not a Halloween party, it's a fall festival. And we would be like, why?
Trunk or treat. I miss those days. 877-881-1053. The most absurd decorations.
I love you, bro. I just didn't. I
hope the rest of your segment goes poorly.
We did not experience this. I'm sorry.
Nobody. Oh, for the 46406. Oh, my wife was tricked into going to one of those by some guy in college. She was so mad. Yes, Thank you.
Do they not let you leave?
No, we have to go through the whole thing.
Why?
Or else you have to walk backwards. I'm not walking through walk of shame through the Jesus house from the 972. My church took me to one of those Jesus houses when I was 17. It was weird as hell. Thank you.
Okay. I'm glad other people shared this experience. You don't have to be mad at us for not living life like you.
I didn't know that's what it was when we're in line.
Okay.
I was taken there under false pretenses.
Kevin was taken.
Oh, got a specific set of skills. From the 682.
Couldn't help get me out of that line.
Exactly, because he wouldn't walk backwards. From the 682, my fiance decided to put up all the Christmas decorations and the tree on Saturday. No.
Wow.
No. That's way too
Dude,
early.
we were watching a show and then a commercial for Christmas popped up and Adrian and I were like, why?
What, Big Christmas is running ads now?
We haven't even gotten, I don't know, it was like maybe it was Ace Hardware. I don't know.
No, it wasn't for anything. It just goes, doot, doot, doot.
It's just Christmas.
It's just John Kensey Noel highlights. Like, what are we doing here?
And I was like, we haven't even gotten through Halloween yet, let alone Thanksgiving. What are we doing? No.
Huh. I think the coolest one in my neighborhood, but is doing way too much and is kind of terrifying at night, is my neighbor probably 5 houses down or so. Their garage doors, they have 2 garage doors. They put giant, like, wrap decals on there of Pennywise. And one of them, the one on the left, it makes it look like the garage is like a quarter of the way open and he's crawling out from under the garage.
Oh, my goodness.
And then the other one is just like a giant, like, cut out of his head.
One year, the whole neighborhood, the whole surrounding area from my house, there were red balloons coming out of all the gutters.
Nope.
And I was like, whoever did this is genius. I
But
freaking love it. But at the same time, I was also very haunted by it all.
Pretty scary. Their new show came out yesterday.
It did.
Welcome to Dairy.
That's right. Welcome to milk. Okay. Guys, I told you I was feeling generous today.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're going to give away or what we're doing.
So you said you needed to be cheered up today, but you also told me that you've been working on some Peace-a-thon stuff.
Yes.
I am making a personal donation.
Oh, look at that.
From my collection. Ooh. I have, gentlemen, in front of me, and it's on the fan cam right now. I have a Texas Stadium seat from Texas Stadium.
That makes sense.
That is signed by Bob Lilly, Drew Pearson, and Mel Renfro.
What?
Are you kidding me, dude?
And it has a certificate.
Oh, JSA.
Yeah, JSA certified. And they all inscribed it the year that they went into the Ring of Honor and how many All-Pros that they have.
Dude, that is freaking awesome, Alex.
This is coming out of my collection.
That
I've
is
had this
so
for a few
cool.
years now, but it is going up on auction for Peace-a-thon this year.
Oh my gosh,
I want you
love
guys
it.
to have this. We will auction it off. And just know, this is from my personal collection.
I love it. That is so generous. Thank you.
Can he write that off?
Yes.
Look at that.
I will work with you on taxable value.
Dude, that's really cool. Thank you
On
very
that.
much, Alec. That's
Man,
really awesome, dude.
And it was a good weekend for Peace-a-thon. I made a stop.
It just got better.
Yes, man, it really, really did. I made a stop in Fort Worth, got a whole bunch of really, really cool stuff. And you know what? It's from a place that doesn't even have a brick and mortar store. And I was like, well, let me do something for you. Their eBay shop is Comic-Warehouse. If you want to go check them out on eBay, they have thousands of sports cards, comics, but they gave us a haul as well. So Peace-a-thon, it's building up to be something special once again. That's so nice, Alec. Thank you very, very much.
You are welcome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we got a major upset, a major injury, and another major officiating error next on The Fan.
Coming up in the...
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And that just adds to the intrigue here down the stretch. Hall, boy, thought about it, now tosses to the end zone, and he's got Taylor for the Jets touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with there's so much to this. What is happening with the Jets? Let's get to the sad part.
They're turning things around.
Maybe so. But Nick Mangold, the former Jets center, he died at the age of 41 over the weekend. I know Shoddy was close with him. So many people throughout the NFL world. About 2 weeks ago, he had made a public appeal for a kidney transplant. And so he appears to have died from complications due to kidney disease. And I know a lot of that was the talking point for a lot of people over the weekend. Now, to go along with that for the Jets, they won. They won a game. Justin Fields threw for 244 yards and a touchdown, ran for 31 yards. Breece Hall in the fourth quarter scored not one, not two, but 3 touchdowns, including the game-winning touchdown pass, which is wild. Justin Fields in the postgame talked about all of the emotional stuff that he went through throughout the game. And then Aaron Glenn said he was proud of Justin Fields, but they have time before their next game because they're on a bye, so they're going to take time to decide who the quarterback is.
You should. Listen, dude.
Yeah,
the Bengals
he needed it that day.
The Bengals and Cowboys are neck and neck for worst defense in the league. And the Jets were like, we can score on those guys. And then Trey Hendrickson left the game. So it made it even like, so yes, I think you absolutely should continue to look into your team at all times, continue to break it down, try and figure it out. But I see what you're saying. You just won. Isn't that a time to celebrate?
Yeah.
Not whenever it's the first one out of 8.
Now, let's go ahead and go to cut 25, where I don't know if we've just given up how to properly officiate this play or not.
Tush push, Hurts, leans forward. Ball is taken away from Kayvon Thibodeau. Did they blow the whistle?
To me, he is pushing forward. He is reaching. That is an early whistle, in my opinion.
Oh, my God.
It definitely was an early whistle, and that was a fumble. But you know what? I'm going to kick it to cut 26, and I feel like Kayvon Thibodeau can do a far better job describing it than I possibly could.
What was going through your mind during the tush push where it looked like you forced a fumble?
Man, I don't know. That's some man. Honestly, when it comes to that play and what happened, I feel like, the refs, they got a kind of a hard job because they don't know when to stop it. And I think it's tough on defense, obviously, because it's like you stop the first surge, the ref don't blow the whistle. You get the ball out and you take it, and all of a sudden it's, whatever you said, forward progress. So
look, I don't like the Eagles, but that felt like a clear forward progress was continuing. It had not been stopped yet, and Thibodeau just ripped the ball away. That's a turnover.
Kevin, every single person on the broadcast, the TV broadcast, knew that it was a turnover. Every single other person, except for the dudes who were calling the game, knew what was going on there. The fact that Dable was as mad as he was right. He was justified in that.
Oh, he was.
There were some bad things that happened in that game for him, though.
But he was really mad about that offensive pass.
That was real justification of him being upset about what happened there.
Yeah.
And you're right. We're now at a point where nobody understands, as you said, how to call this play.
Yeah.
From their side of it. They're just like, I don't know. We just assume they're going to get it, so we just give it to them. And doesn't it seem like they usually let things go for a real long time before they blow the whistle? And this one, they were like, blow it early!
Because that's the whole thing, is because then it's easier to review it if you want. But in this case, they were like, oh, no, yeah, this play was dead. Yeah, you go back and watch it, that whistle comes after they take the ball away.
Did it?
Yeah.
I don't even know. I feel like they didn't even blow a whistle then. They were just like, I don't know, screw it.
Was it tough to not defend the Eagles there?
What do you mean?
All right, let's go.
The Giants found it tough to defend the Eagles.
Yeah, man, did they ever. And one of the reasons, Saquon Barkley, obviously,
he finally came back.
His best game of the season. Hadn't even had a 100-yard rushing game this season. Had 174 yards from scrimmage, 2 touchdowns, averaged 10.7 yards per carry.
Was his first touch the big touchdown? I think it's the first time that he touched the ball.
So straight away,
he was like, guys, don't worry, 65-yard touchdown, I got you. And he let all of the fantasy owners out there know that things were going to be okay today.
Now,
disgusting.
On the flip side of this,
they ran for 276 yards.
I don't know if Tony Romo thought it was a sprain or not, but Cam Skattebo suffered a devastating ankle injury. He's going to be out for the rest of the season. And
That was so nasty.
Yeah, it was. Do you think the networks did a better job, like replay and highlights of maybe not showing it so graphically?
I wasn't so I saw it on Red Zone.
Okay.
And Red Zone was like, hey, something just happened in New York. We're going to show you here in just a minute.
Yeah.
We haven't even watched this yet, so y'all be ready. It might be gruesome. They told me that.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, because if you tell me that, obviously I want to see now. And so it happened, and my Carter was sitting there, and he saw it, and we all almost vomited. So what your question, I don't know, because I watched it on Red Zone, and they were like, be ready. This crap's bad. And it was.
Now, what you just said is a good way to describe NFL football yesterday. Do you know 11 of the 12 games were decided by double digits? The only one that
I told you going into the weekend, I was like, this is a bad group of games.
Well, it's on the precipice of being historically bad. So the only game that was not double digits was that Bengals-Jets game, which between two terrible teams. But Average margin of victory yesterday, 18.25 points. Consider this. Tonight, Chiefs are favored by 10.5 points. If they win by double digits, this will be the first time since 1970 that every game but one was decided by 10 or more points. So this was a historically lopsided weekend of NFL football.
Yeah, and what you say lopsided.
Yes. 3
of the games were the worst teams that won.
Yes. That's
like the Houston shouldn't have beaten San Francisco.
No, man, that was very bizarre.
Atlanta should not have lost to the Dolphins.
And they got hammered.
And Baltimore's terrible.
So and Lamar Jackson didn't even play, and that's a whole other thing that they're going to get investigated for. Well, let's go back to the Dolphins for just a second.
I got you.
Tua, who, I don't know, looks like he should just use ARG as his, snap count. He had 4 touchdowns while he was limited, and then Kirk Cousins looked awful. 5.6 yards per attempt. It's the worst home loss for the Falcons in more than 4 years, and this game was ugly.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it definitely was.
I mean, yeah.
But their offense was able to turn some things on. There were a couple moments in that game that I was like, oh, I did make a play on Bijan Robinson, Kevin. To score a touchdown receiving or rushing.
Ooh.
He did not.
Yeah.
I'm having a tough time with my plays.
I'm sorry about that.
But from the 940 from J-Met, he says he needs Kelsey to fumble 35 times to have any hope of winning his fantasy game this week. So,
which begged the question that we brought up a long time ago. Why not just bench Travis Kelce? If you're like, I'm going to win.
No. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the
just
other
bench him.
team.
Yeah. I have Kelsey going tonight, and I hope he does not fumble 35 times because that would be bad for me.
Now, speaking of getting benched, the Saints benched Spencer Rattler in favor of Tyler Shuck, and then they won the game. Just kidding. They still lost. And then the Browns, sorry.
Dude, and Baker didn't even have to do anything in this game.
No. At all. No. And Shedeur Sanders was inactive as Bailey Zappi was quarterback number 2 for the Browns. And guess what? They won. I'm just kidding. They also lost. But you probably should have known that from NFL football. Come on. Nobody thought that both of those teams won. And
it was a weird weekend, man.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for that, Mike.
It's good to have Mike back.
It really, really is. I know he'd be so hyped about our next segment. I'm really sure that he would. All right. And then here's just a note. Although A.J. Brown didn't play again, they're hoping that he'll be back next Monday night for the game against the Packers. And he added that there are no plans as of now to trade A.J. Brown, if you were curious about if that.
But they were so good without him.
You know what?
You think that maybe you think there's a correlation?
Yes.
Of Saquon Barkley running for big yards without A.J. Brown on the field?
I definitely think.
Let's go back and watch all his blocking.
That is the case
this year.
By the way, one more thing to check out in the midst of all this gambling and whatnot. One of the people that the FBI took down last Thursday as part of Operation Royal Flush, which is an objectively awesome name, Pablo Torre reported that Antonio Gates hosted that fella in what some people believe was a fixed game in Miami. So, if he's retired by that point, I mean, he could still get in trouble, but maybe it won't implicate the league as much. But just keep an eye out on that story.
The police are on their way, mofos.
It could be, Mike. I don't know. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will definitely revisit that commercial we just heard at some point. But right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
When you look at the kind of up and down nature of the team's run defense thus far this season, do you think that it's injuries at play, or is it just kind of a varying level of execution from week to week?
I would probably say the latter. I mean, obviously, the injuries don't help your situation when you're trying to be more consistent and execute on a high level. Obviously, we were missing, and nobody's complaining, our three safeties. We lost our fifth one, halfway through the game. But, that everybody deals with that, and we have to work through that. And, the bigger thing is I'd start with giving, Denver a lot of credit. I mean, Sean's got a great offensive mind, and he looked at the tape against Washington, and, they had some good things, that caused us problems. And, we've got to continue to come up with solutions that are going to fit our personnel the best right now while we're getting healthy. Obviously, we got guys that are going to be coming back, whether it's Dono or Hooker or Wanye or Overshone or, any of these guys that could certainly help us. But in the meantime, we've got to, do a better job. We're not getting the job done. We know we're not getting it done. You are what you are. And certainly, right now we're ranked 32nd in defense in the league. And we've got to be better than that if we want to give ourselves opportunity to win games. Obviously, that was a tough environment. Their defense played really well. It's a hostile crowd there, and we didn't play as well as we think we can play on offense. And certainly our defensive play, we weren't able to go toe-to-toe with them. So certainly the performance was disappointing at best.
Is there, especially when you use the term toe-to-toe, is there anything in particular, whether it's getting more pressure on the quarterback, whether it's cutting down on the big plays, is there anything in particular that you look at as you're like, that's the linchpin to this defense perhaps playing better?
Yeah, I think there's some things we're looking at. Obviously, we want right to work on it. And, I think most of our depths in our defensive line, and we got to look at some options there. I think stopping the run is a big thing, and you said it best to start the show. We're not doing a good job. We've been inconsistent at best, and you got to start. We need to stop that run, and we're looking at some options there, and see what we can do. But it is the full body of work at the end of the day, and we've got to do everything better than what we're getting done right now.
Those options that you're kind of looking at, are you looking at the defensive tackle spot, defensive end spot? What would be the one you like the most there?
I just think it's all the all the above.
Okay.
We've got to get up there and give ourselves an opportunity, and a lot of this is fits, and the safeties are involved in the fits, and we've got to one time I think we had our nickel cornerback there playing safety, so we've just got to get in here and roll up our sleeves and go back to work and improve.
And I know I asked you this similar question 2 weeks ago, but I think it helps shape y'all's philosophy and helps inform the audience. When you say that, it is because you still believe this team has the makings of a team that could make it to the playoffs, yes?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to continue to grind it. I think, offensively, we've got the pieces there. To be an outstanding team, and we've got to continue to look at the ways that we can improve this defense and, make some stops. And if we can get some stops, then, I think our offense will play well. They've played well all year. Like I said, we've had some unfortunate turnovers. We lost the turnover battle, which isn't, that certainly doesn't lead to winning the football game. So we got to be better there. But you also got to give Denver credit. They've got a really good defense. They lead the league in sacks. Obviously, they got a lot of pressure on Dak yesterday, and we have to be better.
Steven, I think it was Jerry told us a couple weeks ago or last week, that the Washington game wasn't necessarily the thing that would make any decisions there. A couple of times we use the word rewarding your team by adding a player that could help put you over the top, like in a big trade or something like that. What would be a good measuring point, a good place that you would go, okay, I do need to reward this team because they did that for us?
Yeah, I think we're always, one thing that I think people don't understand is we work every year, especially as you roll down to the trade deadline. We make every call. We talk to all 31 teams. And see if there's, options there that make sense for us that would be the right thing to do. And if that opportunity presents itself, which we're looking at options right now, and we'll decide if we think, that's the best option for us at the moment. And but that's every year. We're always looking for ways to improve our team. Obviously, this trade deadline comes early in the NFL. And certainly we have to take a long, hard look at that and see if the right opportunity's there.
I don't suppose you can give us any more insight about specifics on what you're looking at, right?
No, we can't do that.
Or the teams you've called.
Worth
no.
Okay. All right.
Worth a shot. Now, you go back to yesterday's game, and I know the issues that we've already talked about with the defense, but the false start on the first offensive drive and then James Houston being offsides, those two plays right there could have swung the balance of the game 11 points. It's not just the number of penalties. It felt like those two specifically. Did you feel like they changed the trajectory of that game?
I think Coach Schottenheimer always addresses that. The pre-snaps are unacceptable. We have to be better than that. Our players got to be better than that. And those are all things we can do something about in terms of being more disciplined. And, you're correct. They certainly were huge penalties. We got a 3 and out there. If Houston's head's not across the ball, and certainly, the motion we had there, when we're at the half-yard line, that hurts. When you're on the road, you got to get your touchdowns, and especially, where we are right now with this team, we got to, maximize our points and maximize our possessions. But you make good points on all the above. We didn't play well enough to win the game yesterday. You got to start with giving Denver credit. But we got to go. Everybody's got to look in the mirror and see where they can be better.
Now, absolutely, Denver deserves credit, and they are up to 6-2. On the flip side, I know Parcells would always say you are what your record is. Is there any concern for you or the organization that if you look inside this team's record just a little bit, the teams that y'all have beaten are now a combined 6-17?
Mm-hmm. No, I don't look at that in terms of the teams we've beaten, the teams we've tied, the teams we've, at the end of the day, we're 3-4-1, and that's what we are. We have to be better than that. That's not going to get us in the playoffs. So we've all obviously got to change the narrative there, and as I said, it all starts, had one of our top players say, we all got to look in the mirror, and that starts at the top and goes from our executives to our personnel people to our coaching staff to our players. We all have to be better.
I'm glad you said that too, because it starts at the Shotty said yesterday after the game that his play calling wasn't good enough, and he mentioned that multiple times. Do you feel like he was kind of falling on the sword there, or do you feel like you kind of got the same vibe that his play calling wasn't at its best yesterday?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the details of each individual person. We all have to be better, and certainly he made that statement as well. And whether it's Jerry, whether it's myself, whether it's Will McClay and his staff, whether it's Shotty and his staff, or our players, we have to be better.
Jaden Blue yesterday had a couple of flashes. He had the 14-yard run. He also had the fumble. What kind of gauge are you getting on what Blue is and the opportunities he earns and deserves?
Yep, good point. He's a young player that I think has tremendous upside, as everybody's seen. It flashes, and but at the same time, he's got be more consistent himself. And certainly the fumble didn't end up hurting us, but he's got to clean those type of things up. At the same time, you see the juice that he has and the explosion that he can bring. But he's a young player that I think is just going to continue to get better. But, it's got to start today. He's got to, just like the rest of us, we all got to, get to work.
How do you monitor the progress of Wanye Thomas? Because I know he's had issues with migraines. What's the level of concern for him?
Well, it's just, it's like any medical thing. You're looking for the answers. This is not a clear-cut situation. We've run a lot of tests on him in terms of his concussions. And, our thought process is hopefully this thing clears up and, he can continue to help us because certainly we miss him. You miss Hooker, you miss Dono. You miss those guys. They're guys we were counting on when the season started, but, that's part of the NFL. Every team, goes through this. That's the nature of our game, and, we've got to continue to push forward with the guys who are available, and hopefully the guys who aren't will be available sooner than later.
Then that question obviously stands for Trayvon Diggs. Do you feel like he can still contribute to this team once his injured reserve time is up?
Yes, I think he very well can. We felt like this was in his best interest. As you know, he's been on and off injury reports all year with his knee and, the condition of one of his knees and certainly the concussion. He still hadn't cleared protocol yet there, and we just felt like, it was in his best interest, our best interest, for him to just get well. I think that's the number one thing with him, and then hopefully the rest will follow. But now he'll get the opportunity to do that without the pressure of the week to week or, of are you going to play or not.
Did Trayvon Diggs hold the same opinion that this was in his best interest?
Yeah, we won't get into all the private conversations that we have internally.
Do you, that might be the answer to this one as well. Do you feel as though there are lingering issues between Trayvon and the club?
Same answer. I mean, we have ongoing dialogue with players all the time, pretty much for the most part with all of them. And, we don't share that dialogue.
Does Joe Milton throw the prettiest deep ball in the NFL?
I tell you what, he's a gifted guy, and certainly, the pass to JT and great work by JT as well. Certainly good to see Joe go out there and have some success, and JT execute on his behalf.
There's one other player I forgot to ask about. How y'all feeling about the progression back of Cooper Beebe? I know he wasn't able to play this weekend, but how are y'all feeling about how he's coming along?
Yeah, I think this week will be the week. He was real close. It was his first week of practice after coming off that injury, and we just felt like he wasn't quite there and couldn't play at a level, that he expected to play at, or that would be in his best interest to activate him last week. But he was so close, and believe this will be the week.
Appreciate the time as always, good sir. We'll catch you next Monday.
Thank you, guys.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. So potential good news right there at the very end. They think this will be the week for Cooper Beebe, depending on how much you think the offensive line kind of pivots on him. They have other issues on the offensive line, but depending on how you feel about that player, it looks like he'll be back ready to go for the Cardinals.
And that meeting with him next week will be pre-game as we get prepared for that Cardinals game.
Hey,
so we'll
that's
be rolling
true.
into the game.
That is a good point. Look, I'm conflicted because I understand it's probably not in the best interest of the team or the player to be like, oh yeah, Trayvon Diggs disagrees with this. We had a huge fight about it. Like that's not in the best interest of the team to take that public. But don't you feel like that just kind of feeds further into the idea that there is a schism between Trayvon Diggs and the team?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, just the weird complexities that have come along with this the entire way.
Yeah.
This thing, trade his best friend. You had the problems in the offseason. He was hurt by that.
Right.
Some of the words, some of the phrasing, you're kind of sometimes like, that sounds a little unique. Like that he's got something that he's got to heal. Like that sounds more emotional than it does physical. But then he talks about the knee. And so you're like, well, I mean, maybe that is the case. They put him out there before he was ready, or he went out there before he was ready and prepared to go.
Yeah, and see, I guess I continue to be way more interested in that part than like if he just doesn't want to be here because they traded his best friend. Like, I'm not saying that's the case, but if it was, I'd be like, dude, get over it. Like, this is a business. We've all had our heart broken like that before. So I hope it's the other one, is that there are just lingering things that he just like never had the time to totally, or the right rehab process, or whatever the case was. And it's not just I'm sad because they traded my friend.
Yeah, no, you never know.
But I have no idea. Yeah, you're right.
He's an interesting fellow from what we know anyway. And hopefully he can get whatever it is that needs to be healed back so he can get out on the field and be good again.
Look, we talked about this 2 years ago. We had one of my favorite interviews ever at training camp with Trayvon Diggs, but I know there are a lot of people who have varying opinions about him. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. It is a jam-packed one today. Cowboys thank you notes, no thank you notes after getting destroyed by the Broncos. Plus, is this World Series going to be more competitive than you anticipated? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Fire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Flournoy in motion to the left, handoff. Williams diving behind the left guard. Touchdown, Javonte Williams. Oh, is he happy to get that, and did his team need that?
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. So that happened. But realistically, I'm guessing we will get a lot more no thank you notes than we will thank you notes here in this segment. I will say no thank you to the Cowboys defense as the Broncos scored their most points at home since 2014. 11 years. So no thank you to the Cowboys defense for that.
You remember where there was a time, Kevin, when the Mavericks, they were called season high and career high because it was like some random dude would have a career high on any given night. It feels like this is the case. The most points scored in 74 years for this football team because the Cowboys. You know what? I'm going to start off with a positive.
Oh.
Thank you to Javonte Williams for scoring 2 touchdowns.
Hey!
Could have been 3. But we like to get cute in the red zone on the 1 yard line.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That leads perfectly into the next no thank you.
But he gave me some points in fantasy, and that's really important to me right now.
I believe they called it on Brock Hoffman, but it sure looked like that false start was on Tyler Guyton, which killed it from 3rd and goal at the half-yard line after they were already getting too cute. That gave you 3 points instead of 7, so that's a -4. James Houston, no thank you to you for that offsides on what would have been a punt. Instead, 3 plays and 66 yards later, the Broncos score another touchdown. That's -7. I don't know if it would have changed anything, much like the Bears game that we talked about. But when you got that ball back after what turned out to be a Broncos touchdown, it should have been off of a Broncos punt, and you were up 7-0. Does that change where the game goes from there? Maybe, maybe not. But Surtain was hurt. Maybe you do better offensively, or maybe this was always the way it was going to go and it just delayed the inevitable. But those 2 plays right there, and Stephen Jones agreed, cost you 11 points.
Are we sure that Tyler Guyton's your starting left tackle of the future?
Absolutely not. You know what? I'll go a step further. I am significantly closer to sure he is not than he is. Like a lot closer.
How many more games? Because
0.
Last year you said you got to give him a runway. It's a learning curve. We knew when we drafted him, we were behind the curve on this one.
Yeah.
This year, what you've seen so far, I don't know. Maybe he's a right tackle. That's what he was in college.
Okay,
maybe Terrence Steele isn't playing that well.
Well, that's fine. Your money's already been spent. So give me a game, trot it out there, see what happens. Nate Thomas at left tackle, Tyler Guyton at right tackle.
I don't understand.
The number of games left is 0 for me.
For you, for Tyler Guyton at left?
To at least see something different. And if you go back, because I know Nate Thomas had a really good game, and then you look at another part of it, and you're like, ooh, that was rougher. But I want to see it back out there at least for a game. And if you want to try that in cooperation with Tyler, kicking out to the right side, so be it.
Because I said, Kevin, I heard 18 pressures. The number was actually 21. 21 pressures with
Lord.
8 hits, 8 quarterback hits. Cowboys had 7 pressures. Again, we knew that Denver was that team. Denver's a better team. Their record says they're better. They played better against you yesterday.
Yeah.
They're a better football team than you are.
For sure.
By that much? Maybe. Probably so, actually. Thank you to Banger for going out there and kicking 252 yards worth of punts, only allowing Brandon Aubrey to get one field goal attempt.
You know what? I'm glad that you brought that up. No thank you to the Cowboys for chickening out multiple times.
They had so many opportunities.
You're down 14-3.
Screw it.
Kick the 72-yard field goal. I want to see it.
At this point.
But we didn't.
What did we do instead, Kevin?
We threw an interception, which ended up costing you points.
Higher percentage play in that moment.
Brandon Aubrey.
Converting a fourth down or...
Yeah, it's Brandon Aubrey in the thin air. Like, we didn't talk about that thin air for no reason.
Yeah.
If they play in Denver, when they play in Mexico City, I want to see him kicking the ball from 70 yards just to see what happens. And by the way, also shout out to Tyler Guyton. Once again, no thank you note for missing on the sack that forced a punt for the Cowboys.
Yeah, the no thank you obviously is across the front of that defense. If you go and watch, I told you not to watch, Kevin, because I want you in a better mood tomorrow. But if you out there go and watch, you'll see multiple times when it's one man versus one man.
Yeah.
And that man is blocked and cannot get off of a block to make a tackle. The highlights we're seeing today of all the big runs against the Cowboys it's not like they did anything special. They just won man up.
Yeah.
Against, hey, offensive lineman, block the guy in front of you. And they did it well. And they cleared spaces. The Cowboys had not that they didn't have fight. Oh, you couldn't quite.
Did you think they had fight?
I didn't see it. And I don't know, again, we go to it's the teacher. It's got to be the teacher. The teacher's not doing a good enough job teaching the guys what to do. And then you're like, but no matter what, the talent there, it didn't win against one man. So that's where I have that problem. So no thank you to those guys for that.
And you gave up 4 plays of 20-plus yards alone in the first quarter, which once again set the stage. Alec, fear not, there's plenty more, but do you have some thank you or, let's be real, probably no thank you, no?
Yeah, I'd go no thank you, and trust me when I say this because I know people might start to roll their eyes. No thank you to injuries because Elijah Clark should not be playing for this football team.
And you don't want Bridges out there as much because there was a play that Bridges made before the narrative really started to turn against him yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, that too.
That was an amazing catch.
It was.
We were on a hot streak there.
But he also knocked the ball out on what looked like it was a completed reception, and he knocked the ball out to force a punt. So those 2 plays right there, those were huge positive impact plays for the defense. Unfortunately, there was a lot of other stuff.
It was rough, but the injuries to the safety position has made me realize just how bad they were at the safety position anyways. Because what were we doing just a couple weeks ago? We were complaining about Donovan Wilson and the fact that he shouldn't be playing anywhere near center field. Defensively, he needs to be closer to the line of scrimmage. All these different things we're complaining about. When he's not there, everybody else behind him isn't playing over him because they are worse. So you're starting to see stuff like that. And like the big PI call, I know you don't want to just give up the walk-in touchdown if you're Clark. But, he gets the defensive pass interference call against him. It's just because of bad positioning. It's because you're not turning your hips fast
tripped up on
enough.
his feet.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like you are just not ready to make a play. I need guys who are ready to make a play.
And, I think about what Mickey said about an hour and a half or so ago. I understand the concept of next man up, but when he's like, screw that, it's the next man after the man after the man after the man up, that you're even switching positions that you're not particularly deep at to begin with, and that is unfortunate. Now, you can blame that on injuries. You can blame that on the people who put the team together.
Yeah, Kevin, that's a whole different conversation.
Sure.
In the offseason, when you're building your team, a lot of times you'll ask the question, what if this guy gets injured? What do we have?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of times they're just like, that guy that was cheap that we found.
Yeah.
Because we got to spend all this money on Micah. We've been saving for Micah for a long time. Dude, think about that. How frustrating is that?
Yeah.
Is that all these times that we were told we couldn't do things the last 3 years, it was because we had to, guys, we got to save up to pay Micah. And now here we are, no Micah, and still the talent as in that kind of small capacity.
And so what I think I'm afraid of is listening to Steven when he's like, hey, we're actively. It wasn't just this was different than his talent acquisition 24/7, 365.
We're actively doing this right now.
Right now. And so what I don't want to see.
You know what? That's I didn't even think about that. The way he was saying that was very different than the lip service of, wow. So you think that
it is happening right now.
He didn't want to be on the phone with us because he wanted to be on the phone with another team.
Those conversations are happening at this moment.
I do believe, and you can say that you don't believe it. I do believe, and I've heard from people. They are calling. They have been calling.
Yeah.
They do call. And that is part of it. But it's more than just you got to pester sometimes. We really want this done.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to forego the idea of power in the conversation and just get some things done to make your team better.
I'll be honest, and you've probably seen it on the fan text. We have talked to Steven enough to know the difference, and I have absolutely rolled my eyes at 24/7, 365 before. And again, if you watch the
I think he's rolled his eyes as he said it too. I think he knows.
Probably. This was a different answer. Does that mean that they're trolling around for who will take a conditional sixth for X, Y, and Z? I don't know. Does that mean they're looking across all the practice squads? I don't know. Or are they doing something big? Well, guess what? Again, I don't know. But it's the last one that scares me. Trolling across the practice squads to be like, hey, this depth is better than our depth. Good. That is what you should do all the time anyway. Throwing out some conditional sixth because you think you can pick up somebody who will make a difference right now. Again, looking at the issue of depth, fair enough. When you heard him and he talked about their strength being across the defensive line, that is a complicated thing because they're saying that there's a lot of them, but none of them seem to be able to get to the passer, to get to the quarterback, and maybe that's what they're looking at. What I don't want is, I think you've seen it. I think it is clear as day. This ain't the team. And so as long as it's not a report that you traded a first for this or that, then I'm willing to listen to what they're doing.
All right, so Jerry's said, I believe it was on the pregame show yesterday, that he didn't feel pass rusher was something that they were going to pursue. Which kind of leaves us in that vein of...
Fascinating statement that is.
You're still bad at linebacker, too.
Yeah.
And safety.
Yeah.
And cornerback.
Yes.
So I can understand what he's saying there. We, as you just pointed out, we have lots of pass rushers.
Yes.
But we also don't have lots of corners and safeties and these either. But you wouldn't want to trade for a frontline starter, a number one, unless that's going to be a Cole Hamels. This is we're going to work for us for 3 years.
Exactly. If for whatever reason.
This isn't a 1 year Trey Hendrickson patch that's going to make this team okay.
And I don't think this is going to happen at all. But let's say you shifted your focus to Myles Garrett. All right, well, so Myles Garrett is under contract for several years. You wouldn't have to take on all of that money. I guess that would make more sense to me because I still think Myles Garrett is going to kick ass next year as well.
Oh, he's amazing.
And he's under contract as opposed to Hendrickson wants to get paid and we know everything that comes along with that. So that just doesn't make any sense to me because I don't think this team is going to go to where people for the longest time have wanted it to go. I think this is just Kevin talking. And I know you can't tell the players to not play their best. I want them to play their best. But to me, it makes way more sense to take whatever perceived depth you have at the defensive line and trade it away to get those comp 6-round picks and keep your first-round picks and just pick up draft asset on top of draft asset. And I know people will be like, I don't think the Cowboys are great at drafting right now. Well, the other option is to put it all in on this team and hope for the best.
The other thing, too, is they made 2 spectacular moves.
With the
George Pickens is a great move.
Agreed.
Javonte Williams' addition
that has been tremendous.
Has turned into far. And that being said, that's also a very Cowboys frugal move.
Yeah.
That they got lucky that this dude is playing great.
Agreed.
And that Clayton Adams and Connor Riley and Schottenheimer can put together a game plan to make him productive. That's a positive that comes from that. But it is baffling that you can make those two moves and look like geniuses.
Yeah.
And then the other side, you're like, we don't know what we're doing there on the defensive side of the football. Every time we signed Kenneth Murray, we thought we were going to be okay there. Boy, did that not turn out the way we needed it to. And it's mind-boggling, Kevin, because you think great front office move and then worst front office moves. Like that's where you are. They do have balance. I'll give them that. They do have some balance.
Yeah. From the 561, no thank you to Trayvon Diggs for quitting on your team. Whew. There are a lot of people who think that.
I also do agree, Kevin, that one move isn't going to fix this team, but I don't think that one move is done and then they're done. I think that you make multiple moves, unless you think that it's just one move to satisfy the masses and go, okay, that gives them something to talk about for 2 weeks.
I hate that because I will stand firm to this. You've seen garbage season from the Cowboys before, and plenty of people still talked about them, and you were able to bounce back. It is smart, disciplined, long-term play that will get you winning. Not look at this move we made, and now everyone's talking about us, but we're still not good enough. You know, like I don't think there's any chance in hell this would happen. But whether it was Myles Garrett or Trey Hendrickson, that is not a singular move. You have to make that in cooperation with at least one other, if not two other moves, to make this a competitive, viable football team. And if you're going to do it, go all the way. Don't give me some BS trade to get the headlines.
Yeah, let's go with the Myles Garrett. I'm just going to use him as, I'm not saying that that's happening, but a Myles Garrett move. Okay, you've made your secondary a little better by making that move.
Yeah.
Because he can do everything. He's a man-child, dude. Like he goes out there, he can stop the run, he can rush the passer, he can get 5 sacks and still lose a game. Like that happens. But he makes your secondary better immediately.
Yes, agreed.
So that gives you a little bit of, okay, give me a breath here secondary-wise. But you still have to find a linebacker. Okay, DeMarvion Overshown's coming back. You still have to find a safety. And like the talent in the NFL is proven commodities. If the talent's there, you're a better team because of it.
And
the parity then becomes the games.
I know why he answered it the way he didn't. And people are going to be like, well, what do you expect him to say when we said, do you look into the fact that the teams you beat are 6-17 this year? And he goes, no, or not really. And I know people are going to be like, well, what do you expect him to say? I guess what I came up with was, sure, that is a concern. And that's why we looked at the games, whether it's going back to the Philly game or the game yesterday, as opportunities to not only pick up wins, but beat those quality teams, something like that. Like, you know, he's not going to be like, you're right, we suck and we should just give up. I get that, but I am concerned about that as well. That's why all this discussion about making a move and this and that makes me nervous. And this is the other thing from the 214. We don't really talk about this a lot, just like we don't talk about the Jones family a lot, because it's not going to change. From the 214, we're giving the league quality players, bro, all while keeping Dak. So unfortunately, that's another thing. There's nothing I can really do for you about Dak for the next year and a half. If you want to have that conversation at the end of the 2026 season, let's roll. I can figure out all kinds of financial ways to get you out of this. But the Jones family is never going to sell the team, and your quarterback for at least the next year and a half is Dak. And that's just the way it is. So if you ever wonder like why we don't talk about moving those players, because you can't. Now you can talk about the flaws of those players all day long, but you can't move him.
Not yet.
Yes, correct. For a year and a half. And then, I'm sorry, but then after a year and a half, we'll be able to figure this out.
Okay.
In the meantime, can you please give me cut number 28, good sir?
Dodgers led early 2-0. Blue Jays 2 in the fourth, 3 here in the sixth. And a high drive to deep right center field. It is gone. Addison Barger does indeed blow it open with a pinch hit grand slam.
Now, the Blue Jays, they had an unbelievable offensive output in game one. They scored 9 runs in the 6th inning of game one. That was the 3rd most runs ever scored in an inning of the World Series. The other 2 teams that did it were the 1929 Athletics and the 1968 Tigers. So that was incredible. And one of their outfielders said after the game, we're a pain in the ass.
Yeah, they are.
And in the most positive way. And so
he's right.
They just shellac the Dodgers in the first game. And then the Dodgers come back and Yamamoto's like, hey, watch me go win World Series MVP with another incredible performance. So it is still 1-1, but I wanted to ask before we dive further in, is this World Series going to be more competitive than perhaps anticipated?
Kevin, I'm glad you asked. On Friday, as we were having a great time at Freebirds with all of our Tolos out there, and as I was preparing for Bearded Monkey on Sunday, I was asked if how many runs would be scored, most amount of runs, and I said 11.
Yes.
And there can still be more runs scored. I'm just saying.
But you already hit. You would have already hit the over.
Yeah, I've already hit. Oh, man! If I just had the cojones to go ahead and throw that onto a play, that would have really hit. But Kevin,
you could have got great odds for that.
I also pointed out that the team that swept and the team that ended up winning in more games ended up winning the World Series more frequently. Kevin, I have felt the entire time that this World Series was going to be more competitive than people were giving it credit for.
You
said it was going to be it should be a 3-game sweep.
No,
they'll be too scared to show up for the 4th game. And I was like, I don't know, Kevin. I think it could go more. And here we are with Max Scherzer and Tyler Glass now on the bump for the next game. And yes, Kevin, I think this is going to be an exciting World Series.
I cannot tell you how many times I've thought about that stat in the last 72 hours, because one of the things I threw out there was I did think 6.5-1 made logical sense if you thought the Dodgers could sweep. But I keep having that little thought, that little Corey thought.
The last 4 times that team has swept and the other team went, 7 games? Yep. The team that went 7 games ended up winning the World Series.
Which I guess makes more sense in baseball than any other sport because of the quick turnaround nature of play every day, maybe have a day off every once in a while. Yeah. So that does make a lot of sense. But you looked at game 2, and I was really, really wondering if, holy cow, Toronto could really put if G-Bag will allow this stranglehold on the World Series. But instead, go ahead and give me cut number 29. The evil empire struck back.
Fastball lifted in the air, deep left field. Lucas going back, opposite field bomb. Max Muncy with a second solo shot of the inning. The Dodgers riding the long ball to the lead in game 2.
And so Yamamoto gave up a run in the 3rd inning.
Dude, he's good.
Okay, I would agree with that.
I think he's good.
You think he's going to make it? So think about this. In the 8th inning, he struck out the side. So, if you're wondering, hey, was he slowing down as the game? Not really. And that's why he came out for the 9th, because he'd only thrown 93 pitches once he exited in the 8th. And guess what? At that point, those were outs number 15, 16, and 17 in a row. They let him go back out there, and he finished it off and finished the game by retiring 20 straight batters. And let's put that in bigger context. Yamamoto is the first pitcher since Mad Bum in 2014 to throw 2 complete games in an entire postseason. Not in a series or back-to-back series. That's right. In an entire postseason. It had been 11 years. Now, let's take it a step further. He became the first pitcher to throw complete games in consecutive playoff starts since Curt Schilling in 2001. 24 years since someone had not even shutouts, just consecutive complete games. You go back to the last World Series, Yamamoto's ERA in his last 5 playoff starts, 1.54.
Wow. Dude, I'll add this too. Both teams have played relatively good defensive, clean defensive games. So to have, you're on the mound doing that, and you got a pretty good defense behind you, it's got to give him a lot of confidence, especially the last 2 games. That dude's got to just be on cloud 9 with where he is.
How do y'all feel it's going to play out now that we shift back over to Los Angeles? The Dodgers are a heavy favorite. Tonight, tomorrow, you'll get Ohtani against Bieber, and I would assume to finish it up on Wednesday, at least finish it up in Los Angeles, you get a reboot of Game 1, though if you want to push forward Yamamoto, who am I to argue that?
Well, Kevin, if you're asking me, Darren Rovell's just tweeted out debuting in games 3, 4, and 5. Surf and turf nachos. Crispy wonton chips topped with fresh lobster, grilled steak, spicy ponzu sauce, scallion, cilantro, pico de gallo, and crema. I know you're a fan
Crema
of
fresh.
maybe 2 things that you just heard out of that group. Steak.
Yeah.
I don't know about lobster. How do you feel about lobster?
Lobster's okay.
$45.99. Your thoughts?
See, because on the surface, that's a good deal, right? But then you're like, I'm eating this at a ballpark.
That's part of the experience.
Is this the finest?
No. I think the extra $20 is the experience.
But see, no, I disagree. Don't shake your head yes at that. You're wrong. You're wrong, Alec, and I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. The experience is paying $6 for your $2.50 hot dog at the ballpark. The experience is paying the $4 upcharge to get your ice cream and the mini helmet. That's the experience. The experience is not, well, I'm going to eat steak and lobster at the baseball game tonight. Maybe that's your experience, and if so, what do you do? And good for you, because you have lots of money. I don't think this is where I go to be like, you want the best steak in the greater California area? There's, go to Dodger Stadium.
That was the best steak.
Would be awesome.
Everybody's
and then
like, holy
I would
cow.
get it.
Well, I don't think that's really going to make much of an impact on the series, Kevin.
See,
but I think the experience will be better for it.
Okay.
For other people.
All right. When we come back tomorrow, who has the lead in the series?
Dodgers.
Okay.
I think that Toronto wins another game this series. I do think that the Dodgers. Now, that being said, Glasnow is kind of like Blake Snell. We didn't expect to get knocked around like that in that inning. Glasnow will have a moment where you're just like, he can't control anything right now. But I do expect the bats for LA to turn up, and I expect the pitching to continue to be pretty good. That does. I am kind of shaky on the bullpen for LA though.
Yeah.
And so we got to see what happens there.
I mean, and look, Sasaki has been significantly better in his role as a closer, but don't forget, he had a shaky attempt at a close early in the playoffs that they had to change pitchers for. All right, back to the Cowboys, and we'll go back to baseball. From the 7-0-4, did the defense even have one quarterback hit yesterday? Yes, they had one at the start of the fourth quarter. The game was definitely still competitive.
They had one overall.
Yeah. We did it.
Kevin, according to the stats.
We did it.
They had 7 pressures.
Hey, one more baseball note for you, at least.
Denver had 21.
Whoops. The Guardians' associate manager, I believe it's Craig Albernaze, is now going to be the Orioles manager. You heard a lot about that place from Tim Matthews' show on Sunday morning, especially before. Is that not?
It's not Tim Albernaze.
It's Albernaz or Albernaz, I believe. But I learned about that restaurant from the Tim Matthews show. If you ever were listening to that show or, on Sunday mornings, that was our lead-in.
I had a friend that worked there at Albernaze.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Good steaks, dude.
Okay.
Good steaks at Albernaze. That's why Tim Matthews was always talking about him.
All right. Well, apparently Corey's here to tell us that is not who the new manager for the Orioles is going to be. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Killjoy. Coming up next, it is time for the Killjoy Hour with Corey Majors. All right. It's the C block.
Lots of joy being killed.
Oh, what?
During hits and misses next on The Fan.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And I also really appreciate Newey Scruggs helping me out with something. There's a lot.
That's why I would do the trade.
Kevin, yes. The $100 million that Cleveland would have to eat. Newey, back in the day, he said that there was a vehicle out there that was they were trying to sell as a cross between like a hybrid. But he was like, that's a minivan. Don't let them fool you. And I've always been like, which one was it? And he just told me. I appreciate it, Newey. Thank you very much. That's awesome of you. Guys, this is a very tough hits or misses this week.
Oh, is it just all Cowboys?
Feels like lots of misses this week as the Cowboys went through a really tough one, Kevin. And one of the things I did not track, I'm so sorry I did not track this. Here we go. I'm going to do it live and on air with you.
Oh, my God.
Kevin, the top 10 passer records of the weekend.
Oh.
7-3.
Hey, turning it around.
Yards. Top 10. So 7-3 for passing yards. Now let's go look at the rushers real quick. 7-3 there for the rushers. 8-2. So they still, running backs still have the advantage. No matter how good the passers were, running backs still have the advantage. I need to go update my information there real quick, Kevin, and that is done. I don't know exactly what the records are, but it's very, very much in favor of the passers.
Yes.
The running backs. Kevin, here's some nuggets that I wanted to throw together for you. On average, how many 100-yard rushers do you think there are per week?
6.
5.145.
Hey, I was wrong.
Yep. Every quarterback that threw for at least 3 touchdowns this week won.
Okay. You know what? And that kind of makes sense, hence the lopsided nature of the weekend, why passers would be putting up some big numbers there.
13 quarterbacks threw an interception, 9 lost.
Including Dak.
Guess what, Kevin? Don't throw interceptions.
That makes sense. So throw for 3 touchdowns, but don't throw interceptions.
Right.
Got it.
And Dak has proven.
On it. I mean, you look at the last 4 games, significantly better when we don't turn the ball over.
Going into last night's game, I did not count last night's game. There were 18 people who had rushing touchdowns this weekend.
Okay.
7 had 2.
Wow.
7 rushers had 2 touchdowns this weekend.
Yeah. Feels like Jonathan Taylor had 8 touchdowns again.
Jonathan Taylor, dude, is on a roll right now. And he makes my honorable mention for hits of the weekend. That's right.
Honorable mention.
Honorable mention.
Hold on. Pause. Alec, do you think there's any way, if we provide new information for him, that we could move Jonathan Taylor up the list?
He better, because he won me both of my games in both of my leagues in fantasy. So.
I was playing against him.
Oh.
That's why.
Oh.
I have Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, you Philly fan.
Chase Brown.
He did good.
And Javonte Williams.
And you still lost? That's crazy.
I'm on fire right now. I'm back, baby.
I was going to say, did you know that Jonathan Taylor was the first player in the history of the Colts to have 10 touchdowns or more in a 4-game span?
I did not know that. That is impressive. I got to give that whole team credit, though.
For sure.
The Indianapolis Colts, I was not buying it at all. Daniel Jones is making some damn fine throws.
He is.
Again, things I never saw him do at New York. And I don't know how much of it has to do with the fact that his running back and that offensive line are fire, but Kevin, they should be favorites for the Super Bowl. The way that they're playing the game, they are more physical than you. They beat you up front. They have better speed. They're fast. That catch that Michael Pittman made, what the hell was that, dude?
That was unbelievable.
What?
Right now, Daniel Jones is kind of a group between 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th for MVP with Jonathan Taylor, Jared Goff, and Jordan Love.
I'm not saying he should be the favorite for MVP, but I am saying I favor them, the Colts, right now, which is wild because coming into the season, nobody would have had the Colts on their radar.
Because they're boring, yes.
They are. They were boring. They're playing a fun brand of football right now.
Much rather be the Colts right now.
So, Kevin, would you like hits or misses to start?
I would like the hits this time.
Same for you, Alec?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sounds good to me. Honorable mention, Jonathan Taylor continuing to make a case for MVP, 153 yards, 2 touchdowns, a receiving touchdown as well.
So he only gets honorable mention?
That was nice of him.
Boo.
You said he might make a run at MVP?
Also, honorable mention, which I only have 2 this week. Dallas Goedert caught 3 passes, 2 were touchdowns.
Only Dallas you're going to hear.
Did you just hear what I said? I know all you heard was a Philadelphia Eagle player. He caught 3 passes and 2 were touchdowns. Kevin, you love efficiency.
Can you imagine if he caught 2 passes and 3 were touchdowns?
No, I can't.
Okay.
That would be the most confusing thing.
Me neither. That is actually really impressive. Probably should have guarded him in the red zone.
How would he catch a touchdown? No, I want to come up with that. How did this happen? Because if somebody else catches it and then gives him the ball, as they're going into the end zone,
tackled at the 1 and they just pitch it back, the continuation of that catch.
That's not his catch.
But it's a touchdown.
But it is a touchdown.
Make it happen.
Is that the way that works? Help
Jumps
us out.
on a fumble, maybe?
Yeah. I don't know about the legitimacy of
if
what
it's
we
fumbled
just said.
into the end zone, that's illegal.
That's why it would have to be a lateral.
A lateral, which is not a catch, right?
True.
There it is. We just did it.
I know.
2 catches, 3 touchdowns.
I got it. Your quarterback throws an interception. Guy returns out of the end zone, and he just rips the ball out of his hands and runs back into the end zone.
2 catches, 3 touchdowns.
Book it.
Maybe even 4. Who knows?
I bet our defense could give that up.
All right.
Dude.
I'm sorry. Is that rude to this defense?
Sorry that I left Jonathan Taylor off of the top 3. I did feel like number 3, C.J. Stroud, dicing up the 49ers defense for 318 yards was pretty impressive.
Okay.
Did you like what he accomplished over the weekend?
Man, we talk about every single week there's a result in the NFL that feels kind of surprising. That's high up on my list, even with the injury problems that the 49ers have.
Do you think that the reason that they did so well in that game is because their head coach, the Texans that is, used to be the defensive coordinator for the Niners and also coached that scheme and knew everything about it and was like, hey, CJ, I'm going to make it easy on you this weekend, dude. All you got to do is do these things and you're going to win.
Maybe.
By the way, if you didn't see it, go back and watch that throw that he delivered to Jaden Higgins for his touchdown. That was a hell of a throw.
Okay.
Stroud, he hasn't been great this year. And my buddy, who is a Texans fan, was like, I think he plays better whenever Nico Collins isn't on the field. He's like, I think that he zeroes in on Collins too much, and this time he would just spread it around a lot more. And look at it, dude. 5 receptions for Hutchinson. Noel had 5. Marks had 4. Berrios had 5. It was spread out all over the field instead of one dude. So maybe that is the case for him there. Who knows? Number 2. James Cook. I don't know if you guys heard, James Cook had 216 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns.
So
he had more rushing yards than Jonathan Taylor.
This is one of the things that I always think is a little complicated about how you deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
James Cook's 216 rushing yards were the most by a Buffalo Bills running back since
Parental
O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
So there's that.
James Cook is a very good running back.
Sure.
And Jonathan Taylor's having the year he's having. James Cook could be like, dude, I'm having a great season too.
But the advantage that Jonathan Taylor has is he has a quarterback that is not historically good, whereas people will just default to Josh Allen even if he's playing unbelievable or not.
That's a really good point there. Because, let's go look at his year so far. In the last 6 games, 108, 117, 49, 87, 216. 4 touchdowns in those 6 games. It's good.
Sure.
Jonathan Taylor is just that
10
much better.
touchdowns.
And Jonathan Taylor's also receiving just as well. James Cook, who usually does get into that action, hasn't much lately.
Right.
Maybe that's good for them. Who knows? Number 1 on the list, though, Kevin, for hits of the weekend.
Kyle Yeomans.
Man, it's always Kyle Yeomans.
I was
isn't
afraid
it?
it's going to be Bo Nix, but it'll probably be Myles Garrett.
The MF and Jets scored 23 points in the fourth quarter to win the first game of the year. And that kid who threw out that he hated his team.
I get it.
Do you think he hates them today?
Yeah. Because, look, yes, and it's the same reason.
I hate this team.
Yes, and it's the same reason that you're going to hate the Cowboys, because they're going to beat Arizona, and you're going to go into the bye and the trade deadline and be like, oh, here we go, and here comes Overshone, and here comes Revel, and blibbity blabbity, and you know you're just going to get kicked in the nuts again.
Everything you just said was valid, Kevin. Misses of the weekend. This is where things turn.
Hold on. One more pause. Alec, I know it would probably be unlikely. Do you think there's any way all three of the top misses are Cowboys defenders for just doing different things or not doing them?
I would respect it if it was.
Yeah.
I don't have, honestly, because I was so upset about the game.
Are they not part of it?
I left the Cowboys off this mostly.
Oh, we did it.
I think this is one of those where we know.
We did it.
We saw. Okay, the Cowboys did make it. All right.
We're the number zero. We're above all of the rest of them.
Honorable mention. They made an honorable mention.
Okay.
Because the Giants, Falcons, and Cowboys all gave up 4 passing touchdowns this weekend.
That good?
No.
Oh.
Well, not if you want that team to win. It's not good. Bo Nix didn't even have to run. He didn't have to pretend that he might run. They're like, don't worry. We got you, buddy.
Dude, that was really frustrating. Like his comfort in the pocket.
Yeah.
How everything was just he never felt pressure, man.
Yeah. He could wear that uniform again the next time they are at home because it's still clean.
Also, honorable mention for misses of the weekend, Baker Mayfield, no show in fantasy. Now, listen,
they still won the game.
His defense was good. It just stunk for my fantasy team. He scored me 4 fantasy points.
Gotcha.
Again, I'm going to win this weekend, Alec. Because of Saquon and his 33 points or whatever he scored. But that's a tough one to take for me. So that's more of a personal miss. That's why it went in the honorable mentions, though. All right. Hold on, last one. Trey Hendrickson, honorable mention miss, and his viability as a trade option for the Cowboys. That's gone now, right? Like we can all give up on that one altogether.
Because of how we played?
It would have both.
Okay.
All three. And it would have been a 1-year rental, and that's not what this Cowboys team needs with those picks.
Yeah.
Those first-round picks probably need to go to something that's going to be with this team for quite some time, very similar to, and also give it a better chance to win. Number 3 on the hits and misses of the weekend, Christian McCaffrey. He got locked up by the Texans, rushed for 25 yards in their game. Now, he did have 3 catches for 43 yards.
Yeah.
But the Texans said, you know what? We are not letting you beat us.
Yeah.
And that absolutely did not happen. So, number 3 there. Number 2, Myles Garrett, 5 sacks and lost.
So, you know what? I don't know how often you think about this. This is another thing, much like your World Series factoid. I think about this tweet all of the time. Is that guy who is like, you remember when like every Tuesday or Wednesday would be like, Mike Trout's done something that hasn't been done since Babe Ruth, and Shohei Ohtani did something that hadn't been done since One Leg Jackson in 1894, and the Angels lost 9-3. That's what I feel like.
Yes,
with
Myles.
Yes, with Myles Garrett. That's what I feel like. 5 sacks, and it was like, no, nothing. Couldn't do it.
You know, you often talk about when you've done something like this, then you walk into the locker room and just stare at everybody.
Yes.
And like,
yes.
Anybody have something to say to me?
Yeah, I will listen to your apology and nothing else.
If I was him, I wouldn't even go into. I just walk off the field in my pads, get in my car with my helmet on, drive home, lay down in the bathtub, still fully uniformed, and just cry.
Yeah.
Be like, I chose this.
Because what did the coach really need to tell you?
I demanded a trade. They offered me more money. I said, okay. And here I am.
Yeah.
And the number 1 miss of the week, he said what needed to be said, and his team responded and survives yet another week. But Kevin, we missed out on getting to see Mike McDaniels fired this week because the Miami Dolphins won.
How did they win that game and win that game just in
decisively
destructive fashion? And Tua's all banged up, and they whooped their ass. How did that happen?
He was one of the quarterbacks that threw for 4 touchdowns.
I guess that's how it happened.
Thanks to Jalen Waddle and, of course, Malik Washington, like we all expected.
Yeah.
Devon Achane.
Yeah.
Ollie Gordon. Dude, I don't know if you got a chance to actually watch this. Ollie Gordon on short yard situations, like, he was fire. That was awesome. He ran for like 4.6 yards a carry, but every time it was a short yardage situation, they were like, give it to Ollie.
Was that the most surprising result of the weekend, though? Not only that they won, but they won with Tua banged up, and they won so emphatically and threw the ball all around the place.
I think the Jets winning was the most surprising.
Yeah.
But the Dolphins winning the way that they won definitely was like a what? But here we are with the Falcons. Like, they looked like they were going to be a good team, and all of a sudden they have fallen apart. Kirk Cousins is bad.
Can I tell you one more reason we probably shouldn't have been as surprised about the Jets winning? Can I tell you what I think is the craziest stat you'll hear all day?
Yes.
In the last 2 years, when the Bengals score 38 or more points, they're 1-3.
So they don't want to score 38 or more points.
No, but you know what? You can't do much about that defense. They've given up 27 plus points in 7 straight games.
Hey,
I want to see the Cowboys play the Bengals.
Steven just said they were 32nd in defense. So,
well, there you go. There's strong contenders from the Ravens and the Bengals. I want to see the Bengals and the Cowboys play right now, and I think the over-under should be like 70.5 points.
I think if you just put the defenses out there and didn't even put opposing offenses out there, points would get scored on both teams.
Probably right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will circle back around to the Cowboys because it's time for Wanker of the Weekend.
Oh.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build.
products. You got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bring a receiver in to the slot. Nix back. Throws it out to Harvey. Wide open. Got away from Shamar James. Touchdown, Denver.
Man, I love some of these Brad Sham calls because he is all of us in just expressing absolute disgust with this defense.
At one point, I do remember hearing Brad go, and you know what? It looks like Dak Prescott's day is done. Joe Milton can have as much as he wants for the rest of this game. I don't want to see Dak back in this one. And I don't think it was disgust at Dak's play.
No,
I think it was like, we've had enough today.
Yeah, and let's go and fire up Wanker of the Weekend because there's probably still a couple more Cowboys plays and players that need to go into that. Jaden Blue, who so far is not good. He had a fumble, thank goodness. Brock Hoffman battled and recovered it. Did we get a crooked call for that? Maybe. Did it end up making a lick of difference? No, it did not. Bridges.
Unless
they keep playing.
No, it didn't. It definitely didn't.
Bridges for getting absolutely clowned on that touchdown pass to Franklin that made it 37-17. I know we talked about whether it was the INT, the pass breakup that forced a punt as the game went along. Unfortunately, Bridges was getting exposed, and those two players stood out. And then also just the entire Cowboys defense that their job is to get to the passer, as the first hit on Bo Nix came in the first play of the fourth quarter, and he still completed a 39-yard pass.
Really?
Yeah.
Does that mean he's good or? Yes, he's good, Kevin. The answer is he is good.
He is good.
And whenever you're good, when a bad team does things like that, you complete 39-yard pass.
That's true. I just didn't want to undersell how bad our defense was.
I get you, man. I understand that.
All right. Now, we can go a couple of different directions here. I've got some more nonsense stories for Wanker of the Weekend.
Bob Nightingale just posted this. Can I say this?
I have no idea what it says.
Hideo Nomo will throw out the ceremonial first pitch tonight.
Okay.
Oral Hershiser will throw out the first pitch before Game 4. Nobody knows who Game 5's the first pitch will be, but
you know why that is, right?
Sandy Koufax is in L.A.
The Dodgers thought the series would be over, right? They're like, we're going to sweep. Don't even bother. Sandy Koufax is 89. What are we doing?
Telling me that he couldn't fire one in there?
You're probably right. And I do want to see it. I want them to treat him with the utmost respect. And if they're worried this thing is going to go sideways, don't do it.
I understand that.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. It just would be awesome.
Yes.
That would be really Nomo, Hershiser, and then Sandy Koufax, dude. Wow.
Finish it off with maybe the greatest pitcher of all time. Certainly one.
One of the best left-handed pitchers ever to throw a baseball. Mike would agree.
All right. We probably do. I'm going to tell you one fun thing before we get into the serious Wanker of the Weekend.
Yeah.
All right. Wanker of the Weekend, the South Carolina student section, because they all came down to the front of the stadium with about 2 minutes left, and the Gamecocks had the ball, but then they fumbled it, and Alabama scored a touchdown with less than a minute left, and whoops.
Well, what are they supposed to do? Wait in their seats to storm the field? Yes, that's what you should do.
Yeah.
You should wait in your seats and then storm the field after everybody has left the field. All the players have left the field, at least the players for the opposing team.
It's a bold move to get ready to storm the field in a tie game.
Get ready to do it.
Okay.
It's exciting. Anything can happen.
So
do you think they went back to their seats after that, or do you think they just...
But Alabama scored with less than a minute, so they might as well just hit the exit.
Sit back in your chair and just stare at the field like, what happened?
All right, see? So we brought you fun and joy in your life. Now it all comes to an end. We have a story that is not funny whatsoever.
Is this about the holding call?
No.
On A&M that never got called? I'm still mad about that.
We still won the game. It's okay. Salina football coach Bill Elliott has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave. Now, depending on which way you think this is going to go or what you already believe, it's because A, they actually think he is involved with this, or B, it involves his son, and it's just better to remove him from the situation. Because there's an investigation into his son, Caleb Elliott, who is a former Salina district teacher and coach who has been arrested on charges related to alleged invasive recording in the Moore Middle School boys' locker room. So, a former teacher and coach in the Salina system who just so happens to be the son of the football coach was arrested for videotaping in the middle school boys' locker room. And I was just kind of looking at some of the reaction to this across social media. I want to make this very clear. I have no idea who did or did not know what. But there are a lot of people on social media who have already decided that the father, Bill Elliott, is guilty and knew about this as well.
This is from CBS News, Kevin, and this was 2 days ago. So I don't know if there's anything. They quote, to be clear, the investigator has not made findings in any respect.
Right.
But in an abundance of caution, recommended the district consider placing both employees on non-disciplinary leave.
And I get it, because can you imagine, like, if your kid was accused of, essentially being a pedophile, it would probably be really difficult to continue to do your job.
He recovered 12 photos from his phone.
Yeah.
All described as meeting the legal definition of that.
Yeah, and so that would probably be difficult to continue along with your job. So what he did or did not know, I don't know, but I understand why they put him on leave, and I just wonder if this is going to be a situation, especially if the son is found guilty, that they're like, hey, this is not a sustainable situation. Like, even if it's not the dad's fault, could you not see if your son got taken out of the district and then arrested and then sent to jail because he was taking inappropriate pictures of middle schoolers and you had previously employed him? I could see how that would be we can't have you here anymore, even if he didn't know.
And anytime there's a discussion,
yes,
that's going to be brought up.
Sure.
Dude, I mean, honestly, it's unfortunate, but players respect. They know that information.
Yeah.
You say something to them, the first thing that going, what do you have? How can you say that?
Yeah.
That's how that's.
It was just, it's shocking because, I mean, a lot of us were familiar with Bill Elliott.
I got a kid in middle school too.
Yeah.
Playing football.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I don't know what's going to come of this, but clearly a terrible situation that is in the midst of going down in Salina. All right, let's move on from there. Other wankers of the weekend. Well, the NCAA has been ordered to pay $18 million in a football concussion lawsuit to a former college football player and his wife because they found that the NCAA was guilty of not explaining to the player long-term effects of concussions. This feels like this will have a very wide-reaching precedent in terms of how many players are out there that could follow this same idea. He played for South Carolina State from 1977 and 1980. So this alone, I don't think is going to cause the NCAA that much concern. But if this opens the doors for all of those people that have probably suffered through this exact same thing, this could be hugely problematic for the NCAA.
The other day, Adrian was watching the game and she saw maybe it was Romeo Dobbs or another player wearing one of the Guardian caps.
Yes.
And she was like, so those are available, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, absolutely available to everybody.
Uses them.
She goes, but not everybody out there wears them. Why?
Correct.
And I said, well, Kevin and I were sitting down, maybe it was me and Mike, we're sitting down with a couple players and we asked about those and they were like, I don't wear them, they look dumb. And she was like, are you kidding me? They know. And again, if one player wears it, it reduces it a certain number.
Yeah.
If two players wear them and they hit each other, it's reduced even more because both players are wearing it.
Right.
Why aren't the helmets just made out of those in general? But this is interesting, this part of the conversation in that they didn't know. They're saying they weren't told the possible outcome.
Which in 1977, I'm significantly more inclined to believe. Because if you said that in the last, 15 or 20 years, I'm like, get serious.
Yeah, exactly.
But in 1977, all right.
But here we are with players that do know.
Yeah.
Do have a piece of equipment that could help them. And they're like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Looks stupid.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't know if you guys were locked in on the UFC pay-per-view this weekend, but
all day.
Poor Tom Aspinall cannot catch a break. He had to wait for former guest of the show and definite jacknut John Jones to decide if he was going to fight or not. Then he finally gets a pay-per-view defense, and it ends with his opponent poking him in both of the eyes in a very competitive first round. It looked like this was going to be a hell of a fight. Double poke to the eyes, fight over in the first round, ruled a no contest.
Because the poke?
Yes. His eyes looked messed up. And so
I did see that.
They're going to run it back, but you're like, man, this is his chance to be like, I would have beat John Jones anyway. I know people are never going to believe that unless the fight ever actually happens, but he could be like, this is my division. And instead it ends with,
got poked in the eye.
Yeah,
that's the story out of it.
Yes.
And what makes you think if you fought again that he won't poke you in the eyes again?
You know what?
I don't even think I'd want to do it.
I have actually long held that the UFC's light punishment on pokes to the eye is something that I think fighters absolutely took advantage of, because you'd get a poke and be like, it was an accident. And then they would only discount you a point, maybe the second time it happened. And I'm like, if you poke somebody in the eye, that could be a weird advantage.
And yeah, think about that for a second.
Sportsmanlike.
How much is that affecting you?
Yeah.
In the fight, more than 1 point.
Yes.
At least 2 points.
For sure.
Or 3.
I don't know if you
could be 4.
I don't know if you keep going down this line how many points
How many points
worth.
do you think it's worth, Kevin?
2.5.
All right. Doesn't seem like enough.
And then, by the way, Adrian Peterson was arrested over the weekend for a DWI, an unlawful possession of a weapon because of the DWI. And I'll never quite understand. Well, like, don't do that anyway. But especially if you're like, oh, man, and I have a weapon in the car, like, feels like you'd be on your best behavior.
If you have, dude, you know what?
Driving the car, but
you say this a lot. And now every time I'm doing something illegal in the car, I'm like, I need to drive.
I don't know if that
even
part
more
is
careful
exactly
right now, because Kevin's always like, be smarter if you have illegal things.
I just like, okay. So I realize the unlawful possession of the weapon is tied into the nature of the alcohol as well. But Minnesota authorities said he was also driving 83 in a 55 while he was drunk with a gun in the car. Make a choice.
You don't have good decision making when you're drinking like that, Kevin. That's why you're going 85.
Yeah, that's, I don't know, just a lot of poor decisions made right there.
But as Kevin has said many, many times,
don't break the law.
If you're breaking the law, though,
I don't know.
Drive safer.
Actually, I guess I do
but
have to
don't go
own
under
that.
the speed limit, because then the cops are like, why is he going under the speed limit?
And it's a black sheep situation.
Exactly.
Yes. Look, first thought, don't break the law. But I'm always perplexed when people are double breaking the law. And I'm like, wouldn't you be like, hello, officer?
See, that's the last thing I
10
hear,
and
though.
2
The first thing you say about don't break the law gets distracted by the last part.
Okay.
I think that's what happened.
Okay. Well, there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on...
that?
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Almost out of time on the play clock. Snap back. He's got time. Good protection. Deep ball to the middle for Ferguson. Intercepted. At the 25-yard line, the Longhorn, Zadai Barron, riding with Ferguson in double coverage. And the one thing Dak could not do right there, that is his first interception since the end of the Chicago game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Broadus,
You want to know why I'm amazing?
Yes, please do.
I'm going to order pizza later.
Oh.
Yep. Needed to pick me up.
Where from?
I'm pretty good now, too. I'm one of those emotional eaters. Get depressed?
Tell me about it. I have lots of emotions.
Tear it up. Let's eat our emotions this afternoon on the show.
Okay, when you're at work, what's your go-to pizza place?
Zalot's. It's just down the road here. It's quick delivery.
Yeah,
fairly
absolutely.
cheap. Low overhead there with that business model.
They've got it figured out. Zalot's has figured out how to get the garlic and the grease to mix together right in the dough.
Okay, now I'm
very consistent.
I'm going to stay.
Very delightful.
Every bite is, and they got this pepper. I don't know. They put this pepper on it, and
love the pepper.
Really good.
The cracked pepper, the garlic, and the pepper.
What was the year that pizza companies got together and said $5 charge, but none of that goes to your driver, so still tip then? Do you remember when that happened? And they all went along with it. And
Crazy.
Like,
there's this thing called a service fee we're going to now put in here.
And you thought it was a tip, and then they were like, hey, but it's not. So you need to keep paying more, too.
Do you guys find yourself tipping it when people check you out, they have that tipping
I
thing?
won't do it, but everyone asks you for a tip now. It doesn't matter what it is, what kind of service. It's just, here's an option to tip.
What? I get ball sacked every time on that.
You feel bad, so you tip.
Well, it's from. I got to start figuring out how to pay my own water here in a minute.
You get ball sacked by the tip, huh?
I'm getting ball sacked by the fact that I was. My family was in the restaurant business, and I know how the service thing works. So I feel like, you know what? Hey, I
owe
get
$1.
I get, you put the bagels in the bag, I'll give you $1.50. That.
Okay.
Kind of
wow.
Yeah.
Man, that's generous. Very nice.
I'll be your bagel bag boy any day.
It's $1.50, boys.
You're $1.50.
It's not like I'm giving. It's not like I'm giving them $150.
Did you think?
Dang, you should have pulled last night on the post-game show. Brian did have a funny moment where he was like, "You
couldn't drive a nail up my ass."
Yeah, talking about Leroy Glover.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
He was like, I was so nervous.
Yeah, we had a situation where we were signing Leroy Glover, and Jerry goes, "You sure we're going to give him $5 million?" And I was so nervous you couldn't drive a nail up my ass. I'll say that again.
I meant to mark that.
Make sure you got that one, Alex. You got that for me?
Yeah.
Drive a nail up my ass. I'll say it again.
Perfect. Well said. Well said, Ryan.
Like your Eeyore over here.
I'm begging you.
Yeah. So
drive that nail.
No, I want to win this Friday. I want to win.
Okay.
That's why I'm trying to do this.
Okay.
Mickey's still going to dominate.
Yeah. Mickey. I did.
Gosh, that's an all-timer.
That's an all-timer,
I'll tell you what,
man.
I did run into Mickey today, and Mickey, I go, "Hey, how's the quarterback?" He broke his leg. Ankle. The guy twisted it. You should see. They got film twisting it. They broke it.
They broke his pribula.
And
they twisted it.
And I was like, "Hey, I'm really sorry about that, Mickey." But anyway, yeah, that's what like the whole Leroy Glover thing. Like I said it with like confidence, and I wasn't confident at all.
Okay.
I really wasn't confident, but here we are. But it worked out okay.
Do you think it was the right move to go ahead and let Brian Kelly say goodbye and buy him out and all that good stuff?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, this is the questions that I now have, and I said this yesterday about this. I do not, I said it to you guys in the pre-talk here, I do not mind giving money for NIL stuff. I just don't. But I do mind giving money when you make mistakes in hiring coaches.
Right.
That's the problem I have. I will give players money all day. Let me write it to checks. We're good. But when you tell me that you hire a coach and then you fire him 4 years later and you want me to give money for that, absolutely not. You know, I mean, that's a mistake. And we need to, you know, I'm not here to clean up your mistakes. And if you're not good enough hiring coaches, we need to get you out of there, AD, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Send $1.50 of your bagel money.
Okay, listen, I'm going to ask you then, Heggie. How did you feel about the whole Jimbo Fisher thing? When that thing went down, you're like, it felt like, yeah, we got to get rid of him, but you're getting rid of him for $70 million.
Yeah, and that's what I've always kind of gone back and forth with, because like there was obviously no salary cap in college football, but you wonder if the boosters are like, well, that comes out of your budget, like for the players. And so I understand that.
Yeah, I just like, if you're going to continually make mistakes, and we paid Coach O off too. This is something that we've done now back to back. In 8 years, we've paid off, you know, we're paying off two
it's like
coaches.
$70 million, I think. It's
17
for Orgeron and now
like
53.
Yeah, it's crazy that that money should go to our athletes. It shouldn't be going to some coach that you know was just
failed
15, 16 games over 500.
Yeah. I'd have a blanket policy against it. This is just a waste of money. You know, we can find coaches in non-Power 4 schools or in Division II that are up-and-coming guys and are exciting and can bring ideas. Yeah. You don't have to introduce that kind of risk to your alumni to find a good coach, do you?
You know what? The thing about it is, though, you've got to be able to now compete with – you got to be able – and I know in the Southeastern Conference, you got to be able to compete with that. That guy at A&M is going to really get it rolling. I mean, he's done a great job.
Elko, baby.
But the guy at Ole Miss now – he's got a little of that edge to him. Like, he knows how to recruit. He knows how to use the money. If he got to a place that had a lot of money, man, but hell, I thought the same thing of the guy out at USC. I just wonder, but some of these coaches, like I say, $10, $12 million a year. And then if we sign them up for 10 years, that and we have these buyouts, I mean, never feel sorry for a head coach that gets let go.
Right.
Never feel sorry for the assistants. Never feel sorry for the head coach, because he's the one that's walking away. Hey, at Michigan State, how about all the problems they've had at Michigan State? They had Mel Tucker up there. They paid him like it was an incredible amount of money. Then they had that whole thing with that doctor and the gymnast thing.
Oh yeah.
Think about how much money Michigan State the athletic department has had.
My goodness.
And then they're talking about giving another 50-something million to this coach that they have up there currently.
And why does Scott Woodward still have a job if he's hiring these coaches?
I have no idea. I honestly, that's the question. If I was right now in Baton Rouge on radio or whatever, I would be saying, well, let's now look at as the great Paul Brown once said, I don't blame you. I blame the man that hired you. You know, that kind of thing. And that's, you know, whoever that was, those guys need to be looked at very closely.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. Of course, we'll get more of Brian's thoughts there on the Brian Kelly story and, start our reactions to the Cowboys' defeat here coming up in about 5 minutes. Shoddy's presser scheduled for 3:15 today.
That should be fascinating for sure today. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We having the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Execution, Kevin.
Execution.
I hate this team.
but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has ways.
Hey, remember when we used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Singing sisters?
Angel Bells.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun sport?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a Cowboys Monday. Not the Cowboys Monday we were quite expecting, but wow, defense might have had its worst game yet. So we have a lot to unpack. Where do we go from here? Pressure got to Dak, no doubt about it. General at your service. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Wolchuk and Gia Follower here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I mean, how frustrating. Patrick Surtain gets hurt twice. Couldn't play in the second half. Cowboys could not take advantage of it. Was that the end? Was that the end of the 2025 season we just saw?
Man, it's possible. You know, it's one of those where you look at the schedule, you've put yourself in a pretty tough hole. Now, there are some winnable games. Arizona, I know they're favored right now. I mean, I was saying on the post game, I've seen Kyler Murray. He just turns into Superman. He gets into AT&T Stadium. So this is not going to be an easy one. Vegas, you'd like to think you got a shot. You got the Giants again on the schedule. You got Washington again on the schedule. Philly, I think you play well, especially at home. They almost beat them at the first game of the season, but, I mean, you're going to have to steal one that you don't think that you have a shot. So is that the Lions game? Probably not. Maybe the Chiefs, you're at home. You feel
short week.
This offense is just looking like night and day. Like, they figure it out at home. They can put up points, but I don't know if it's the communication, whatever it is on the road, they struggle. So the Chargers, can you knock them off? But like it's starting to get close to, yes, the season's lost.
Kind of looked like maybe the elevation was getting to CD Lamb. Is that why he kept taking himself out of the game? Did we ever find out?
I think it was his ankle. He re-injured it. Not to the significance of how it happened the first time, but he got bumped and it slowed him down in the game, from what I understand.
Well, we're on this pattern now of it looking like they're the worst team ever and they might not even win 8 games, and then they win, and it's like, well, maybe if you make a trade, you can, be a playoff team, and if you make a couple of trades, maybe you could be a realistic contender. I think Tony nailed it when he said this kind of feels like the team he played for in 2013 that lost to the Broncos, and went into Week 17 with a chance to make the playoffs, but ultimately was a disappointment. When this offense is clicking, I think they can beat anybody. Now, they got a gauntlet coming up here with the game against Philly, Detroit, and Kansas City, 3 in a row. The end could come then, and let's consider the fact that this first half of the schedule that they're just concluding and these next 2 are a part of that. The schedule is going to get significantly more difficult, and once you get to late November and into December and early January. So, maybe this we'll be talking about the draft, and a real chance won't materialize. But I do kind of expect them to play better against Arizona, and then the bye week, and then the Raiders. Right now, you have to ask yourself, how many trades would they have to make, and is it realistic that they would actually do that? I think to answer the question, I would imagine this could put some urgency into you, but Stevens' tone today was more reserved and more accountable for not being good than strident of, oh yeah, we got a damn good defense and this thing's gonna. I'm hearing less confidence. He did say we still could be a playoff team. We're going to continue to grind. If we can get some stops, I think our offense will play well. But that's a big if. This defense is not getting any stops. What happened last night was a complete disaster.
Absolute embarrassment.
To start it off with the run from Harvey and then the wide open players the players are throwing their shoulders up and shrugging, but they're just flat out not good enough.
Amen. You don't have NFL players.
Yeah.
I mean, you going back, I had to stop at halftime rewatching the All-22 this morning because it was just like revolting.
Sick to your stomach.
Yeah. It was,
not safe for work.
You got guys that just, they're not getting off blocks. They're taking, what is Kyer Elam doing when he's trying to fill a run? Honestly, you have players out there that look like they don't necessarily want to be part of the action. It's like, is Kenneth Murray running away from tackles sometimes, or is he just running into blocks? The effort, and once I start to see maybe effort being a question, that's when I'm going to start to look at the coach here.
Yeah.
And I don't think Flus is getting fired in the season, but I don't think he's back next year. I think it's going to be a Mike Nolan one and done situation here. Because I think, but again, I do think the bigger problem is the personnel sucks. And how bad is Kalen Carson? Kalen Carson was dressed yesterday.
Sure.
This is the second week in a row. He can't get on the field. You got Triquez Bridges, who is a 7th-round, 25-year-old rookie. The Chargers said, we don't want you on our team. Cowboys pick him up. He's on the practice squad. He's starting for you. Kalen Carson, the guy you drafted in the middle rounds, you thought was pretty good. He can't play.
I was surprised when Bridges got that pick. I was like, wait, why is he in the game?
Yeah.
It's the first drive.
Thank God he got the pick. Unfortunately, he only got a field goal from it because you can't score from the 1-yard line. But it is brutal watching this team play defense.
The pre-snap penalties really made me wonder, where is this team's energy and focus right now?
Yeah, there was tons of them.
Mm-hmm.
It was killing you on both sides of the ball. Like that, it's the second drive of the game, and James Houston on 3rd and 7 is going to line up off sides.
Yeah.
You're actually about to get back-to-back stops.
Yeah.
And then you line up it wasn't even like a flinch, like, oh, crap, the cadence was so good I jumped. I'm just so ridiculously out of touch with the sport that I'm lining up over the football, just consciously.
That was horrible. That's got to be the worst one, especially because how often that's happened over the last couple of years. That's got to be a major point of emphasis.
Well, anytime that they somewhat get a stop here the last 2 or 3 years, you're just always expecting all of a sudden on the score bar, what they call it, the bug, whatever the
score bug. Here comes the flag.
Flag alert. You look for that yellow flag to come up. So hands to the face, defensive holding, illegal contact,
or just simply a neutral zone infraction because he lined up over the ball.
Crazy. But, that's what it is.
When the talent's so bad, I ran into a long-time Tolo this morning at the park. And by the way, the bees are out. Be careful. Remy's been stung twice in the last 5 days. So that's no fun. But Doug Williams, the former superintendent there at Sunnyvale ISD, maybe the greatest superintendent in the history of Texas schools, he asked how many players on this defense would start elsewhere. And I thought, man, maybe just 3.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Osa, Clark, and Bland?
Yep. That's what we established last night.
Yeah. I think it's really actually Bland and Clark.
Yeah, because right now, and hey,
I think Solomon Thomas is actually playing better than Osa.
Well, it's frustrated me, and when we did Love of the Star on Saturday, Brian, we got asked about Perrion Winfrey.
Yeah.
And the people that you were talking to was like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, where can we play? We like him. I don't know where we play. What do you mean, where do you play Perrion Winfrey?
Yeah.
Get Mozzie's ass off the field.
Yeah,
you don't want to play Jake. If you want to play him over Jake, I don't care. Mm-hmm. Why not? And this is the problem with the team. You point at them and you're like, your players aren't good enough. They're going to laugh in your face and tell you you're crazy. You're an idiot. You don't know football. Okay. All right. I guess the rest of the league also doesn't know. Because if you ask around the league, they're going to tell you the Cowboys overvalue their own. And it's evident. I don't know how many players, to your point, that other teams even want. They're so damn bad. And They can't get out of their own way. There's a lot of stubbornness that goes into this. That's probably the overarching problem. But Osa's been the most disappointing of anybody. Because I was a big Osa Digizua fan. He has done nothing this year. And the most alarming part is he's like that 3 technique. That's all we hear about in this Flus scheme and this Flus defense, the 3 tech. Well, Osa's done diddly-poo. So there's problems. But, yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Maybe it is just Clark and Blaine. But Kenny Clark got his ass beat yesterday. Kenny Clark was also a huge problem. So he's another guy. If they decide they want to move on and they can this offseason, I wouldn't be stunned. He's going to need to start to play better before I'm buying in on Kenny Clark returning to the team.
Older guy, maybe wearing down a little bit.
Yeah, we saw it kind of late in the year last year, but it was a toe injury they were telling us about, and that's something that you probably had to deal with. But, what's just so unfortunate is that they really did believe that they fixed the run defense.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to Wolchuk's example right there by trading for Kenny Clark. They thought, okay, well, we're going to get better on run defense. They misevaluated their linebackers. They misevaluated their edges.
What do you think about the Osa double-teamed excuse?
I think it happens. I think it's clear. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen him double. I know in the Carolina game, when I really first started noticing it quite a bit. But yeah, there's double teams that happen. I've seen Solomon Thomas get double teamed and get off the block and get up the field and do some things. I just think that, to me, there's been some plays where Osa has kind of looked a step slow, where like the ball has gone to he's lined up in the 3 technique on the left side, and the ball just kind of goes off the right tackle over here, and he's had a chance to get over. He just hasn't been able to close as quickly as he has in the past.
It was tough to watch at times, depressing, I think. And before too long, we'll be unfortunately talking about there's always next year. Hopefully they can rally over the next couple of weeks and take care of business against Arizona and the Raiders to at least make these games interesting. But the other part of me, wants to say, I hope they don't win. I hope they lose these next 2 games and, start to put themselves in position for a top 10 pick, because you don't just need players, but you need really good players in order to impact these games. And, I think before too long, we got to talk about the offense as well, because that was not good. I think you just saw the disruption, and maybe I underrated Denver a little bit. I actually picked the Cowboys to win this game, and you talk about an all-time crow eating session, but I was surprised at how they were able to take the Cowboys offense away from what it did well. I thought at one point in the second quarter, maybe they're going to settle down and just run the ball, but that wasn't working great either. The tackles, obviously got ghosted multiple times. You get 4 pressures from Guyton. He's jumping multiple times. One time they called Hoffman for it, but there's 2 false starts on Guyton basically. And I don't know how good of a game Dak had, but it was probably his worst game of the year. Maybe that or Chicago.
I think, honestly, Gavin, that Steele was worse.
Steele was worse.
Yeah, and let's say that, and I'll say this though, we went into this game kind of feeling like that maybe you would have a way to win. You'd have to win the inside 3, and the tackles. I know Steele was by himself about 93% of this game, and Guyton was about 88% by himself, and they had a big problem inside control and whether there was just the power that Denver played with inside, the way they were kind of – I thought it was a really poor game for Tyler Smith. I thought it was a poor game for Hoffman, and I don't think Booker was particularly well. You had 9 pressures just from the inside guys.
Yeah.
The inside 3. You're probably going to have pressures from Guyton being a young guy, and I'm not trying to cover for him here. I think when you start talking about going against Nick Bonito the way he did, I actually think he played pretty well because Nick Bonito could just wreck a game.
It started off scary.
It did, and I think that Guyton. But I thought Steele was far worse. And
oh my gosh, Jonathan Cooper! There was a play where Steele wasn't even out of his stance, and Cooper was already pressuring back. It was brutal.
There's the thought now that I have about putting Nate Thomas out there at right tackle and just trying to continue to grow with the left tackle. It wasn't pretty or perfect or anything. I'm just saying for the amount of reps that he had working against one of the best edges in the league. I think he held himself up. I had more of an issue with what was going on with Smith and Booker than I was anything else on that offensive line.
I don't know that I've seen Tyler Smith on the ground as much in a game ever.
It almost made me think that he was hurt.
Oh yeah, he's going to be dealing with that knee, I think, till the offseason.
His movement, his awareness, it was almost like he was a rookie player out there. With the way that they were doing stuff to him and to the three inside guys. And you couldn't afford to lose that inside game. You lost it yesterday.
Guess the good news is they're getting Cooper Beebe back. Jerry said last night he does not anticipate them becoming sellers. Not now, no, was his answer. Maybe that changes if they go out there and lose to Arizona. You do have some players that other teams would be interested in, but you would have to make some pretty big, bold decisions about how you want to manage this thing moving forward, and taking on a long-term mindset at midseason just has not been this team's MO ever. I think they are willing to kind of wave the white flag once they're mathematically eliminated, but they'll sort of hold out hope and try to sell that to the fan base to keep people engaged, I think is what we're probably looking at, which is unfortunate, but it's common in football. Okay, Mavs and Thunder tonight at the AAC. Derek Lively's out with the knee contusion. So there you go, 3 games in, and your injury-prone young big man who is trending to be one of the better big men in the entire league just cannot stay healthy. I don't know if the Mavs decided to become sellers at some point, decide let's go young and build around Cooper Flagg. I don't know if I'd keep Derek Lively as a long-term piece of it. If a team was willing to say, hey, we're a rim protector away, we're a Derek Lively away from maybe being able to take on the Thunder, I'd let him go.
Like the Lakers?
Right? Yeah. Hey, maybe you can get a couple of first-round picks you're still owed from them. Mavs did beat the Raptors 139-29 at the AAC last night, though. Flagg scoring 22, grabbing 4 boards, dished out 4 assists. The Mavs did have 12 turnovers at halftime. It looked like a repeat of the Washington game was about to happen, but they dominated the third. Boy, that was depressing Friday night getting home and watching that Wizards game. That was the worst.
Yeah.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Crazy story for me yesterday morning. Did you guys get out in the fog at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm driving up Bush, coming basically from Rockwall, heading for 75 to go up to Melissa, right outside of McKinney, playing there at the Z-Plex. The fog was so bad, I couldn't really see the street signs. And I'm just like locked in on the car ahead of me, trying to stay close enough so I could see their taillights basically to have like a reference point, right? Because that's how dense the fog was. And I'm doing like 60. At some point I look at the clock and I'm like, man, that's crazy. We haven't got to 75 yet. And the next thing I know,
you're in Oklahoma.
Well, the light's coming on a little bit, and I see it off in the distance a sign that says next exit 35.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, I rolled right past 75. What is that, 10, 12 minutes beyond, maybe 15 minutes out, so we were late for the game and everything, but hope everybody was safe there yesterday. That was probably the craziest fog I've driven in.
It's scary, dude. It's very scary when you can't see what's going on right there. You're just like, I might need to just pull on over.
And you see those TikTok videos of the people that slide into each other and the chaos and destruction that could happen. So it was quite a stressful morning, but it blew off. Eventually, we got back there. Okay, we got Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20 coming up after the G-Bag of the Day champion. Zach, what is the subject matter today?
Well, I think we could all use a beer after what we witnessed yesterday, and it is National American Beer Day. The top 10 most popular beers in all of the U.S. of A. What's your favorite? That's next in the nation.
But first, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. Tolos, as parents, I know we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here.
voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day champion. And then Wolchuk's Top 10 here at 2:20. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucas.
Yeah. What's up, Doc? What up, Doc?
Have a good weekend?
I did. I had a fantastic weekend. One of the greatest so far. Good weekend, yeah. Nice. Very good weekend. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan. 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. You caught it, you lucky son of a gun. You. I believe this is day 2 going for 3 for Wolchuk's audio. Am I tripping on the days?
You're right.
Gosh,
You're right.
Man, you got it, man. Say it with confidence, dude.
You're on this.
That's it. All right, Zach Wolchuk right here with the classic updated update.
This year, and we'll worry about 2026 when we get there. DeMarvion Overshone with a clarification about 20 minutes ago. That knee brace that he's wearing, it's an accessory, not a necessity, says DeMarvion Overshone on Twitter, if you were wondering.
Yeah, I think they're just testing some equipment is what they're doing.
It's a pretty sweet-looking brace.
Yes.
But I always get nervous when I see my players with braces on.
Yeah, I get that. Especially Rebels look crazy.
How much do those slow you down?
Doesn't help.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Look at offensive linemen wear them for knee protection.
Overshone just tweeted 30 minutes ago the knee brace is an accessory, not a necessity.
Sweet.
Wow. Okay.
I love that.
Sweet.
That's show worthy.
That's a different type of thought
such
now.
a
New
badass,
perspective.
dude.
New perspective.
Did you play with a knee brace, Chief?
I did. Just after an ACL as well.
Yeah.
Did you just report?
Yeah.
You can hear me trying to fight off the laughter when I asked you that question about playing with a knee brace.
And I saw you cheese, and I'm like, yep, he just said that.
It was just
perspective.
just an accessory, though.
Yeah. I love it. And I would love to find out Overshone's coming back before the bye.
That'd be great news. The sooner the better.
Yeah.
All the help you can get.
They're being a little bit too careful. A couple of weeks ago with CeeDee Lamb in Carolina, being too careful with Cooper Beebe. Get him out there. Okay, nobody's 100%. Let's play some damn football. You need all hands on deck. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 220.
All right, 877-881-1053. Let me know your favorite beer. Happy National American Beer Day. I got the top 10 most popular beers in America per sales. So we'll get to that in just a second. But somebody just sent this to me. All of a sudden, we got ourselves a World Series, fellas. It is tied at 1 apiece. We got Game 3 tonight. I was kind of monitoring what was going on Friday, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wait a second, Toronto's beating the crap out of the Dodgers right now. Turned it on, and then the Dodgers bounced back. Now the series is shifting back to L.A. You've got the chance to Ohtani, like, we don't need you. His wife loves the chance, apparently. She's like, yeah, I don't need him either. You guys, I love the fact that he plays baseball. He's never home. This is amazing. But Tolo just sent me realignment projections, like if Major League Baseball decided to do any realignment.
Do I have a chance to win the division every year?
Okay, so what do you guys think? And I think that they might. So this potential realignment actually has the Rangers moving to the National League. They would be in the NL Central.
That means our pitchers have to hit, huh?
No, they changed that rule a couple years ago. So now we don't have to. Everybody DHs. You don't have to worry about that. Otherwise, that would be funny. And I don't know that I would like that. I don't know how many of these. Although Jack Leiter, he got some action. I think Merrill Kelly said that he was a pretty good hitter.
He's having
college.
fun with you, man.
So,
you being serious?
Yeah, we had him on, and he talked.
No. I was talking about the National League. I just was making a joke.
Yeah, no, but you're right. That's how they had it. And there's a lot of people that would love them to bring that back. So,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about pitchers hitting.
No, I don't like it.
I was just having fun.
I'm glad they switched it. Yeah. All right, what do you think about this, Brian?
Okay,
Rockies.
We got a chance.
Got a shot.
Yeah. They play in Colorado.
Yeah.
Royals.
Kansas City.
Inconsistent.
Young team.
Just young. Could suck. Might be good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Iffy.
We'll figure them out in spring training.
And then Rangers and Astros. That would be your NL Central.
Ooh.
So basically, you're just moving to 4 teams in every division. I think
we'd have problems with the Astros and the Royals. I think we would.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think we would. Yeah.
I think
it'd be a very competitive division, but I think
you no longer have to worry about them The Mariners. Just were in the ALCS. I think that'd be good. Obviously, it's a bummer you don't get the A's in your division. I'd much rather go ahead and swap Kansas City with the A's, but they'd be in the NL Northwest.
Yeah, because it's all about circadian rhythms at this point.
Mm-hmm. With the new Portland team that they go ahead and add. That's the projection, Gavin. I don't know if you think Portland needs a major league baseball team, but Fox is projecting Portland and Charlotte.
They're
Portland
usually
and Charlotte. Well done, Brian.
They're usually the
I couldn't
leverage.
acknowledge the first joke I made.
Portland will never get a baseball team. If they did, I think it'd work though.
The problem is
Portland
I didn't know if you were joking.
Beavers.
Yeah, Portland Beavers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A long time that was their AAA team.
Like Oregon State.
They'll support it, but usually what happens
The Portland
is
syringes.
Oh yeah, that too.
How many rainouts would we get?
Portland Antifa.
Yeah, they'd have to put a roof on that thing. You're right.
Might want to vote for the name too.
Flag Day.
That's how you get the woolly mammoths, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, let's get to the beer. Most popular beers in the U.S. of A. Happy National American Beer Day.
Yes.
Always Coors Banquet for me from the 817.
You know, I was always a Coors Light guy myself. Loved it. I also love the Shiner Bock and then the Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. I'd like to mix that with a Coors Light right now. Just you make, big old glass of them, 24 ounces in there. Get a little bit of best of both worlds. But now it's the Stella Artois 0.0.
Sure.
And Athletic Brewing in almost every grocery store in DFW has this Run Wild NA IPA. It's outstanding.
Run Wild.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I've been seeing those Athletic Brewings like all over the place.
Popping up.
Yeah, they're doing good
So
stuff.
you're mixing beers.
Beer mixing? Yes.
Never dabbled in beer mixing.
My buddy Gary Haberman in Tualatin, Oregon, maybe 25 years ago, he called them a halfie, right? They were very popular at his bar. He just turned me on to it.
We're going half.
Because a lot of times you want the IPA, but it's too thick.
Mm-hmm.
So you can sort of water it down with a Coors Light.
You ever mixed any beers, Lucius? You a beer mixer?
No, I'm not a beer mixer. No, I don't. No. But I like the Coors Lights as well. The Silver Bullets, the Werewolf
fishing beer?
Killers. Yeah, I like that. That's a great beer. I used to drink them Heinekens back in the day. That's before I really knew what I was doing when it comes to the beers.
Yeah.
They go down smooth.
Yeah, I like the Modelo's.
Modelo's.
How about that? Y'all like them joints?
I do.
Absolutely.
The Modelo's, Coronas, you can't go wrong. I'm with you on the Coors. Dos Equis,
Let's
100%.
Stellas.
But these are American beers, right?
You got to have the glass, the Stella glass to pour it in there,
It's
too.
so much better in a frozen glass. Yeah, absolutely.
What about the no shortcuts, no excuses? Troy Aikman 8 beer.
I tell you what, I
do love the 8 beer.
I was about to say 8 beer is outstanding.
I think the last time I actually had 8 beers when we were out at Hurtado. And
I'm telling you,
gosh,
it's good,
it
man.
It does. It's an easy drinking beer.
How about the Portland Unhoused?
What
The
makes it
homeless?
That
might be an interesting uniform.
I like this. We can workshop the Portland name.
The
The new MLB team.
They just smell awful.
It's really not that bad, though.
409
No, I'm
says
just joking.
pansy ass DH has no place in baseball. So I guess
That's somebody. It's
Who's
my,
the ass DH?
My age or older saying that
Peterson.
probably.
That is
I
Peterson.
mean, I love you, Jock, but he was pretty ass, my dude.
Hey, really loved the way he was the leadoff hitter for the final week or so of the season.
You know
It's
what?
kind of like
They were just doing bits?
Were we tanking? What were we doing?
Getting ABs.
Seriously, what were we doing?
Just trying
If
to
we
finish it out.
start with a strikeout, we might have a chance.
You know what? That's what it's all about. Just set up for the second guy. Hey, less pressure, man. The first guy already struck out.
You can't do any worse than what your leadoff guy is going to do. So allow that to fuel you. Allow that to breed confidence.
We got a lot of Shiner. Try the Shiner NA from the 903. Have you tried the Shiner NA?
I have not.
I didn't even know
they
Shiner
made
had one. Yeah.
I'm in.
52-year-old here, never been drunk. I only have half a wine cooler and half a Shiner Bock my entire life.
I guess he's a Shiner guy
We need
then.
to get you up, man. Get those numbers up.
Another vote
I
for
just don't
Shiner.
understand. You've had a half of one. Maybe you're starting to feel a little bit of a perk, and you're not like, inject this into my veins. Let's go.
Is
Yeah,
the
that's
wine
true.
cooler like a lot of sugar and stuff? What's involved with the wine cooler?
Yeah, just the cheapest way to booze it up.
Is it like
really.
slap the bag?
Is that like the box?
That
Is
box
the
one?
wine cooler the box?
No, we
No,
actually,
they're like in little bottles and
Yeah.
stuff. Remember like the
Oh.
Bartles and James and stuff?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Thank
It's like
you.
fruit punch and wine.
Thank you. All right. Back to you.
817 said, by the way, tell Brian bagels are a lazy breakfast food. Did you say something? Oh, yeah, you did.
yeah.
Talking bagels during
He
cross.
tips the bagel
You're tipping
boy.
the bagel guy.
I'm not.
Oh,
gonna go
yeah.
ahead and-
I'm always tipping the
You know
bagel
what?
guy.
Bleep yourself, 817. I mean, bagels are delicious.
You guys don't feel pressure to tip those people?
I do. I'll tip them. I'll
Yes,
tip them.
I do the
refuse.
same just to kind of, they see me next time, they're kind of like, oh, hey, this is the guy, you know?
This is the guy. This is. They get excited. Or they perk up a little bit.
The one that I do kind of resent though is the one that's owned and operated by the same people. You see them there every time. This happens at donut shops a lot.
Yeah.
It's like the tip is for the employee who's not participating in the profits of what you just overcharged me for $3 for a glazed donut.
Yeah.
Now you're asking for a tip on top of that, and I give those people the tip too.
I'm guilty too, Dawson. I
bet you do.
I go in there and buy the kolaches and stuff for the guys over at the studio. You know.
Oh yeah.
And I always end up tipping it.
Yeah.
And they flip the screen too. Like, okay, here.
Yeah.
Take a go at it. And I'm like
cheesing at you.
Okay, here you go.
Get that 20%.
Oh yeah,
25.
People were texting in those saying that those tips often don't go to that employee. They just go into the store once again.
That's horrible.
I don't trust a damn thing anymore.
So
yeah, I've stopped door dashing since I found out they're just upcharging you.
What are you doing?
Oh yeah,
the menu items are more
and
expensive.
it evolves. You and your buddy could be on DoorDash at the same time, looking at the same restaurant, and your prices could look different than his.
See, that's
It's
just,
how's that?
That's weird.
It's a crapshoot freak show disaster. I would never.
That is
I would
very
never
like I
participate
knew
in
that the
DoorDash.
restaurants had to charge a little
or any
more.
of the food
I
delivery
can't
stuff.
wait
I
the
would
next
never do
time
that.
something
Crazy.
happens. And somebody asks me, "Well, how did that? It's just a freak show, crap show disaster." Is
Wow.
what that is.
explains everything.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Pretty
'cause
much summed it up.
DoorDash is taking a lot of the profits from the restaurant, so they've got to upcharge a little bit to get their money in this. But different prices depending on who's looking at it, that's not cool.
No,
they must know by your algorithm how much they can rip you off.
And airline
these guys
seats
so
the
damn
same
lazy.
way. Aren't airline seats? Don't we kind of can all look at airline seats the same
and get
way?
fed a little something different.
Yeah.
yeah. I
Shouldn't
think
look
that's
bad.
probably real. That's why you got to delete the cookies, man.
Delete the cookies.
You peruse, and then you're like, I don't like what I'm seeing, and then you delete the cookies, and you circle back, and
Incognito
maybe it got
browser?
better.
817 DoorDash and Uber Eats are crooked as hell, and the food delivered is always terrible.
Hey, we love the folks that try and do it though.
It depends. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
look,
it's not about the individual
you're nice
drivers.
folks.
I supported myself on DoorDash for a couple of years, but it's not fun.
DoorDash or Uber, which one do you think you would be better at?
I think it's pretty much the same thing. I was told Uber Eats was better. Like you can make more money off of DoorDash. I just was already DoorDashing.
No, if you had to be Uber driver or DoorDash guy, which do you think you'd be better at?
It's like deal with the people or deal with their food. I think I'd rather just deal with the people.
I just worked in
a little
food
bit more-
service for so long. I just feel like that's like my comfort zone.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the only reason.
You know how I'm going to answer this one, Brian.
You do not want anything to do with the folk.
Yeah, I don't want to have to talk to somebody.
Yeah, you get a
Possibly.
talker back there.
Oh,
you get a 40-minute ride.
Well,
Yeah, but you can set up your settings. I don't talk.
You know,
You can say that,
I've got to force awkward conversation. That's I'm going to get anxiety.
bro. You guys walk up and talk to anybody. There's people that show up at our remotes. Me and Dawson are just trying to kind of hang out. You two, people not even there listening to us. You're walking up and talking to them.
Yeah.
Like,
I
hey,
can't tell you how many times I've walked up to somebody like,
are you
Tolo?
Tolo? And they kind of look at you like,
what
no,
are you
I'm just
talking-
here for the mod sticks.
I don't really like talking while I drive, though. I don't know. Maybe that's a me thing. I kind of just want to listen to something, a podcast, the radio, 105 through the fan, some music. Just kind of have my own time. I don't want to have to talk to a yapper in the back seat.
Yeah.
And maybe
I kind of feel like you and Eric would be really good at that.
Maybe. I appreciate that. I mean, we'd turn on the charm if we had to. Yeah. But if I had a choice,
Broadest nose ball, man.
probably avoid it. Here's your top 10 most popular beers in America. Stella, number 10. Shout out to Stella.
Should be higher.
Modelo at 9.
That's surprising. I thought Modelo was like number 1.
I know.
From a sales standpoint, I think it is. It's been dominating.
Yeah.
We've got Miller High Life at 8.
Wow. Like the fishing beer?
The High Life, yep.
The
Coming in at number
champagne
8.
of beers?
Yep.
Great.
Budweiser at 7.
Bud heavy.
Sam Adams at 6.
I thought Broadus was going to be sponsored by Budweiser after the.
What happened to
the
this?
Rangers
Are we still
parade.
Sam Adams commercialing? I used to think they had some of the more dominant commercials in the game, and now I haven't. Really
I know
noticed
one
Sam
thing. Their
Adams.
stock is pretty damn high.
From Boston.
From
it was
Boston.
everywhere.
Yeah, ton of them. Heineken at 5. Miller, traditional Miller at 4.
Well, wait a minute. That's okay. Wait.
High Life was at 8. Just Miller. Is
Miller
at 4.
Lite?
Just Miller.
Is there a regular Miller beer?
There's a regular Miller.
We got Bud Light. Miller Lite's at 20. So yeah, there must be. It's at 4. Blue Moon at 3. Guinness at 2.
How do you guys feel about fruit? Your beer?
Cranking out the Guinness.
The
I know,
fruity beer?
I was
Not a
pretty
believer.
No.
I
How do
was
you feel
stunned
about
Guinness
the
was this
Not a
high.
believer.
The orange in your beer? How do you feel about
for
that?
the Blue Moon?
I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's a must.
I think during the summer it's nice, like a beer shandy.
Yeah.
It's kind of refreshing.
You ever had a Leinenkugel's?
Yeah, Leinenkugel's good.
Yeah, their
Really
summer
good.
beer is good too. Yeah.
Number 1 though, most popular beer in the U.S. of A. after the third quarter here in 2025 is Corona.
Love it. Thank you, Wolchuk. Let's go crack them. All right. We might have to after that latest Cowboys game. How do we do in the college football weekend, Chief?
It was a great college football weekend, unless you're Brian Broaddus next to the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about the Frankels with you before we get there, though, because if you are hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, you're going to want to have the Frankels right there in your phone right now. Put it in there, 214 or 81.
presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Family Guy Cowboys Twitter coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk about the latest with the trade deadline and what folks are saying about Hendrickson and Crosby. Here's the chief of some college football.
Yeah, let's get to your Week 9 recap right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring me in cold.
Wowzers. The Aggies are for real.
Yeah, they are.
I think we've known that, but now it's official.
Absolutely.
You go into LSU. LSU was down some dudes, and they're not a good football team this year. But a night game at LSU, a place that the Aggies struggle mightily, man, and A&M trailing 18-14 at halftime, and then they just spend the second half just completely.
Special teams was big for them, too, in that second half.
Completely amusing
return,
you.
yep.
Yeah, that return was amazing. I mean, the Aggies score 35 straight points before LSU could get another touchdown in the final minute to lose by 24 at home. Marcel Reed, I mean, if it's not for the bad end zone interception, probably put up a 50 spot going to LSU and hang 50 on them.
Finally getting solid quarterback play, and their quarterback stayed healthy. That's been an issue for A&M. They haven't been able to just keep their quarterbacks healthy.
How about that touchdown run to kick off the proceedings? How'd that make you feel?
Probably not very nicey for Brian.
No, I mean, just going into the game, I just felt like the Texas A&M, Heggie and I were talking about. I told me, I go, you protect the football, which they had a little problem of that in the first half. I go, you protect the ball. I mean, you're gonna cause A&M a lot of problems. A&M's run defense has not been great, and they've struggled a little bit. With the exception of one corner on the outside, they haven't got pass rush like they have in the past. So yeah, it's unfortunate. Good for Texas A&M. They got a really good team. I haven't watched Ohio State play a bunch. I haven't watched Indiana play a bunch, but I can't I can't believe that they're that much better than Texas A&M.
Now, it's possible the Aggies are the best team in the country. I mean, I think Ohio State defensively is incredible, but Marcel Reed versus Julian Sayin, you might give the edge to Marcel Reed. Could that tilt it in A&M's favor? I'd love to see that matchup.
Me too. I mean, especially with the way that he's able to run it up on you as well.
Yeah.
Like, he looks like a totally different player than what we've seen in the past from Marcel Reed and the Aggies. How about that? Cassius Howell?
Oh, he's awesome.
Oh, my.
I mean, Mike Elko's got that D-line. They are nasty.
I mean, and both sides of the ball, the trench play for the Aggies is the real deal, and it really starts there for why you believe in them, and then the development of Marcel Reed. But yeah, that Cassius Howell, he was giving that tackle some serious fits, and he's the real deal. Then you get the LSU stadium chanting "Fire Brian Kelly." What an awful, sad way to walk out of the building for your final time. And they go ahead and do that. Now, did you see the fella Tommy Moffitt?
Yeah, Tommy was there for like 21 years as the strength coach and
for LSU.
Yeah,
Brian Kelly shows up.
Yeah,
and he's out of there.
Now he's at A&M.
Now he's at A&M.
Uh-oh. And they're killing it.
So that's why they had Brian Kelly's face on the tackling dummies.
Yeah.
Leading up to
Tommy was
really, really good at dealing with the scouts in the NFL, because what he would do is, like, he never sugarcoated. If a player was a terrible workout guy, he would give you he would list, like he had it on the door. Please don't ask me about this player, because this player is not a loyal player. This player doesn't want to work hard. He's not a good team player. I mean, he would like call like players out for NFL scouts. I mean, it was kind of like a little bit cringy. Like, you're like, whoa, that's, but he was super honest about the guys that didn't work very hard for him, or really pump up the ones that did. but the ones that didn't work, boy, he let those scouts know it for sure.
I love that. That's my kind of guy. So he had some extra fuel to the fire there for that particular game. And now you have the Brian Kelly fallout, and it's $53 million for a buyout for him. And Broadus is already getting emails from LSU. Hey, do you want to pitch in to the Brian Kelly fund here? And there was a pretty amazing story that resurfaced from the Columbian dating back to when Brian Kelly bailed on Notre Dame for LSU. And it involves Brian Kelly being at a recruit's house, recruiting a player to go to Notre Dame. And he is sitting there. He shows up an hour earlier than he was supposed to. Okay. And he's having a great in-home visit. Everything's going well. At one point, Brian Kelly steps out of the in-home visit, takes a 15-minute phone call, walks back inside the house, and they say, like, cool as a cucumber. They had no idea that the phone call that he had just received was the final phone call announcing that he was, like, they've agreed to terms to become the LSU coach. But he's recruiting an in-home visit at Notre Dame. So the family has no idea what just happened. He comes back in there and sits down and eats a full meal with them, spends another 90 minutes with them, has 3 helpings of burnt ends. And then as they're driving away, the family's like looking at their phone because they're like not paying attention to the phone. They're hosting company here. And the updates come in that Brian Kelly is now the head coach of LSU. And this is as they're pulling out of the driveway. So they screenshot the report and send it to Brian Kelly's person who was with them. And they're like, yeah, that's total BS. Meanwhile, he's driving to Baton Rouge to make a fool of himself at the pep rally.
I'm surprised he didn't say, hey, do you want to come to LSU instead? Like, while he's with the player.
He must have smelled the smoker.
Just pivot and start recruiting for LSU
He just hammered home a bunch of burn ends.
Yeah.
Couldn't say no to that. Didn't want to give him the bad news, at least until after he ate the burn ends. But then he decided not to give him the bad news at all. They can find out themselves. And when they confront me on it, I'll tell them they're being ball sacked.
Yeah.
While I digest the 3 helpings of burn ends.
Well, sometimes you just know that this barbecue is going to be unbelievable. You can tell by the quality of the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I pull up to that Hutchins drive-through in McKinney, you can smell it a half block away, and you're like, oh my goodness, it's going to be so good. You can't, if your stomach is rumbling and you're set on that, you're going to crush those burn ends.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, listen, disrespect the people all you want, but don't be disrespecting the burn ends.
So
there was a way around it, though, right? Don't you just say, hey, I'm not going to Notre Dame. How do you feel about LSU?
Exactly. Yes.
And by the way, delicious burn ends.
Yeah.
You just pivot. Start recruiting for the new team.
I remember my own recruiting story was SMU. And there was a receivers coach, was a guy named Steve Endicott, who was recruiting me out of WT White over here. And Steve told me, this was when Ron Meyer was the head coach at SMU. And he goes, hey, I went over there for a visit, and he goes, hey, Brian, I'm just going to tell you something. We're all going to New England. Coach Meyer's about to take this job. I'm sure if you want to come here, they'll probably, they'll recruit you and all that. But if you don't, I just want to give you a heads up. I said, no, Coach, I really appreciate you doing that. And I went to go visit LSU and, went there. I kind of wanted to go there. But, yeah, Coach Endicott was very honest about it. He's like, listen, we just got this gig in New England. We're not going to be here. If you're coming here because of the coaches, then don't come here. Yeah,
it's the right thing to do. Seriously, Steve.
Yeah, Brian Kelly wouldn't know the right thing to do if it hit him right in the forehead.
Me and my family.
The thing about him is, though, we got the offset. He'll want to keep coaching.
He's getting $800,000 a month now.
Yeah, so somebody
to not do anything.
Somebody will hire him.
Well, right now the favorite
He'll
to
up
be
at UCLA.
I thought maybe Penn State could be a fit for him.
No, it sounds like to me
so?
that Joe Brady's that Joe Brady, like the Buffalo owner is a big Penn State guy. Not that he wants to lose his OC.
Yeah,
but they're trying to talk him into, like, the Buffalo owner was responsible for helping pay the buyout for James Franklin. And so
set up Joe Brady for the gig.
Joe Brady, yeah.
Well, Joe Brady's second in terms of the odds-on favorite to be LSU's next head coach.
Yeah,
number one is Tulane's.
Yeah, Summerall,
John Summerall.
John Summerall.
Yeah, he's the favorite to replace Kelly.
The thing that I worry about John Summerall, and he's done a really good job at Tulane. The thing I worry about is this Billy Napier leaving Louisiana and going to Florida. That's what I worry a little bit about. This Summerall, though, is like he is a kind of a no-nonsense guy, and the Louisiana high school coaches love him. But I just wonder if it's a Billy Napier situation there.
Well, you don't want that.
Nope.
You don't want to sign up for that. This AD for LSU is the one that hired Jimbo in College Station.
Yeah.
And that whole buyout disaster, and now doubling down with the Brian Kelly thing. The AD should be on the hot seat.
Yeah, he should be fired. Yeah. Why does he have a job?
Exactly. Why should he be allowed to be at the command center for the next hire? That really doesn't make any sense. But otherwise, a heck of a college football weekend. We'll get more into it probably in the hodgepodge, but there it is.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, we got some Cowboys Twitter. What are the chances of landing Trey or Max now? Shoddy's presser scheduled for 3:20. We'll get there as well as our Cowboys Monday reactions continue here in the nation.
All right, let's chat Prize Picks, though, shall we? Prize Picks, best way to cash in. We got all the sports going right now. Go ahead and cash in on your Mavs, your Stars, your Cowboys, your favorite college team. They got every...
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team. Brian Schottenheimer's press conference is scheduled for 15 minutes from now up there at the Star, and we will take you there when it goes live. This Cowboys team is bad. I think the bigger question is not 2025. It's when could you possibly see them being good again? Like, how many player acquisition windows is this going to take for them to solve all the problems on their team? Might need a new right tackle. Brian wants him to try Nate Thomas out there. The second-year player didn't play at all his rookie year, but he's been okay. But that's how bad it was with Terrence Steele. We'll get more Cowboys Twitter here in just a second. Latest on NBA gambling. The league is reassessing its position on legal sports betting, how it should be regulated, what type of bets should be allowed, and the best ways to protect players from the dire risks that gambling can impose upon their careers and livelihoods. League wrote in the memo that it's exploring ways to enhance the integrity monitoring programs to better use AI and other tools to synthesize all available data from betting operators, social media, and other sources to identify betting activity or concern. Right there at the end, that's where this thing is headed. There's no way they're actually going to turn their backs on all the gambling money that's flowing in. What they need to do is enhance the monitoring to make players feel like there's no way I could possibly get away with this.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they care about the players being harassed by people that lose wagers. If you gave them a truth serum, they'd probably say comes with the territory. It's not that different from fantasy sports. But when it comes to their players gambling on it and the blow to the integrity, but this might just be the tip of the iceberg, and we'll be tracking everything that has to do with this. Have you heard about Shoddy's presser? Is he going to go on time? Or
I could ask Scott Chagolnik on that real quick.
That would be amazing. Thank you, sir. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones agreeing post-game the team is far from being one player away off the Twitter account of Nick Harris. Are we one player away on defense? I think we're not. I think we're more than that away. But what we're closer than it looks in my mind. It's executing better on defense. If you get everybody healthy, does he have a point? Like, how much was losing Wilson and Hooker from your safety room a massive impact on yesterday's game?
None.
Really?
None. They weren't good when they were playing.
They're better than that, weren't they?
It might have looked a little better. Maybe you don't give up that one touchdown over the top to Troy Franklin where it seemed like nobody wanted to guard him and it floats right over Shamar James. But this defense, Donovan Wilson, I don't think is very good. And Malik Hooker, they'll tell you he's super smart, but Malik Hooker is a guy that'll have a great game and then does nothing for 6 weeks, and then here's a good game for you. I mean, I kind of agreed with Brian 2 years ago when you were like, you could upgrade here. I think safety is, again, one of those positions that they've totally overvalued who they've got, and none of these guys, I think they're all pretty average. I don't think any of them are special.
Brian, with the safeties help yesterday?
They were a problem, man. I'll tell you what, that's something that, to me, that when you look at overall, though, I just think the middle of the defense has been real poor this year.
Yeah.
And they've struggled at defensive tackle. They've struggled clearly at inside linebacker. They've clearly struggled at safety. I think your defense, when you're bad on three levels and you're bad up the middle, it makes your defense a lot worse.
Yeah, they had like undrafted corners playing safety yesterday.
They had no choice.
They had to move Reddy Stewart over.
And Reddy Stewart playing free safety, and one of the pass plays they had that went downfield on a third down was, Reddy Stewart is playing like a true free safety, and Reddy Stewart probably played free safety in 2 practices this week. And all of a sudden now he's in the game trying to play as a third down defender. I'm not making excuses for him or anything like that, but Denver had a plan for how they were going to attack you. They clearly had a plan of who they were going to go after when he was out there. And unfortunately on the other side, when they lose their best player, you don't attack them.
That was weird.
The same way.
Surtain goes down.
Yeah, and when Surtain goes down, you're thinking like, okay, here's some opportunities. But no, you keep throwing the ball at Riley Moss, and you're like, he keeps making plays, and you're like, well, what's the problem here?
You got one-on-one with George Pickens. You're not taking it every time.
I just don't. There's things that coaches do that I don't understand.
Or maybe Dak does.
Yeah, I don't understand that. And like I said, they clearly, Sean knew who your worst defenders were on the field the other day, and especially throwing the ball. That's who they isolated on to make these plays.
That's one of the things I love too, because going into the game, we're talking about how Bo Nix leads the league in throwing screens at the line of scrimmage, playing scared, and they came into this one going, "No, we're good.
Yeah.
We're gonna have all day back there." And even Bo Nix can just throw it to wide open dudes all day.
Well, and looking at some of the still shots, I didn't watch the all-22 this morning, but it appeared on multiple plays like he could have picked any one of his targets.
Absolutely.
Yes. Like, I'll take this guy, that guy. Like, everybody is just getting cooked out there. So I'm looking for reasons to believe the Cowboys will look at this trade deadline as a chance to totally fix the team and go all in, put all the picks in play, trade both the ones, trade a two. But so when Jerry says, "Are we one player away?" I think we're not. I'm thinking, okay, maybe he's looking at it similarly, like the gambler is back. But then he says, we're closer than it looks. In my mind, it's just executing better on defense. You can't
say that because they're physical. I mean, he can't say that. They're physically getting beat up front. They're physically when they line up in formations in tight condensed formations. And damn good and well they're about to run crack toss and you can't do anything about it. When they line up with the wide receiver and you're all bunched there and everybody's getting blocked. Mozzie's getting reached, the ends are getting reached, edges are getting cracked, and now the ball's and there's no alley player, no force player, and you know what damn play they're going to run, and you still can't stop it. That's the thing that's so disheartening right now is you have just no ability to get stops the way you need to get stops. And they were able to get some stops against the Commanders because, again, the quarterback didn't play particularly well for the Commanders, and their wide receivers were completely out of the game. But you found a way to get some stops then. But when you absolutely had to have some stops in that game the other day, you couldn't. And it's a shame. It really, really is a shame because I would have never said that Bo Nix was a better quarterback than Daniels.
But would you agree that if you could get a defensive tackle and a defensive end, that would change?
I personally feel like, though, and Vach Lombardi and I did a show this morning, and we also did some stuff on DallasCowboys.com today. And my thought and his thought were, if you somehow could go and pry that guy from the Raiders, if you pry him away from them, they just say, yes, okay, we'll trade him to you. I would turn around and the Gang of Seven that you could get, Gang of Seven's telling me you could get Quinnen Williams for a second-round pick.
That's wild.
Hell yeah.
I would turn around and I would give the 2 1s and I'd give a second-round pick to go get Quinnen Williams. And Zach had a really good idea last night in the postgame.
Really?
He goes, listen, don't think about this as 10 games.
Yes.
Think about this as 3 years.
Yeah.
Think about players that you had for 3 years that you could use. Don't just think about the 10 games. Think about going and forward. Now you've added 2 All-Pro, Pro Bowl players to your defense, and now figure out ways to kind of build around that. But if you told me Kenny Clark, and you told me Quinnen Williams, and you also had the opportunity to get Max Crosby all playing on the same line, I think you got a better. I think you get a better at Donovan Ezeraku potentially. I think you got a pretty good front there.
So let's talk about the reports out of the weekend that the Cowboys tried to get both Crosby and Hendrickson and have been told no. Is that a firm stop sign here with a week to go?
Not with me. It wouldn't be. I would keep bothering. Like, I'm sure that Jerry and Steven were fielding calls about Micah Parsons. Well, you guys interested in really trading Micah Parsons? What will it take? No, we're not going to trade Mike. And then all of a sudden, we're going to trade Micah Parsons. You keep calling until that last deadline, until that, okay, we tried, we can't get it done. But like I say, trading for Max Crosby is premium stuff. Trading for, say, Phillips or somebody at Miami, that's a little bit different thing. You're probably looking at compensatory picks and things like that. But that wouldn't stop me from trying to add Quinnen Williams too. Add a couple of guys here, You can take that one pick you have left and move it and get more twos or whatever you want to do, get more picks if you feel like that. But you add 2 potential all-pro players to your team.
And you have them locked up for a few years.
Exactly.
And a lot of this is based on the fact, too, that not only are you trying to win in this Dak window right now, but also because you have not proven that you can actually evaluate defensive talent in the draft.
Exactly. And that's what it's all about.
And this is the biggest issue. And not that I'm trying to hold on to Matt Eberflus. I mean, there's things that are plenty wrong with what's going on with Matt Eberflus. I don't think the player's been particularly good. I don't think the defensive coordinator's been particularly good. But here we are now. We're into a get rid of the defensive coordinator, the 4th defensive coordinator you've had now in 4 years? 3 years, 4. I mean, now you're making a change. Okay. They're going to tell us that that means get rid of the whole staff again. That means get rid of all those guys. Now we're going to start all over again. Now these defensive players, these coaches are going to come in and they're going to have a say in the draft. Or they're going to have a say in personnel. They're going to have a say, and it's on the defensive side. It's a vicious cycle right now.
Yeah.
With every year having a new defensive coordinator and every year having a different way that these. I personally, if it was me and I was the Joneses, I would just tell Will McClay, you're running the draft, you pick the players, and we're gonna and you handle it how you want to handle it, instead of Will having to referee the Joneses, the coaches, and his own scouts.
Yeah. Will, help us find out what defensive style we want to use and what traits we want on players, and you just draft those. If you need to change it anytime, let us know. We'll find coaches that are excited to run with those kind of guys.
If you looked at your team, if you really, and I think Will McClay is smart enough to do this, but he probably had to go with what Jerry and Steven, and if they're driving around and listening, please call in and tell me that I'm wrong. But Will is trying to make sure that everything is kind of like the coaches are okay, the Joneses are okay. This guy, if you're going out, and this is why when coaching searches don't go very long, did you really evaluate what players you have scheme wise to fit? Is Matt Eberflus a scheme fit for the players you're currently playing with? Which, by the way, are Dan Quinn's players, Mike Zimmer's players, and now Matt Eberflus's players. So did you really, by not going through and really evaluating your defense, look at what it took. It took the offensive line coaches a few games to kind of figure out all the pin and pull stuff. Remember when they were talking to us at the draft, Zach, about that, when they were saying, hey, well, we might do this, they kind of figured out we want to try this scheme, but we figured out what players can do it. And that's why I think the offense is kind of adjusted to it better than what's going on in the defense.
Yeah, they're just flat out better coaches. And not only is he assuming a handful of players that maybe he didn't like, but the ones that he went and handpicked.
Yeah.
Right? Hey, I got to have Osa. He's been bad. Hey, let's give me Kenneth Murray. Yeah. I don't need Eric Kendricks. Give me Kenneth Murray. We'll spend $7 million on him. That's a joke. Jack Sanborn. That's been a joke.
Now, I'll tell you this about Jack Sanborn, and this is just throw out a stat. When Jack Sanborn's played, teams have only rushed the ball for 3.9 yards a carry. When he's off the field, it's been 5.6. Now, he's the one guy.
Pretty good.
He's one guy that has a number below 4. Even Kenny Clark's 4.5.
That's wild. He's gotten bad. There's no way you keep him. Yeah. $20 million you save on the cap, moving on from Kenny Clark, no brainer.
Yeah, and that's kind of exciting to think about how they could spend that money, but they got to spend it the right way. I would say Matt Eberflus is a good coach. He's not the problem. If anything in this scenario it's the Joneses' belief that he could make anything better out of this. I was in denial earlier in the season about how bad the talent was, and I thought it had to be Eberflus's fault, but the more time that goes on, the more tape that you get, guys just are not getting off blocks. They're not getting enough penetration, and Matt Eberflus has such a long resume of success. I think it probably hit a fever pitch on Cowboys Twitter last night, people demanding the firing of Matt Eberflus, but you cannot watch these games and seriously believe that these players are capable in any scheme of being effective. So I would say just keep Eberflus for continuity. The Joneses trust him. He's a good coach. Keep him for continuity. Just find players that that fit his system a little bit better. That's a very interesting stat about Jack Sanborn.
Yeah, he's the only Cowboy defender when on the field that the opponent rushes for 4 yards or less.
Well, he's strong and he's in position. He's not jumping around blocks.
Just don't have him cover anybody. You're okay.
I would love to know the yards given up as the closest defender in that situation.
Oh, the pass guy,
success rate against the pass.
And I wonder if you can filter out that Eagles game and just start every other game and see how he's done, because it just doesn't feel that way at all.
No, it doesn't. He's part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Well, he's had. They've said he's had 114. He's had 114 run snaps. And he's had 20 tackles in 114 run snaps. And he's had 2 run stuffs, which if you look like your number one guy, I think has 5 or 6. And I
think he's a solid rotational player. The problem is he's having to start for you, and when he's active, he's having to play 90+% of the snaps.
All right, let's roll out of here because Shoddy's scheduled to start talking soon, Brian.
Yeah, no word from Scott Chagolnik yet. He says he's checking on it for me. So
okay. We'll get Krusty's Corner probably on the other side, some film takeaways.
Sounds good.
All righty, before we... Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We'll get to this Brian Schottenheimer press conference here before too long. Well, let's get some Krusty's Corner right now, though. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Brian Schottenheimer press conference going to be real good. Talking about his urgency for the team's issues that are going on right now, more apparent than ever in yesterday's defeat. And with more to talk about with you right now on that, here's Brian Broaddus.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much to my teammates. Thank you very much to Reliant. Appreciate you guys for coming on board. Also want to say thanks to the callers we had last night in the postgame show. I felt like the guys and gals.
We had a good back and forth.
Guys and gals, we actually had a gal called on.
Yes, from Philly.
From Philly.
She's a Cowboy fan in enemy territory.
We thought she was trolling us at first, but she asked some really good questions.
She did.
So anyway, but thanks to everybody for coming on board with that. We really, really do appreciate that. Okay, we went into this game thinking that Dallas was going to have to find a way to control the inside three for the Denver Broncos, and the tape shows that they did not do a very good job of that.
The results are in.
Yeah, it wasn't one of.
You are not the run stopper.
Yeah, it was. Well, I mean the
pass defender.
I'm saying that on the Cowboys offense,
the guards,
against the guards. I'm starting with the offense today.
You were not the run blocker.
Yeah, they just did not do a very good job of when you look at Zach Allen and Jones and Franklin Myers and those guys. They just did not have a very good answer for that. When you look at the game, we were worried about the pressures on the outside. It wasn't the pressures on the outside that it was a killer. It was the pressures on the inside that were killers for Dak. We thought that Dak needed a place to step up. Dak needed a place to go to throw the football. I thought it was one of the poor games for Tyler Smith that he played in this game. Zach, feel free to jump in.
I agree 100%.
If you see something going on there.
Booker, I thought, probably his worst game of the season. Now, I think that this is the best defense they're going to play this year.
Sure.
So I do think that needs to be, for people to understand. This is a great front they're playing against, but it was ugly to watch.
Yeah, we kind of felt like they go into this game very similar to what they did against Green Bay, that they would have to be able to handle their front. And for the most part, like I said, I think there needs to be some more discussion about Terrence Steele at right tackle. I think this is where Nate Thomas needs to maybe get a little bit more work. I would not be surprised if we in fact see that in the Arizona game a little bit. Maybe they start incorporating Nate Thomas a little bit more. I thought Tyler Guyton, yes, he had the 4 pressures, but going up against Nick Bonito, I said that earlier, I was expecting a lot worse. I was expecting Nick Bonito to really wear him out, to get to the corner. Tyler not being able to get outside, not being able to set his feet. I felt like he was going to be put in some terrible blocking positions. The tackle on his side was, he was fine. Tyler Smith, as I mentioned, got put in some bad positions. Hoppin got put in bad positions. But yeah, this could have been a lot worse over there with Tyler Guyton, and it really wasn't. I have to give him some credit for battling in this one pretty well.
Salute.
But like I said, on the other side of it, though, I think Terrence Steele, you need to think about Terrence Steele and really what's going on over there at right tackle.
Yeah, they're probably going to be in the market for another tackle in the offseason. I think they should be looking at, should we shut down Tyler Smith here before too long again? Because the only explanation for that yesterday is the knees bothering him.
Yeah.
And tendonitis is one of those things where it's going to hurt week in and week out.
I don't think he was moving particularly well, Dawson, to your point. I think there were a couple of times where the movement up front and the power that these Broncos defensive tackles showed in this game, their ability to rush the passers really inside is super impressive with the way that they play. I think to me, when you look at I think there was a missed opportunity in this game, and I think the missed opportunity was when Patrick Surtain went out of the game. And I don't think there was nearly enough thought put into Okay, now even though that Chris Abrams-Drain, their second year cornerback, number 31, excuse me, there were eight targets, 8 receptions. He should have been lit up. He should have been lit up like they were lighting up your guy over on the other side, their Bridges, on the Cowboys side. They did not take nearly enough advantage of Surtain being in that football game that they should have. And I think that's really, really unfortunate, because if you look at Pickens in this football game, I think Pickens was pretty engaged in what was going on. I think CD was kind of nicked up in the game, as we talked about, with the ankle. So he was kind of fighting through some things. They did a great job, by the way, of covering Jake Ferguson.
Oh, they did not want Ferg to beat you.
No, the fact that they took Jahdae Barron on that interception and put him on him in coverage and treated him like that, I think was a big emphasis for the Denver Broncos in this game. They were not going to let him win, whether it was down the field, underneath. They did a really, really good job of making sure that they got him taken out of the game. But
once they knew they couldn't protect, it should have been like back shoulders to Pickens when he's one-on-one, quick game, and play action.
Well, they hit on a couple of play action plays that actually worked out for them. I'm surprised they didn't, as you mentioned, try it a little bit more in this game. I think Denver did respect your rush. The problem is Denver also knew that you couldn't stop them on defense.
Yes.
So they were able to get a little bit more aggressive with how they were going to play.
When they blitzed, it was a problem.
Yeah.
Because Javonte Williams struggled in pass protection.
He sure did.
It was, credit to their linebackers like Singleton, good blitzer. I mean, they did some of that mug in the A-gap, like Zim-type simulated pressures, and it was very effective.
Yeah, Sternat that we talked about, remember when we visited with Andrew Mason from the Broncos. Andrew Mason was telling us that the Sternat is kind of filled in a way, and I was really curious how the loss of Dre Greenlaw was going to be in this game or affect them, and it really didn't. The Bronco linebackers were outstanding in this game, but like I said, I think you let their cornerbacks off the hook a little bit because you didn't try and go after or take advantage of not having Surtain in the game, and I thought that was really unfortunate right there.
I don't know if they have a great changeup when the run game's not working. Like if they're not balanced, that's going back to Carolina. Run game's dead, our offense is dead.
Yeah, I think that to me that there was a couple of times when they ran the football. I thought if Dallas could have stayed with the run game a little bit better.
Yeah.
Zach, am I wrong about that?
I feel like they were running it well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at it. The penetration usually is a problem for this team but they did a pretty good job when it came to making sure that guys were kind of sealed, and then Williams taking advantage of that running the football. Yeah. But they just couldn't sustain any of that because of the lack of.
It was setting up too many third and longs. Like Williams barely had over 3 yards a carry.
Yeah, to me, there could have been some more things. I didn't think Shoddy particularly had a very good game calling plays myself.
I agree, and I thought you were, and even going back and watching the All-22, you were so right. I mean, everything seemed like he was going towards the sidelines.
Yeah,
and you're playing to the team speed of Denver. The stuff to Kevontae Turpin, and some of it is also the pressure you could see. It took its toll on Dak throughout the game. Because even at times where he had some time to maybe hold on to the football, he rushed to throw. Like that one that he dirts on the comeback to Turpin on third down.
Yeah.
He had some time there. Not a lot, but he could have held it a little longer to make a cleaner throw. But I think the pressure overall throughout the entire game, he didn't trust his front. Yeah. And that's when you start to see quarterbacks, now you're going to get off. And Dak was the most inconsistent and most inaccurate he was all season.
I didn't feel like there was a clean place for him to step.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's what going in, like we talked about earlier, going into this game, it was going to be like, because you're going to have to deal with the pressure on the edge. But there had to be some place for him to step up, and they didn't
the middle of the pocket.
They just did not deliver that at all. So, and usually when Dak is at his absolute best, he's able to slide a little bit, then go forward in that pocket to make those throws. So,
you think BB will help? He should be back, right?
Oh yeah, he was really close. I was talking to some people in the organization, and I know every day I was reporting, oh, good day. They're adding more to it. Good day. They just got to Saturday, and it was like he just could not. They didn't feel like that he could play a complete game with where he's at right now. So the hope right now is to be able to have him this week. But I thought Dallas was going to be okay playing against those guys with Hoffman even at center, with Smith, and then also Booker. But
I was more worried about the tackles, and it turned out you needed to worry about really the entire front five.
Yeah. Well, Dallas is. I wonder what's wrong with Kalen Carson that he does not get any work at all here. But
he was bad last year when he was in there.
Well, they just clearly they didn't think anything about putting him in there because, like I say, Bridges. They went after Bridges, and in the running game they also went after Shamar James a little bit here, try and take advantage of some of the aggressiveness that he has. But they were not very good up front. They didn't get nearly any pressure at all in this football game. And even some of the throws that Nix made, he made a throw going to his left where he just, I'm thinking like, man, there's no way. And then lo and behold, he's able to throw it just a dart. But they just, when you average over 7 yards a play, Sean Payton's play sheet was wide open for them to be able to call any kind of plays they wanted. So unfortunately, that you were really compromised in the secondary. But when you're compromised in the secondary and you got no pass rush and you don't play run defense particularly well, that is a really, really bad recipe against this Denver Bronco team. Their quarterback played probably the best game he's played all season long. And I
think it's the second time he's put up 40 points in his career.
Yeah. Well, they were outstanding. They really, really were. And like I say, that you look for some kind of improvement, some silver lining stuff, defensively. I just keep kind of going back to Solomon Thomas. I think that you need to think about even more of Solomon Thomas. I know he kind of rotates with Oso Digizua, but I think Solomon Thomas is doing a much better job of being a more disruptive player than what Oso Digizua is being right now. We're all still kind of waiting.
Chief was right about Milton Williams. He's having a good year for New England.
Yeah.
Remember when you said instead of signing Osa, go with Milton Williams?
Go with Milton Williams.
That Vrabel defense.
Well, that's disappointing. That's like three techniques in a row that the Cowboys have been like, here's our guy, Henry Milton, Tyrone Crawford. Nope. Yeah. More, and who knows? Half the season to go. But what you desperately needed last night was for him to crash the party and get a little bit of pressure on Bo Nix.
They just did not. They did not win at any level. And like I say, even when you blitzed Bo Nix, he was 6 for 8, on completions and throwing, or when you pressured him. And then, like we've learned also too, when Dallas brings pressure, the opposing quarterbacks are right about 73%. So that's a big issue as well, throwing the football.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner, I think it's Mondays at 3:20 is more likely because of the shoddy presser floating. We just wanted to get that in there. So Brian will be approaching the podium before too long, and we'll hear what the head coach says about where you're at and where you're going coming up next here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Still standing by for Shoddy. We'll take you up to that press conference at the Star as soon as he jumps up on the podium. Is there any reason to believe at 877-881-1053? There's not only no reason to believe, there might be no reason to trade. Where are we with that? Dak Prescott was asked about it last night. If trading for a player can add a boost, I hope. He then said, I trust and I like the guys we have. I honestly do. That's not just a political answer. Our roster's okay. Can it be better? That's for you guys to write about and judge. On his message to the locker room, forget a trade, do more. Step up and shut that talk up. After 8 games, I think we've seen enough to know the truth about this football team. And Dak Prescott's a great leader. He's not going to crack. Unless he's talking about refs after that one Niners loss. But I think if you gave Dak a truth serum right now, he would say what he said on the sideline last year when Cooper Rush was out there playing, and he leaned over to Trey Lance. Remember that? He said, we bleep and suck. Yep. And before the words were out of Dak's mouth, Trey Lance said facts. That's really where we're at right now. It's just an abomination. And, obviously the offense struggled yesterday. I think this is still a top 5 offense, but not nearly enough to make up for what that defense is putting them in.
There's just so much pressure on it. You hate to say it, it almost has to be perfect. They have to be perfect with they can't have any penalties. I mean, and things just set them back. And this defense and just the fact that when you go out there on the field, that. You just know that, we can't have a turnover here because any sudden turnover is going to end up to be 7 points. Or, it's just a tough way to operate if you're a play caller, if you're the quarterback, anybody involved with this offense. You can't drop a ball, can't miss a block, because if you do, it might be the one opportunity you have to get points because your defense is so poor right now. There's no easy way about it right now.
No, it's not, and it's not fun at all. I think the narrative continues for me, or the trajectory continues for me, that this could be the worst era of Cowboys football that we've seen over the last 15 years or so. You were half decent, winning the division basically every other year under Garrett. You won it 3 times in a row under Mike McCarthy, but now this drafting has gotten so bad, and we know the Cowboys have not been a team that sees free agency as any sort of a solution.
Yeah, that's the problem.
If they just want to play this thing year in and year out, I don't know, because I feel like you're probably looking at multiple good drafts in a row before you even have hope for this defense. There's just way too many holes in it, and by the time we get there, who knows what Dak his career status is going to be. It's possible he plays into his late 30s at a very high level. It's also possible that over the next couple of years he has another injury and the end comes suddenly, as it did for Tony Romo. So I would love to be a fly on the wall up there at the Star right now. Friday I was saying go trade for multiple players and put yourself in contention. Today I feel like it's got to be, if we make any trade, it's got to be for the short term, but more than that, for the medium to long term. Like, you are totally out of a rent-a-player situation.
I think to me, if you're going to do this, if the thought is like, okay, we're just going to try and fix a couple of things, I don't know if I'm necessarily on board. Where I am on board, though, is if you swing big and go get something big and a couple of big things, and then turn that into something that's more long-term.
Yeah.
Okay, you go get a couple of, say, like we were talking about earlier, a couple of all-pro pieces. Now you start to build around that. And people say, well, damn, you had an all-pro in Micah Parsons. Well, they got mad at Micah. Micah got mad at them. It didn't work out.
It's what you do now.
It is, yeah. Don't worry. I mean, hey, it's now water under the bridge. I'm watching him right now play against Pittsburgh Steelers. So
he was triple teams.
He was nasty last night.
So, but that's what I'm saying, though. To me, this team has made the decisions they have. But if they're going to just say, oh, we're just go trying to find a safety that's somebody's backup safety that's, just a special teamer, and then think, oh, we'll plug him in and that'll be different. I'm not interested in doing that.
Yeah, you can't be doing Mingo 2.0.
Yeah.
You can't be trading a 4th-round pick for a player that's healthy and is inactive when he's able to come back off IR. Yeah. This needs to be go get Myles Garrett from Cleveland, who had 5 sacks yesterday and is pitching and whining, and that's his own damn fault because he requested a trade, then took the money and stayed there. But now all of a sudden you got a Cleveland team that's going nowhere Does that open up the doors for a trade conversation for Myles Garrett? You've got to swing for big fish. Like the Quinnen Williams move, love it. Max Crosby, stay on the phone. Trey Hendrickson, not interested anymore.
Yeah,
he's hurt.
The back thing bothers me about. And
he's
then
hurt, and he's
not
on
long term.
You got to get either an extension done or it's not worth it.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to do an expiring move.
No.
I'm trying to do something that can help me now, and it's not even about salvaging this year.
Nope.
I think that's what fans hear. Like if you're making a trade, it's about we're trying to. If it helps this year, awesome.
Yeah.
I'm trying to not just help now. I'm trying to check off a box. You got so much to rebuild on defense. At least I've got one thing that I've taken off the plate that I can move into the offseason and say I've got at least this player, maybe two, that now I can move forward with, and now I've done a little bit of something.
Especially if you keep your one or the Packer one. Now you add a defensive player, say, then you go get the big fish, then you maybe add another big fish. Now you got three. Now you've had an off season so far.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got your team, and that's not to mention, with some of the other things that you potentially can do.
Yeah, this team's drafting track record is just not good enough with defensive players to believe that with their next 4 first-round picks that they have over the next 2 drafts, that they'd even bat 500 with that.
Yeah, it's just unproven, and I love the draft. Like I'm going to be so excited to us talk about having 2 1s if they don't do anything, and we're going to scout and watch these players and be pumped, but there's no guarantee. They could be taking another Taco Charlton, could be another Mozzie Smith. You don't know what you're going to end up getting there. If I can get a proven stud, I'd still do that.
Yeah, and we need to see really for signs of encouragement the younger guys figuring it out, which I believe we're getting with Ezeraku right now. Since week 4, maybe he's top 10 in PFF edge grade for all players, not just rookie grades. He's the second best rookie behind Abdul Carter rushing the passers, but he's maybe showing some signs that he can be that guy. And then what's Revel going to show us here as I guess coming out of the bye, he'll get activated and play against the Raiders, but fingers crossed that it's at least has the ability to be a starting level corner. That would help big time for optimism for next year, because right now it looks like there's just way too many holes to have even an average defense next season. What'd you guys think of the decision to punt on 4th and 5, down 13 from your 44?
Hated it.
After already surrendering 30 to the Broncos. What was this, late third quarter?
Yeah.
So they had 2 more touchdowns to go, and I think they got one immediately on that drive that basically ended the game. That's a must-go-for-it situation.
You can't punt. I mean, we were talking about when they were at their own, I think it was 29, and it was 4th and 1. Should you consider doing this, or is that too risky right now? You just you know that your defense is not giving any resistance.
No,
it's 30-17. You're in a part of the field where you should go for it there.
And Bo Nix is not like a turnover player. You're not hoping for a turnover. Like, for all the things you wish Bo Nix did better, his turnover-worthy plays is top 10 in the league. Like, he's doing a really good job managing risk for that football team. So you're not going to stop him. You're getting run all over. Franklin looks like a Pro Bowler out there, and you're operating with a quarterback. Let's go up to the podium at the start here, Shoddy.
There's a lot of them. Man, I was dodging traffic coming in here. Jeez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. What gives you confidence that you can get this thing turned around a little bit into your favor?
I'll start with the people. The type of guys we have in the locker room. Start with your captains, the leaders. Just from top to bottom, the right type of guys. Whether you're talking about CD and Dak, and in defense, Donovan Wilson, and Osa and CJ and Brandon, and there's 1,000 more. We've talked about this from the beginning. The adversity was going to come. The adversity is here. We know that, and certainly you watch that game yesterday. Calvin, and we didn't really give ourselves the best chance to win. You can't have 12 penalties and 7 pre-snap penalties and in critical situations where you're on the 1-yard line, or you get off the field on defense on 3rd down, and then there's a offsides penalty, and then they convert, and 2 plays later they're in the end zone. So I would start with the people, and I'll always start with the people, and that's the coaches as well. Good meetings this morning with the coaches, pointed out the issues, watched it. We took our accountability for the things that we could have done better in that game, and there was certainly a lot of those, and talked about some potential adjustments. So I think it's the makeup of the people, the brotherhood, both coaches and players alike.
You talk about adjustments. What would that pertain to personnel, scheme?
A lot of things. I mean, quite honestly, a lot of things. You can't come off of a game like yesterday and not expect there to be changes. And it was clearly our most incomplete game that we've played as a football team, really all three phases. I spoke a little bit about, the discipline aspect of it, but, you look at the inability to run the football offensively and the run game success that Denver had. That's not going to allow you to sustain much success when you're giving up a ton of yards rushing and you're not able to match that with your run game. And, that was a big part of it. And then, of course, the red zone. We're better than 2 for 4 offensively. You're down on the 1 yard line. You got to come away after a sudden change with a touchdown, and we don't. And on defense, certainly, giving up 4 out of 5 drives that enter in the red zone, you can't give up touchdowns. You got to make them kick field goals, and that's a big part of momentum. And we never were able to capture momentum, and the Broncos did.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Just on the defense and the run defense, most of the guys that were in there, the changes were in the secondary. But up front, I mean, what were the problems up front and why they were able to run so well?
Yeah, again, gap control is the first thing I would say, Clarence. I mean, just guys fitting their gaps. And, we got to clean up our eyes. We've said that. I've said that up here probably, too many times. There's so many things in today's modern day of pro football where it's not just layman's terms, but you're not just running outside zone to the right or to the left anymore. There's things crossing and motions that go across, and it's designed for a reason. It's designed to kind of make a guy not fit the gap the right way. And the best way to play run defense is to be coordinated and to fit your gaps. And there's been breakdowns at a lot of different levels by different people at different times. There's some things that we need to do schematically as a staff to tighten that up and to eliminate some of the combination blocks that are being allowed to happen. If you're playing a 4-down spacing team and you get a combination block and the linebackers don't go and shoot a gap, come downhill, then the linemen stay on that block a lot longer, and so they're going to get more displacement and movement. And there's crack replaces that have to happen. You're dealing in an era of this league. We do it. Obviously not well enough yesterday, but cut splits, and you're cracking safeties, and the corners have to replace. And if they don't, the ball's going to bounce to the edge. You saw us we lost perimeter support some last game, and I know Dobbins got out early in one of the big runs, and it's all about playing your gap and containing things. And I think the biggest thing is just we knew what runs were coming, and we weren't able to stop them. I'm talking about downhill duo and then some of the toss crack schemes. And that's why it's something that we just have to really get back to using our fundamentals and techniques. And we drilled those things, and they didn't show up in game day. And that's what's disappointing as a coach.
Yeah, after Carolina, we talked about physicality. Was physicality the issue? And then can you talk about the edge runs? I mean, defensive ends and not setting the edge.
Yeah, so, again, I do think the physicality was there. The guys play hard. They always play hard. It's not about that. I think the edge runs, if you're a defensive end, you're getting ready to get cracked. We call it a crack block. You got a choice, right? You either pop the crack or you try to beat it with speed, and we call it cleaning the window. And there's a couple good examples of those. But what was happening is sometimes our alignments on the backside with the linebackers weren't perfect. And so when they toss the ball, if I'm a little bit behind or a half a yard removed from my gap, I can't get over the top of the block. And if you don't set the edge, we talk about setting the edge out of the numbers on those plays, it creates running lanes. And there was too many running lanes. I know certainly on the 42-yard run that Harvey had, there was too many running lanes, and we had a couple opportunities to get them on the ground, and we didn't.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. Is there ever a time for drastic changes to shake things up, catch people's attention, get people's attention to say, okay, this isn't acceptable either? Bench guys, moving on from guys, changing things.
Yeah, again, I think number one, there's always reason to change, and there will be changes. I can promise you that. I can assure you that. Like I said, we've already had some of those meetings, and we've talked about those changes. We're in the mode right now of we got kind of a 1-game season, and I just say that because we got Arizona before the bye. And then really your bigger changes, Todd, are going to happen over the bye week when you get a chance to say, okay, now we're looking back at 9 games. Now we're looking back at, okay, what were those issues? Did we get those corrected? No, we need to do this. We need to do that. But, we always want guys competing, and you're going to see guys competing for playing time. And, we're dealing with some injuries at the safety position. And so you'll see guys stepping up. But no one is pleased. No one is happy with the way we performed yesterday. It's not acceptable. It's not good enough. And that starts with me. And so I would say that both the staff and the players are aware of that the standard was not met. So now what do? Okay, well, you be solution-oriented, and the solutions are making adjustments to scheme and making changes potentially in personnel and giving this guy maybe a little bit more play time and all that. And those things will play themselves out. The bonus for this week is we do have the extra day, getting ready for, playing Arizona here on Monday night.
For you as the play caller, the opposing team has scored on 49% of their drives against your defense so far. Do you have to call games differently? Do you have to put that in your mindset when you're calling plays?
I think we feel like we can go out and score anytime. That's the mindset that we take because of the talent that we have and, our ability to score and strike pretty quickly and be efficiently and match them. I really don't, I don't get caught up in, I got to call plays a certain way. I mean, we've scored 40 points multiple times. We've scored 30 points multiple times. It'd be great to have a couple games, maybe 10-7. Sometimes we'll take those too. But we're prepared to play however we got to play. And as a play caller, I focus in the moment, man. And if it's 3rd and 3, it's 3rd and 3. If it's 1st and 10, it's 1st and 10. If it's 21-3, it's 21-3. Good guys or bad guys.
But even if your defense is having a hard time stopping folks, you have to get out of character and go, looking back with that first drive, would you go for it on 4th down instead of the chip shot field goal? I asked you after the game, the Turpin drop, you thought about going for it. Would you go back and do those things differently, knowing that your defense hasn't gotten stopped?
Yeah, you can. You certainly can. I think, at the end of the day, you got to make those predictions. And, there is some belief that the defense will step up and make plays, and I still do believe that. And at the end of the day, I have to make those decisions. And if there's plays I like, then absolutely you can be more aggressive. And other times, you're going to be like, no, let's punt it deep and give the defense a chance to go out there and make plays. They've made those stops. They've created those turnovers. They just haven't done it consistently enough.
John Machota with The Athletic. On the pre-snap penalties, particularly just early in the game, the 3 in the first, I think, 7 or 8 minutes.
Yep.
Just how do you get those cleaned up? Because those aren't ones that really, it doesn't matter what the talent level is, that those, I would take it that you think that those shouldn't happen. So how do those get cleaned up?
Yeah, well, again, I think, it starts with us looking at ourselves. Why it happens, number one. The first one, you're down there in the red zone, it's loud, low red zone, and we're bringing the guy in motion, and Guyton's amped up and wanting to go, and so he flinches. That it shouldn't happen. Tyler knows that. He knew that before anybody else. You look at the crowd noise, the environment, maybe we had a little bit too many shifts and motions, but that's who we are, and we do it all the time. We do it out here with crowd noise all the time. I just think it's settling in, and when it's different guys doing it for different reasons, that's where you have to look at yourself and say, okay, why did that happen? How can we improve it? And that's one of the things we talked about was, did we have too many shifts and motions? And I think, the answer when you go and you look at them is, we've done that before and not jumped. So why did we jump yesterday? I don't know. Guys were probably pressing a little bit and wanting to, get the ball in the end zone. But at the end of the day, it can't happen. And we have to fix it. I think we're the second most penalized team in the league, if not the first, and that's unacceptable.
And then you said after the game that you told the team, if anybody thinks they played well, raise your hand. After seeing the film, did you think anybody played well?
Not really. I don't think anybody coached well either.
Nick Harris, Fort Star Telegram. You had mentioned yesterday in the presser that you had a few guys banged up. Anything more and figuring that out today?
No, a few guys to look at. Elijah Clark got banged up. We'll see. He could be out, a week or two. We'll see. Most everybody else, I think, will be okay. Still waiting to see on Wanye and some things like that. But Elijah was the first one that kind of popped up. But we'll find out more when we get the guys in here again tomorrow for their kind of rechecks.
Does Hooker have a chance this week?
No, he's got another week still with the IR. Yep.
One of your first draft picks was Nick Mangold as an offensive coordinator in 2006. Where did you learn the news yesterday? And is there any lasting memory of Nick that's kind of come back to you in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, he was our first draft pick. My first draft as a coordinator in the NFL, and I remember getting Nick out of Ohio State, and just he came in right away, and just the way he loved football, man, was Ohio guy that loves football, and I just remember his personality was one that was so infectious, and the players loved him, and he was great with all the quarterbacks, whether it was Brett Favre or Mark Sanchez as a rookie, and but it was fun for me to watch him, be a dad, and so obviously very sad. My heart goes out to his family and really the whole Jets community, because he just was an incredible football player, but a better man. And I remember his laugh. I mean, he had just a big, booming laugh, and it's very sad. 41 years old.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. You've talked a lot about the eye integrity. Can you just dive into a little bit more on that? And what does it look like in practice when you guys are trying to work on that? And what are things you can do to try and simulate some of these things for the linebackers and corners and safeties in the comment?
Yeah, Tommy, it's interesting because there's keys that everybody is looking for, right? I mean, when we sit here till midnight at night, you're all looking for keys and indicators. So it starts with that, and there's pre-snap indicators. For example, yesterday there was an indicator based on the alignment of number 13. He was a receiver. He was offset to just outside the right tackle. He's kind of looking back in and inside. Well, that's an indicator potentially that he's going to come back across the formation, which if he does that, that makes our gaps move back. So player Y has the A gap. Well, if he comes back, he flips to the other A gap or the other B gap, depending on the coverage that we're in. And so we have to be better pointing those things out. It might be the defensive ends that see it. It might be the safety that sees it. And it starts with a communication, because if you don't anticipate it happening, it happens really fast. And again, when I talk about the new era of football, probably made most famous by Sean, McVay and Shanahan, 5, 6, 7 years ago, there's so much across the ball motion and movement that it does challenge the linebackers. And so it starts with the pre-snap indicators, seeing those, communicating those, because if you predict it, it's a lot easier to have it happen. And then if you're a linebacker, you also have read keys. And so your key sometimes is the front side guard, the back, and then the tight end. Or sometimes it's the backside guard, the back, and another receiver. So all those things are moving fast. We have to get our guys focusing a little bit better and seeing less. That's the way I say it. They have to see less. Because if I try to see everybody in this room right now and see what they're doing, and, okay, someone's on their phone, someone's got their pen in their mouth, whatever it is, it's hard for me to process. Yeah, Clarence is trying to figure it out. But, it's a lot easier if I'm just looking at you and Todd. I'm like, okay, I can see Todd's bored because he's got his hand on his face right now. I can see he's bored with our question. So that's what we say see less.
And then when you watch the game back from an offensive line standpoint in the run game, you were talking about yesterday how Denver lines up really wide defensively. What didn't go right, or how do you block that offensively, and what couldn't go right to get the ground game going?
I think we did okay on the edges. They played wide. Where we weren't very good was straining and finishing our blocks, kind of at the second level or the second part of the play. We have to be better with that. The ID communication in the noise wasn't very good. We had some combination blocks where we were decked to get off at a certain linebacker and we didn't, and he came off and made the tackle. We had way too many mental errors on offense yesterday. So that's what we have to look at as a coaching staff, what we did not do well enough, because we're usually in the 12 to 14 area. So there's clearly something that we did not do as a coaching staff offensively. To have our guys have that many mental errors is unacceptable. And that's why I say, the biggest thing that came out of this game was I just was disappointed that we beat ourselves a lot, on both sides. We really did. We beat ourselves with pre-snap penalties. We beat ourselves with mental errors. We beat ourselves with, lack of communication on defense in some regards. And, when you play a damn good football team like Denver in a place where they're really good at winning, whatever they've won, 9 straight games or whatever, you can't do that and win in this league.
Skyler with DAP. You mentioned the offsides on the third down stop.
Without that, you'd have had a pick and a stop on the first 2 possessions. How much of a believer are you in something like that really changes the game dramatically? And if you're a believer in that, is that a way you can preach to the guys about you never know when that really key moment might be?
Yeah, I mean, it was a big point in the game. In no way, shape, or form do I think that James lining up offside cost us that game. I mean, that was not it. There was 1,000 other things that went into that. But think about what you just said. The first drive, we get an interception. We go down, we get a field goal. Should have been a touchdown. Okay, the next time they get the ball, we're off the field on 3rd down. But because we lined up in the neutral zone, which is something we control, it wasn't a cadence, it wasn't anything, that they did to draw. We literally just lined up offsides. Those do hurt you, and those are momentum-changing plays. And 3rd and 7 goes to, 3rd and 2. And same thing happened on conversely, where we had a 1st and 10, defensively. They had a holding penalty. It's 1st and 20, and we give up a touchdown pass on the next play. Like, penalties play a part in it. And, I think, we were going to go 4 downs, down there 3rd and 1 at the 1, and we jump off sides. We were going to go for it if we didn't get on 3rd down. I know we were going to get on 4th down. But the minute it went to 3rd and 6, we decided to take the points.
I know it's a no excuses world, but how challenging is the safety situation getting, and how hopeful are you that there might be some reinforcements?
It's challenging, but again, it's what you deal with in this business. Again, I think we'll have a chance to see how these guys come through the week, not Malik, but, Donovan and Wanye. Again, with Wanye, we're just not sure. I think Elijah probably will miss this week, but, you have to adjust. When you don't have a CeeDee Lamb, you have to adjust. When you don't have certain players, you have to adjust, and that's our job as coaches to figure it out. And the next man up and guys stepping up. I thought Elijah Clark, he made some good plays. He played like a young guy. He had a couple mistakes, but he plays the game the right way, and it's what you deal with. But we're thin at that spot for sure.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Another vision question for you. Obviously, it's an issue that's kind of gone on for a few weeks, and you guys have made some tweaks there. How do you balance saying, hey, we need to change indicators, do this stuff, but also maybe consider the idea that maybe some guys are just not picking up some of the changes that we're trying?
Ask the question again.
Yeah, how do you balance saying, like, hey, maybe we need to change the indicators, do things like that, versus maybe the guys that are just not picking it up in terms of...
When you say indicators, I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Vision in terms of... Hey,
seeing things?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes when you're playing 8-man spacing or 1 high, it's a little bit easier because if you have more guys down, right, the gaps are still the same, but you have more bodies to fill it. So we have done some of that. Again, I do think, though, that, pretty consistently, whether we are seeing it, we're not fitting it always correctly. And if we do fit it correctly, it takes everybody playing it from outside in to get it fitted. Like I talked about, corners are very involved. If you're going to crack a safety, the corner's got to fit the D gap. And so where we're struggling a little bit is people have seen us not fit things correctly. So therefore, like you can watch J.K. on a couple of those runs. He was quick to want to take the ball to the edge on duo. And gap integrity is a real thing. And we're going to keep working it. We're going to keep stressing it because it has to get better.
You talked before about how, you're a little up and down in terms of your emotions and how you want to be even-keeled. How hard is it for you to be even-keeled when the literal results of the games are as up and down as they've been?
Yeah. Well, the good news is when I'm sitting up here, I'm very even-keeled because I like you guys. On game day, if you could hear me on the headsets, it's a lot more of the up and the down. It's an emotional business. It's an emotional game. But I'm pretty good at once I get it out, compartmentalizing and moving on. But again, no one's pleased with the way we performed yesterday, And just like I'm not going to overreact to us beating Washington, or I'm not going to overreact to us, have beaten the Jets. I'm not going to overreact to this. I'm going to deal with the facts, and the facts are we did not play very well, and that is not our standard. And so therefore, we will make changes. We will do things better, and like I said, it's a one-game season because we want to find a way to beat Arizona and go into the bye sitting here at 4-4-1.
Garrett.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Hey, Brian, you mentioned kind of the up and down nature just of your season. How hard is it to, find a rhythm your first year as a coach, given kind of the win-loss kind of pattern that you just described?
Yeah, again, it's trusting the process, Garrett. no one wants a win streak more than anybody in this locker room, in this team room, players and coaches. We want to have a winning streak. To win a game and lose a game and win a game and lose a game sucks. I mean, nobody wants that. But it's who we are right now. And so you can sit there and be frustrated by it, which, believe me, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I tossed and turned all night. I played the game over in my mind 1,000 times, things I could have done different, things I could have done better. I know a lot of our players did that as well, certainly some of the coaches. But at the end of the day, you got to trust the process. And me complaining about it or me bitching and moaning about it's not going to fix it. What's going to fix it is getting in that film room, getting the staff together, talking about, okay, well, this is not good enough. We got to do this better. We got to do, we got to be solution oriented. I can't say that to the players and then not start that with the coaches and myself. And so I will always look at myself first. You will never hear me get up here and not take responsibility or accountability for myself, because as the leader of this football team, that's my job.
Brianna Aldridge, CBS News, Texas. A lot of the guys we heard from the locker room kind of taking accountability, saying they felt like they were prepared and saw a lot of what they saw yesterday at practice. And like you mentioned, it's not transferring to game day. How much of that is about inexperience and the guys that going into some new spots? And at what point as a coach do you have to say, okay, it's not working?
I do think that it's fair to say that there's been a lot of moving parts at a lot of positions, certainly the secondary has probably been the hardest hit with revolving door, things like that. We're, trying to move pieces around, and next thing you know, Elijah, he's out, so then Reddy's got to go back and play. That's part of it. But again, at the same time, I'm not someone that's going to make a lot of excuses. There was nothing that we were calling yesterday as a defense that our guys hadn't heard before. And it's really just us having to execute better at a higher level. How do you do that? Well, you do that by communicating better. You do that by sharing information. On one of the touchdowns that they had, we were trying, they changed strength motion, and we were trying to get a call out. We didn't get it echoed, so half the guys were kind of thinking it was one thing, the other half was doing that. Well, that shouldn't happen. I mean, we make those calls all the time. And so that's where I go back to the execution. Needs to be better, and there's things that we can do to do that and to make those guys better. But I will never use the excuse, but there's been a lot of moving parts, certainly in the secondary for sure.
All righty.
Thanks, guys.
There it is, the Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. A couple of things sticking out right in the middle of that. He said nobody played well yesterday and nobody coached well. And he said there will be changes. No one is pleased, but did not specify what will be changed. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys. Little sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief.
Yeah, top players from the football weekend, and we got a little college for you next year as well.
FM Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 of the Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A overreaction Cowboys Monday, although I don't think much could be considered an overreaction if you were down about this football team after giving up 44 to the Denver Broncos. 469 says, as a former high school coach with a state championship, I'll say this about the Cowboys and their personnel. The coaches can't make chicken salad out of chicken bleep. And if they win 7 games this year, I'll be surprised. That's your guy, Coach R, out there. Salute to you. Just got done with a shoddy presser. He said Malik Hooker has 1 more week until his return. They're going to track how Donovan Wilson looks throughout the year. Did not get any updated thoughts on Trayvon Diggs. He clarified yesterday they want to take the chance to get him close to 100%, saying the knee has been problematic. So hopefully as you look forward to the rest of this season, you
actually
get Diggs.
The other knee.
Really?
It's not the hurt knee, it's the other knee that they're dealing with.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got a couple of things going on there, but he's not going to be back, before, at least 3 more weeks.
Yeah.
And, you have to wonder what all they have to do to go out there and put together a decent defense. But he said it just comes down to executing better. I think this is more of a front office topic than a coaching staff topic at this point, looking at the names on the back of those jerseys yesterday. We got to step aside to get back on clock, and when we return, we will have that sports hodgepodge that we promised next year on The Fan.
skills?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, cell phone squad?
All right, and we're back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's hit it. Time for a sports hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, let's take a look at the football weekend right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone
Well,
listening
it is
to
the
you
home of
guys?
the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude mother.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Okay, week 8 has a chance to maybe be historically bad from an NFL slate standpoint. Only one game decided by one score. That hasn't happened since week 14 of 1970.
Wow.
18.25 average margin of victory is the 8th most all time.
The witching hour was perhaps the least dramatic of all time.
Yeah, it really was. Perfect time to get the concessions going and
no
hit
losses
the
became
bathrooms.
wins.
Yeah.
No,
good
there was
time
no
to
witching hour.
Click back into dad mode. My wife's like, wow, I can't believe you're like really associating with us right now. I'm like, I know, honey. I missed you guys. Little did she know it's the worst slate of witching hour football we've ever seen. 8 games featured quarterbacks that weren't their week 1 starters. Like Kirk Cousins, done. Toast. Absolutely cooked. Washed in every way. Carson Wentz is on IR, by the way. So his
season-ending surgery.
Yeah, his situation just got.
They left. I mean, that shoulder
bad
looked
real
terrible.
quick.
They just left him in the game.
Maybe that's why he was crying. He was in so much physical pain.
Yeah,
and he knew that his career was just over as it gets. We'll get to the John Gruden Nicey Players of the Week, but I do want to pour one out for our guy Cam Scadaboo. That looked nasty,
disgusting.
I mean, and he's like reaching his hands up to his player to like get help up. Like it's like he didn't realize in real time that his ankle was turned the complete other way. Really unfortunate injury right there.
See, Big Dom delivered some
I did,
pizzas and Philly cheesesteaks.
Pizza and cheesesteaks, man.
Yeah,
That's that
nice
filthy
guy.
hospitality right there. Yeah, that's. I mean, I guess when you're in the hospital and looks like your season's probably done. I don't know. We gotten word on like
Big Dom. Oh, his season's over.
when the ankles turn that way. That's just immediate. That's out for.
He just tweeted the surgery went successful and thanked Philly for taking the best care of him, and we'll see if he's back next.
Myles Garrett, we don't feel bad
Back
for
next
you.
week.
Next year.
Oh, I thought you said next week.
Maybe. I mean, hey, I wouldn't put it past him. He's a crazy animal.
No.
I mean, he kind of got lucky that it was just a dislocation, right? There wasn't like that could have been Dak compound fracture territory.
It looked like it for a second.
It was ugly.
Gross.
So was the Browns' loss to the Patriots. 5 sacks, a single game franchise record for Myles Garrett and the Cleveland Browns. He's
Free
talking
Myles.
about how he just wishes they could have won that game, and he would give away all those amazing plays that he made if they could have just won the game.
What do you think was going to happen when you re-signed him?
Not a guy we feel bad for. Sorry, Myles.
You would take him in a trade, though.
Well, let's get you into Cowboys.
But yeah, if you want to go ahead and hit that eject button now in
let's do
Cleveland, we'll welcome it.
Make it happen, Jerry.
19 first-round picks later. But he became the first player in NFL history to have 5 sacks and lose by more than 3 points because, of course, Cleveland lost by 19. Dylan Gabriel with one of the worst safeties of all time throwing the ball. Just clean pocket, throws the ball to nobody, and there you go, intentional grounding. That'll be 2 points for the Patriots.
He's had a very Bennett Broadus-like career in high school football.
Yeah.
Bennett would throw for like 500 yards and lose by 18.
That's the way football goes sometimes.
Yeah. Toughie.
Would you give him a high five afterwards?
Yeah.
Gave him hell, son.
Yeah,
High five.
No, I did, man. I'd stand out there. I'm like, hey, son, you're doing the best you can.
Played your heart out today,
Yeah,
man.
Played your heart out.
Don't look at the scoreboard.
Oh, he knew
It'll
the
make you
running clock.
sick.
Hey, listen, the running clock is a parent's best friend in football.
Good call.
Yeah.
All right, well, our best friend in football is Jonathan James Gruden.
Is that his real name?
Of course it is. Fact check me. No, don't do that. Here is
We never do.
the Week 8 Nicey Players
I'm about
of the
to
Week.
say, that did not sound familiar.
Professional ball sacker.
Players pick apart a defense.
I like players.
When they tear
I'm sorry.
apart the defense. I'm in a nightmare. I love it when they shred a defense. Guys like Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts. He leads the league in rushing, and he had another 153 yards yesterday against the Tennessee Titans. Did you see that 80-yard touchdown run?
Yes.
13 yards a carry. The Titans remember. Guys like James Cook of the Buffalo Bills. You know, the Bills needed a wake-up call yesterday at Carolina. 6-3, 7 minutes left in the second quarter, and Cook takes off on a 64-yard touchdown run. 219 yards, 2 touchdowns, vision, COD, burst. Let's go, Buffalo! Guys like Breece Hall of the New York Jets. You know, the Jets needed a win in the worst way yesterday, and they went out and got one for their rookie head coach, Aaron Glenn. And Breece Hall is the biggest reason why. How about 18 for 133 and 2 touchdowns? And he threw the game winner. Hall can do it all. Guys like Drake May of the New England Patriots. You know, the Patriots are back. They're 6-2, largely because of their young quarterback, Drake May. 282 yards, 3 touchdowns, and he runs for 50. He looks like Tom Brady with wheels. Guys like Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers. You know, Favre was 27 when he won a Super Bowl with the Packers. So was A-Rod. I think Bart Starr was 27. Jordan Love will be 27 in just a few days. He's 29 for 37 last night, 360 yards, 3 touchdowns. And he goes out and beats his old mentor, Aaron Rodgers. 10 different receivers, quick release, awkward deliveries, pinpoint bullets. Go back.
Yeah, Jordan Love was nasty last night. 20 straight completions at one point. He did have a couple of those fadeaway balls. Tucker Kraft is an absolute savage animal. But Jonathan Taylor, oh boy.
Yeah.
I mean, just give it to him. Everybody's talking MVP, but we don't have those dumb conversations here in the G-Bag Nation. 12 carries, $153, 2 touchdowns. That's oh boy worthy. And leads the league yards from scrimmage and 14 touchdowns, on pace for a 2,244-yard, 28-touchdown season. I mean, Adrian Peterson had 2,300 scrimmage yards and 13 total touchdowns when he won the MVP. Can you imagine how bad the quarterbacks were that year? Goodness gracious. But heck of a football weekend for some individuals. The overall slate was Poochie's.
It's a bit bad.
Yeah, Tucker Kraft, the newest member of the Wookiee Club. Giant, bolter, good hands. He's a big-time problem.
He's violent.
All righty. Let's do a mixed bag, Woolchuck. Where are we going?
Happy sports equinox and the return of this delicious dip. That's next in the nation.
But Fort Worth, get ready because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here, and it's conveniently located at 35 and Golden Triangle. I was actually in the car business for a few years. Let me tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's big-time Tolo. He's the owner, and he's delivering a dealership experience that is second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference. A one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. Score 0% APR right now for 60 months on the 2025 Hyundai Tucson, or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5. That offer ends on November 3rd. Now, do not miss this, the fall tire event at Alliance Hyundai. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1. Are you kidding me? From brakes to maintenance, they've got you covered all through November 30th. The fall tire event goes through November 30th. Now, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. Check out the stunning 2026 Hyundai Palisades as well. That selection's incredible. You're seeing the commercials all over television.
Gosh, I love
Lil Jon sitting there at the restaurant, just eyeballing it, just eye-bleeping that car.
Yeah,
it's waiting for you at Alliance Hyundai. State-of-the-art facility features Hyundai certified techs using advanced diagnostics for top-notch care, oil changes, repairs, you name it. Same-day service and no appointment needed. Relax in their comfy waiting area as well with the free Wi-Fi, drink, snacks, the whole 9. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's there.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a Cowboys Monday, and we'll be talking more about that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. It's time now for a mixed bag. Here's Wolchuk with the latest.
All right, happy sports equinox, the 32nd time in history that the big four sports leagues are all playing on the same day. You've got Monday Night Football in the NFL. We've got 11 games in the NBA. We've got 2 hockey games in the NHL and Game 3 of the World Series tonight, plus Major League Soccer, 2 playoff games. So all the sports tonight, baby.
How often you say that happens?
This is just the 32nd time in history that this has happened.
In history.
And I think it typically will fall on October night, if we're so lucky.
Yeah.
It's typically when the sports calendar will have that going for us.
Yes. And October, it's borderline overwhelming.
Gosh, it's just the best.
But
Spooky season.
We embrace it.
We embrace it. We love it.
Which one do you not watch?
Is that a serious question?
Just asking.
Soccer?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, boys.
In fact, FC Dallas even had a playoff game that they lost, and I don't think we've mentioned it.
They were barely playing.
Yeah.
Got whooped.
Yeah.
Oh, Vancouver got all over them?
Yeah, you got 2 more chances.
Yeah, we're fine. It's fine. FC Dallas. It's a K&C masterpiece. FC Dallas show of
Who's
record.
the manager over there at FC Dallas? What are you doing here?
We don't know. We did get a Jory Epstein bomb, though, on Yahoo Sports. She visited with Micah Parsons yesterday, asked about his thoughts on Trayvon Diggs, his buddy. What's going on? We got some quotes here from Micah.
We're all wondering.
Quote, honestly, I feel like they bleeped my dog over. You know what I mean? He's coming off a catastrophic knee injury, and I just didn't think they did right by him. He didn't participate all camp, and he's going out there playing week 1 and 2. I just don't think you do that to a player like that. And the type of knee injury he had, they forced him out there. He has no reps, really.
Man.
He's telling me he was in warm-up phase during week 1, even with the ramp-up. I just feel like you just don't do that, says Micah Parsons after their victory yesterday in the locker room, courtesy of Jory Epstein, Yahoo Sports.
Woo! They bleeped my dog over. I mean, I would hope they if forced him onto the field. If he knew he wasn't ready, he shouldn't have played. I thought it was premature at the time. I don't know whose idea that it was. Brian told us we found out last hour or over the weekend that it's his other knee that's hurt now.
Doing now. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think there was any bleeping over here. I think if you listen to Sean this morning, I do think the Cowboys are probably doing Trayvon Diggs a solid here by keeping all of this in-house, not putting him on NFI so he can continue to collect game checks. And I think this is really a placeholder to figure out, is there an opportunity to move him and to try and just let's separate here and part ways, and hopefully he goes on to have tremendous success and we're just going to move forward. Or he is going to try and get healthy, and we'll see if maybe he's able to come back and help us later this year. Because clearly a healthy Diggs is a good player. But right now I think there is a lot of unknown that's probably going to come out at some point, but I don't think it's great for Diggs.
No, it's not, but this does help him. You're right. The Cowboys are doing him a solid right now because it presents a narrative, if he does hit free agency, that he just was hurt.
Yeah.
And you can, think that when he gets healthy, he'll be closer to the player that he was. And yeah, I would like to see the Cowboys maybe go after his money a little bit because it's such a significant amount.
And maybe they do. If they can't move him, maybe they do. Maybe that's the next course of action. I think everything might be on the table here.
Well, especially once we get the details on how he got the concussion at his own house.
Yeah.
I think that will probably tell a large story on what they can do here.
Right. And
I can only fathom how ridiculous the details are.
It's probably quite the story, and I can't wait to hear it. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, but when are you going to get the story?
That's the big because now with him on IR, you can't interview him, as you said on the post game. So I don't know. Someone's just going to have to run with it when the time's right.
There's going to be a reporter who's in the know, and at some point they are going to let that cat out of the bag.
Yeah, and it's I would guess it won't be till after the trade deadline because I'm sure the Cowboys are wanting to keep it reserved until. If they know they're not moving him, then all right, all bets are off. We'll see after that. Cowboys right now, draft update. Please. Pick 15. and pick 31.
I was about to say the Packers sitting at 31 right now.
15 and 31. That's what you're looking at right now. So, if you want to F them picks, hey, go ahead. Move the pick 31 if you want to. Let's go ahead and try and sell. Go get yourself a bona fide stud on defense. Or you keep them. That's what you're looking at right now. And this can always fluctuate as the season goes on. But the Cowboys at 3-4-1. Maybe higher than 15. That just goes to show you the parity of the league. And there are a lot of teams right now that stink in that top 10 with like 1 or 2 wins.
You're not going to get to watch the Cowboys in the playoffs, but at least you can hate watch the Packers and hopefully they don't have the first seed. That would be brutal. But, hoping for a wild card loss or something. I think it'll be a top 10 pick by the time we get to the end of the season. A potential 3-game losing streak awaits you coming out of the bye after Oakland or Las Vegas.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, who knows? Maybe they don't win another game. I don't know. I don't think Arizona's going to be easy. Kyler Murray at AT&T Stadium terrifies me. PTSD. That dude doesn't lose there. So this is going to be a tough one on Monday night. If you were pissed off at Chili's, they heard you. They said, we hate when you're mad at us.
The queso is back, baby.
They're bringing it back. The skillet queso is back. They said they're bringing it back very soon. Stay tuned for a date. But Chili's bringing back the skillet queso. Big topic of conversation. I never tried the new queso. I don't know if anyone else did, if it was any good. But the skillet queso on the way back. Great day. I'm here for it.
I made some homemade queso with some Rotel dip and mix over the weekend. My favorite thing to do now is to buy brisket from a place that does it the best. I'm not sure what it was. I think it was Velveeta.
Yeah.
Chop blocks.
Yeah, that's the best way.
And then just chop it and put it in stuff. I'm making brisket omelets. I'm making brisket tacos. Nice. But this weekend I went with the brisket Rotel. Unbelievable.
We've done that with the HEB, their barbecue spot, and they sell that there. Delicious brisket.
Dude, my dad.
How do you keep your queso warm? That it doesn't.
We got a crock pot.
Are you keeping the crock pot?
You should make sure you stir.
Yeah. You just got to make sure. Because that's the worst thing in the world is you put it on a table and then it looks like plaster, and I hate
you get that film over top of it.
It's so weird.
I don't like that. Just if the crock pot's a good way to do it, keep it warm.
This is the second restaurant that's gotten bullied into going back to traditions.
As they should.
In the last few months.
Absolutely. What's the other one, Cracker Barrel?
You nailed it.
There it is. Ba-boom.
It's almost free publicity if you can just cancel a very popular item or brand.
You know what?
It's like a roll back and then roll out.
You're right. You get the hate, but now you're out there, you're in the news, and then you're like, you know what? Hey, we heard you.
You think they did some things to maybe try and improve it a little bit?
I think I think they thought that this was an improvement, but no, I don't. Evidently it's not.
You don't take away the skillet and imagine that things are going to get better.
Yeah, the skillet queso was delicious.
That's the perfect.
See, that's what I'm saying. Obviously, they thought at one point in time it wasn't any good. And so now do you go back and say, oh, let's roll it back out there?
Yep.
And when they originally thought it wasn't any good.
I think it was managing all the little Skittles or the Skittles and washing them. And it's probably labor intensive.
That's a good point.
Can be taxing.
Absolutely.
Pretty heavy.
Bad news for the Red Raiders. Texas Tech backup quarterback Will Hammond. He's going to miss the remainder of the season.
Have we started our normal quarterback yet?
He got an ACL. Baron Morton's supposed to be back this week. Checked with my brother-in-law.
I think this is the fifth or sixth week in a row we've had a quarterback situation, right?
Yeah, well, Tech's, this is tough because he's supposed to start next year for him. Like he was the quarterback in waiting, and now I don't know. That's going to be in jeopardy. They might have to hit the transfer portal this upcoming offseason. I hope they don't go. They were already. I got asked about our guy at UNT.
Texas, by the way.
Oh, no.
Yeah, speaking of transfer portal.
Sniffing around.
Mm-hmm.
Texas A&M.
They're sniffing. Oh, they're sniffing.
6 of 11 starters at Texas A&M transfer portal on defense.
Well, here you go. You win in the portal.
Yeah.
You're going to win games.
Yeah.
I mean, damn.
That's
it
impressive.
Works.
If you got the money, there's, obviously you're wanting to recruit and get the 5-year guys or whatever, but those are rare.
They are rare.
Just hit the portal in the NIL. And forget about giant payouts for your head coach. Just take all that money and throw it at players. Any coach can win.
Yeah. Marcus Freeman, speaking of coaches, turned down the Florida and Penn State overtures. Said, I'm not interested. Staying at Notre Dame. So Marcus Freeman not going anywhere unless maybe LSU comes a knocking. But that's going to be way too expensive. I don't think the Tigers can afford them.
I think, me personally, that Florida job sounds really, really interesting. The problem is now coaching in the SEC and now coaching in the Big Ten. The fact that he's an independent, he has a chance every year to get in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He's not tied to a conference.
He's not tied to a damn thing. Last thing here in the mixed bag. I don't know how interested we are in this, Lucius. Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao are in talks for a potential rematch in 2026. The fight is being explored as another Netflix boxing event. Do we even care?
Is it a real-life sanctioned fight? Or is it one of those exhibition things again?
I feel like this would be an exhibition, don't you?
Yeah. Giving a little money to Manny. Take this little money, get on out of here, buddy.
Yeah.
Type vibes. I'm good. Because when Floyd's in it, it's always a game. And we seen him holding up the old boy last fight.
Yeah, Logan Paul.
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
Yeah, me too.
Sounds like a money grab to me. The first time they fought 10 years ago, it was only interesting for a couple of rounds.
Yeah. I mean, they waited probably 5 years too long to do the fight. So now it's like, I don't know. But I'm sure people will watch it.
I'm done with the old man fighting, dude. That Tyson thing broke me. You're not having the legs for it.
Was it the assless chaps that did it?
Well, there's a lot of things that did it about that night. But thank you, Wolchuk. We got a football's finest coming up next, Chief. You get to play sports editor and write your newspaper headline for yesterday's Cowboys disaster. 877-881-1053. That's next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the nation here on a Cowboys Monday. How much are you thinking about being sellers at the deadline? We have something juicy coming up for you at 5:20. Time now for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's the Chief.
877-881-1053. What is your newspaper headline for the Dallas Cowboys disaster in Denver yesterday? Brought us very crotch first. As soon as we went to commercial, in the middle of Walchuk's beautiful RS Diamond Broker live read, was mimicking and miming with his thumbs pointed back at himself. I got the best headline. I got the best headline. Now, of course, he just had to run to the ladies' room real quick, but now he's back with confidence. Broadus believes he has the unequivocal number one Cowboys newspaper headline today. Take it away, Super Bowl champ.
I don't think I've seen this one. Altitude sickness.
I like that. That's strong.
Is that somebody? Has somebody done this one?
Oh, man.
Woo, that's great.
Oh, you went all in.
Altitude sickness. God,
Has somebody already done this?
Man, that was a Dallas Morning News headline.
Was that today?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. See, I don't look at the paper.
I'm just ball sacking.
No, I don't think anybody ran with it.
I was trying to work in an altitude situation. I couldn't do it. I think you did a great job with that.
Crushed it.
Okay.
I was trying to maneuver altitude and try and play on words, and I couldn't figure it out, but your brain over there made it happen.
See, I was workshopping some things, and I'm sitting there thinking, somebody asked me, because this morning with Vach and I were all talking, and I said, give me a headline, and I said altitude sickness.
Yep.
And we were, and I didn't know, like when you said it, when you guys were laughing, you were doing the Goodfellas laugh. I thought, oh geez, that was on the morning news.
I just wanted to make you feel weird.
Feel like crap.
No,
Eric told me he was workshopping Dookie Dak is back.
That's not true. That is simply not.
But yeah,
not true. I hate you for even saying that. But the Cowboys fans are, the Tolos are. 860. My headline for yesterday would be Dak in playoff form.
Come on.
Oof.
Don't put this on Dak.
Oof.
Be better than that.
Yeah. I got altitude sickness once. We were up skiing on Mount Hood. And they got the U.S. ski team trains there in the summer because they got a glacier up there.
Sure.
So you take the lifts that you normally take all the way to the top of the regular skiing, and then you ski over to the side, and there's a summer skiing available. So we go up there, and I don't know what it is, 8,000 feet or something. But about halfway through the day, I was like getting headache, getting sick.
You need to ride the lift with me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that would have fixed it.
I carry first aid gear.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would have been right on
the
time.
Blue Dolphin would have set you straight.
I'd have carried,
hallucinogens is what you bring.
Yeah, you're tripping up there while you're skiing.
I settled for a nap in the parking lot. I think I fell asleep under the car for about 3 hours. Fixed me up pretty good.
Dude, it is miserable. It just stops you dead in your tracks. Mm-hmm. It really does. Yeah, I'm excited to chat with Ferguson on Thursday. Like, how much of an impact did that have on you from an altitude standpoint?
0 catches.
Yeah, that was not good.
Good defense.
Okay.
Not even the check down was available. Yeah. Unbelievable how often Dak had to pull that thing down and run, and he did a pretty good job of it. That's one of the maybe the only positive takeaway. I think 6 carries for 30 yards.
He was having to scramble at a rapid rate yesterday.
He was scrambling.
There wasn't much open, and the pressure was there. It was frustrating, and the Cowboys defense struggled. One of my favorite moments in the game was like to start the fourth quarter. Bo Nix finally got hit by Ezeraku as he threw the ball. Still a big play. But, of course, you had Jim Nantz just saying Nix hit for the first time in this game.
Yeah.
And there was like 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, we didn't spend a lot of time talking about it last week, but Denver's got a pretty dang good offensive line.
What is it? Quinn Miners?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
He
was
he's like a toothless guy, and he showed up to the Senior Bowl. He wore like the Ezekiel Elliott crop top,
half shirt, yeah,
like that.
He's a savage.
That's how
he's a
played.
mauler.
Well,
Yeah.
but you know what's funny? We talked about where to attack the right side of they got 5 pressures in the game. It was all on the right side. It was Miners and it was McGlinchey. We said if you're going to attack the Broncos, it's the right side of their offensive line. Does the only 5 pressures they gave up was on that side of the line.
Well, in the run game, in the run game.
Oh, he was running downfield.
Oh, he was
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the first team in NFL history with 35 or more sacks and 10 or fewer sacks allowed in their first 8 games of the season.
Yeah.
So they've been really good along the offensive line.
And part of the reason why, though, too, is, I mean, they're throwing screens. They're throwing line of scrimmage passes. This was the first time all season that Sean Payton felt confident enough in his quarterback, because he was going up against the Cowboys defense, to just drop back, have all the time in the world, and start working on like 7-on-7 level open windows.
7 of 13 for 150 yards and 3 TDs per next gen of plays over 10 air yards.
Yeah.
So he was he was confident and comfortable.
It was a get-right game for the Broncos offense for sure. That touchdown from Harvey.
How about this one?
Yeah. That was my guy. I freaking loved our
New headline?
How about this one? Maybe I don't know if they use this one, Dawson. Here we go. Rocky Mountain Sigh.
Oh, that's pretty good. The 254 did just come in with Rocky Mountain Low, which is another playoff for Rocky Mountain High.
Yeah.
Dallas is bucked with a B.
Yeah, bucked by the Broncos. I like that. Broncos bucked the Cowboys. Seeing quite a bit of that. Let's see here. What else do we have? There's something D down in Denver.
Okay, little D.
That was from
Dallas's defense shrivels and lost to Broncos.
903 couldn't buck the trend. Cowboys defense continues to suck. All those are pretty strong, and I think there's a couple of more. Let's see there in the 817.
Cowboys get nixed. I like that one.
Oh,
that's a good one.
That is
good.
good.
That is good.
Yeah, I like that. Kicked in the Knicks in the 903.
Kicked in the Knicks.
And the 469 Bonnie Blue Star D gets crushed. Hard to argue with that.
Oh, hey.
Hard to argue with that one.
Yeah. There's a total gangbang up there.
Okay.
What?
Have some couth about you.
They were
In the
playing-
post-game locker room.
You're
you
right.
know?
You're right.
I mean, the Broncos,
The media horde.
they had like the choo-choo train sounds working in their,
Come on, ride the
in their
train.
victory locker room. Yeah, on the RJ Harvey touchdown to start the game.
Yeah.
What I can't even imagine having to be a coach and sit through that and ask all 11 players, what were you thinking on this play? And that's a play that Quinn Miners, I mean, he completely just emasculates Shamar James. Totally throws him like bouncer style out of the club.
Yeah.
And then he gets a chip
Then
on somebody else.
Keeps going downfield.
And then he hits Clowney for good measure, even though Clowney was like 30 yards behind the play. Sam Williams is upfield. Mozzie's turned up. Murray's blocked like way down the field, and Shamar James is totally destroyed, and that makes it 7-3. And by the way, the 7-3 situation, like we talk about Shoddy, and we've referenced it. Shoddy has been how they would describe it as cowardly on fourth downs this year.
Well, I will say this. So I've got, matter of fact, the decisions pulled up.
Okay, can you start? I want to start with the first decision, which is you get the interception, and then you screw around on the goal line. You can't be kicking field goals. That's a go-for-it situation. If you don't get it, hey, Bo Nix, take the ball at the 5-yard line. You'll probably light us up, but I'll take my chances. I'm not settling for 3 there to start the game.
Okay, it's first quarter, 10:36 on the clock. It's 4th and 6 at the Denver 6. It's actually closer to 7 yards, they say. 6.8.
After a bogus false start penalty.
Coach's decision's field goal. Recommendation, go for it. 2.4%.
Wow. Okay. I wasn't even expecting the numbers to reflect that, but just knowing what we know about the Cowboys and knowing their defense, it just felt like know your team.
Yeah.
We're not kicking a field goal here. You just got gifted an interception to start the game. You have got to go for it there.
49.2% go for it. 46.8% kick the field goal at that point.
So the numbers.
The 4th and 6 in the third quarter was the one that I thought was
what
the hell are you doing?
4th and 6. Okay.
That was the worst one.
That was bad.
4th and 6. Okay, this is interesting. He went. They went the 4th and 6 in the third with 3:25 left.
Yeah.
They say that's a toss up. He punted. They say it's toss up by 0.8%. 6.9% go for it. 4.2% kick the field goal.
Oh, even kick a field goal there?
Yeah, kick a field goal was.
I mean, I was a little upset we did not get the Brandon Aubrey.
It was 6.9 go for it, 6.1 punt, and then 4.2 kick a field goal.
Yeah, you can't be punting.
What about 4th and 1 at your 29 with 2:25 to play in the first half?
The coach's decision was punt. It's punt by 0.1. So
that's
yeah,
basically a toss-up.
Yeah. So
but again, knowing your team,
it was
understanding the situation.
It was punt 4.2%. Go for it 14.2% punt, 14.1% go is what that one was.
All right. Shoddy said in the presser last hour, I guess, there are going to be changes. That has to be one of them, just from an organizational standpoint. Once they have scored 20 points on us in any half, we're going to assume they're just going to keep on scoring. That was 7 plays and 72 yards in a minute and a half for Denver to put the game out of reach.
There's points. I mean, and I almost did this yesterday because I did it in the game, 2 games, the Carolina game. It was I tweeted out. I go, you're getting to the point in the game where you can't punt, and this is like early in the third quarter. You're getting to the point in the game where you just can't punt. You got to go for every 4th down that comes up. And then if everybody asks, well, why the hell did you do it? Then you say, well, have you watched my defense play here as of late?
I didn't think you could stop anybody.
Yeah. I mean, just be honest with everybody. It's, hey, I'm not going to sit there and tell you that, I have faith that we're going to get a stop.
What's the limitation on that? Is it 8 yards? Where you're like, okay, we'll go ahead and punt here. Our probability's too low.
I think in these situations, like in the first half, if the game's like competitive, I'm not just going to go for 4th and 8 at my own 20-yard line necessarily.
Yeah, a lot of it is where you are, but I think that you from the start of the game, you have to understand the world that you're living in with this defense. Like, you don't necessarily have to let the game come to you to figure out that your defense sucks every week. To start that game, I'm glad the numbers even reflect it. They should have gone for it on that first drive after the interception. They get right down there towards the goal line. I didn't think the numbers would even reflect that, but just knowing the team, Schottenheimer's going to have to get that figured out. He's got a little bit too much Pete Punk Carroll inside of his body. So you have Dobbins and Harvey combining for $157. They avoid the obvious passing situations. Bo Nix took just 6 of his 29 dropbacks on 3rd down. And they were not even having to get to 3rd down.
The one we
I think they were 2 of 3 of third down at halftime. Sorry, Brian.
No problem. I was interrupting you. The thing that we didn't talk about in the game, or talk about in the pre-game or up to the game, was Troy Franklin. I mean, it was
Shout
more
out to
about
the Chupacabras.
It was more about like Cortland Sutton, and it was about Mims and Pat Bryan, and I mean, none of us really talked about what Troy Franklin was doing.
Well, Bo Nix targeted Triquez Bridges 13 times throughout the game.
Yeah.
102 yards, 2 touchdowns, 5 first downs. It was basically, I don't care who's lined up on him. He could be Franklin, he could be Bryant, he could be anyone. And we're going to go ahead and target him there. Almost 1.5 yards before contact, 5.1 yards after contact. So
this is a team that told us the first month of the season, we like our corners, we're getting healthy, we're going to be all right.
Yeah, and we'll be able to stop the run, no problem.
There's nothing to like about this defense right now. Thank you, Chief. An edition of football's finest here on a Cowboys Monday is in the books. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30. A totally different trade discussion than we would like to have, but one that is still quite juicy. And we want your thoughts on it coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
You're on 105 through the Fan. Fred Davis already on fire. Fan After Dark coming up from 8 to 11. He's fired up that you kids don't realize how big the Monica Lewinsky story was back in the day.
Oh, we did. I mean, we used to make jokes about that even when I was growing up. I think it's the Blake Elliott generation.
Yes, I have some sound of Blake from over the weekend that we'll play at some point this week. That is it's jarring and it's hilarious all at the same time.
Cannot wait, and I'm not surprised. Pure entertainment, that show. Fan After Dark coming up in the evening. We'll got the Cowboys Hour coming up from 7 to 8, and we'll find out here before too long who Brad Sham's cooking with tonight. Segment is brought to you by the On Time Experts, proud sponsor of the Expressway, the On Time Experts. How much are you thinking about selling right now? Jerry Jones said last night that it hasn't crossed his mind as of now. I would imagine a loss to Arizona would push that into it's clearly the best case scenario. At 4-4-1, you can justify it like, hey, we just got to get right here at the deadline and maybe be buyers. But Tim Kalishaw, Morning News headline today, I think he's spot on. After hitting the George Pickens jackpot, it's time for Cowboys to trade him away. And
this is crazy, huh? Just a couple weeks after we might have had this discussion.
Yeah.
Got drugged through the mud for it.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's wild.
It's out there, you know. And
Tim's going to get drugged through the mud now.
Yeah, I bet
sure.
he is.
Yeah.
For sure. But I think you can see right now, like, this much offense isn't a winning strategy. And that's what the sub headline says. The notion of winning by scoring at least 30 points every game is a failed exercise. It's time to get the defense help. Now, you could say right now, oh, you just played Denver. It's the number one defense. Yeah. But you can see that the offense isn't good enough because of the lack of protection for Dak Prescott. Like, if this was a great offensive line, that I think scoring 35 to 40 points per game would be possible. But you're not going to make that offensive line that good in one off season. And besides, you need your resources to make this defense better. If you could get a 1 right now for George Pickens, it would be the greatest flip in NFL trade history, moving a 3 for the guy, and then a couple of months into the season moving him for a 1. And I think George Pickens would be worth that to a team right now. I mean, he's so good. A couple of weeks ago, I actually, just for a thought exercise, argued that you should trade CeeDee Lamb instead of George Pickens. Pickens is unbelievable. He's an absolute bull out there with the inability to tackle this guy. I think he takes pride in that. He catches the ball. There's multiple dudes around him. He's like, I'm not going down. I'm going to hit you in the head while everybody's trying to tackle me. The contact balance, the power, the leverage that he has, he's been blessed by God. And he has not been hurt throughout his career to an extent that he's had to miss games. So that being said, there's no way the Cowboys would actually trade CeeDee Lamb, right? He's in the 88
they're not trading
legacy.
either of these guys.
Oh, no. Yeah.
They're not. They don't sell. They're not selling. The Cowboys will never be a seller. The best way to spin this is, it's not selling, but can you kind of do both? Could you flip a Pickens, or even if it's like an Osa, or a Diggs, or name the player, and then get back? Can these players be part of a trade, but then you're also now getting back? So you're kind of doing both. You're selling, but you're buying. Because the Cowboys have just never been a team that's going to sell. And even if they lose to Arizona, I think it's even more so Jerry, the ultimate salesman that he is going to be even more incentivized to try and make a move to try and generate some more excitement and life into this thing.
You know what team I would call? And we're doing radio here, right?
Yeah.
You know the team I would call?
Buffalo?
No. I call the team you just played.
I don't think Denver.
I call the Denver Broncos. They are. Think about having a receiver like Pickens on that to help that quarterback. and with their running game and the way that their defense plays, they would be really, really hard to deal with if they have that ability, that they have somebody other than Sutton that catches the football. Mims, you have him out there. Pat Bryant, I know they really, really, really like, and they want to get him more involved. He looks like a great player.
You just had Troy Franklin break out.
Yeah, I
just don't know that the need's really there for them. Like, I'm with you. I think it would be awesome. I just don't know how aggressive
that move right there would probably, because they're kind of a team up until the Dallas game. If you watch them, they're in a lot of tight games. They're in a lot of close games. If you look at how they've played this season, man, to me, you throw a guy like George Pickens that could just, the way you guys were describing him, run after catch and all that, the vertical game with him, the way that quarterback looked like he was throwing the ball down the field, that might be a team. If I was Sean Payton, I would look at adding a guy like that, because their defense is championship worthy.
I wouldn't mind that. You get him out of the conference, but at the same time, I wouldn't hesitate to trade him even inside the division if I could get him going to a team that is likely to be picking inside the top half of the draft. Like, I'd much rather send him to New York.
Yeah, but see,
I think it's Buffalo.
No,
I think Buffalo thinks that, much like last year, and they're in the market
about New
now
England?
for a wide receiver. New England's another one. Those two teams who they've been searching for a number one wideout. Buffalo made the trade for Amari last year. I think they'd be willing to give up a one, honestly, for him, because he's been that good. And they probably think they are like a Pickens away from possibly getting to be over the top in the AFC.
I just would love to see them make a firm decision on what they want to be and go for it either way. I know Wolchuk says they're not going to sell.
I just don't believe they ever will.
They sold Micah Parsons 9 weeks ago.
Yeah, because their feelings got hurt. Let's not pretend that was like a planned thing.
Okay.
Instead of standing pat or doing little thing here or there, like, go all in with the buy, or go all in with the sell. You can't just be spinning your wheels here in the middle. I just hope they make a strong decision either way and get aggressive on sell or buy.
Which is why I'd love to go all in, and you're keeping Pickens, and I'm also trying to buy here at the deadline, and I'm trying to get this roster as good as I can.
Yeah, defensive linemen that can hunt the passer and also stop the run. And I do want to say that I think George Pickens is top 10 on my list of favorite Cowboys to ever watch play.
Yeah, he's
might
incredible.
Be top 5.
And to sit down and talk with. He's a blast.
Yeah, he was great. Hopefully they re-sign him and we get to catch back up with him, next year in Oxnard, California. I know he would probably hate going to Buffalo or New England, considering what he said about how much he likes the South and the weather and everything that DFW has going on. Jay Glazer reporting the Cowboys called about Max and Trey Hendrickson. That was his Sunday scoop, and they were rebuffed on that. And we'll have more coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. A C-note still in store here. Cowboys News of the evening is coming up in the final hour. But before we get there, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius.
You do that there. New Orleans, Baton Rouge. That's how they say it, Baton Rouge. How you do that there. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Love Paul, Little Paul. I go by a whole lot of names. They call me a lot of names, but only a few to my face, I'll tell you that.
No feeling.
Lucius Alexander on Facebook if you want to hit me up, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day number 2, going for 3 of this champion audio. Comes from our very own show right here. Zach Wolchuk, lost in the moment, repeat offender. What are you doing, sir?
This year, and we'll worry about 2026 when we get there. DeMarvion Overshown with a clarification about 20 minutes ago. That knee brace that he's wearing, it's an accessory, not a necessity, says DeMarvion Overshown on Twitter, if you were wondering.
Yeah, I think they're just testing some equipment is what they're doing.
It's a pretty sweet-looking brace.
Yes.
But I always get nervous when I see my players with braces on.
Yeah, I get that. Especially Rebels look crazy.
How much do those slow you down?
Doesn't help.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Look at offensive linemen wear them for knee protection.
Overshown just tweeted 30 minutes ago the knee brace is an accessory, not a necessity.
Sweet.
Wow.
Breaking news. I love that.
So that's
show worthy.
That's a different.
That's show worthy.
That's a different type of thought now.
Scoop Wolchuk, drop it in there.
Man.
Yeah,
you can hear when I just rejoined the conversation in that moment. I was not paying attention at all with what you had said previously.
Got a lot going on.
But you responded to it first.
Yeah.
Then you gave an update.
That was a great sell, like I knew it was going on.
You got to double down sometimes.
That's wild, man.
That's I looked over at Dawson like, Did he just do that for real?
Yes. It's radio classic. One of my favorite moments of the show.
They just had Tom Brady on TV on Fox Sports 1 doing an interview of some sort. It's probably a replay of, whatever. But we all forgot about the Tom Brady kissing his son, huh?
Yeah.
Big time.
There are
6
lips.
seconds
They're a lips
on the
family.
lips with your son is crazy, fam.
He called him back.
Yeah, he said, get back over here.
Get back over here.
That peck wasn't enough.
6 seconds on the lips, bro, is a wild time with your son.
Yeah. Awkward as hell.
And he was getting a massage, too, at the same time. Get over here.
Oh, my gosh.
I feel bad for that son. Yeah, he's going to get crucified. 8th, 9th grade.
The 5-second rule means something a little different in the Brady household.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. All right, let's see here. Let me just go down this list. Terry Bradshaw, NFL on Fox.
This is
About
just
time to go.
QB Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah.
About time to go.
He gets pretty vulnerable this weekend. Listen.
But the thing that I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid and I got a text back and I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs. But it sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't really talk to Andy Reid.
Keep in mind, Michael Strahan's face is the most perturbed, confused, disgusted face that you've ever seen on
he went
television.
from Washington to Andy Reid to selling pigs. None of this had anything. I guess like the old mascot, maybe.
Man, I thought week 7 was bad for TB. We might have to cut this mid-season.
It's getting rough for Terry, and it stinks.
Nah, don't cut it, bro. I love it.
Yeah, I don't know what to
It's
say.
a content gold mine.
Yeah, I love
Might
it,
be a
bro.
CTE gold mine, too.
I love it.
Terry Corso was trending on Twitter on Sunday.
Damn,
Terry
That's the headline
Corso.
for you.
Got him.
Oh, no.
Just don't have him doing the highlights.
No.
But have him in there. I need him in there. I need him in
Just
there.
a presence.
Or have him do highlights. Hey.
Hey, more content.
Just have the little we have Krusty's corner. Just have the CTE corner with Gronk and Bradshaw.
Oh, jeez. All right, so there's some Oklahoma player out there talking crazy to Lane Kiffin during the game.
Oh, hell yeah.
Lane Kiffin got his get back at the end.
Yeah.
Young man, come here. Let me talk to you real quick.
Quieter now. Coach Kiffin.
Quieter now than before.
Are you talking?
Oh, she's messy. She said, oh.
What are you doing?
Oh.
Quieter now. Coach Kiffin.
Quieter now than before.
Are you talking a little bit to Oklahoma's players?
This guy yelled at me like during the game like 5 times how great they were and we can't score on them.
But your quarterback Trinidad Chambliss did. What kind of statement did he make with how he played against this defense that was much hyped headed into this game?
This is a great defense. There's one of the best players in the country right there. So.
Yeah, their edge was walking by there.
This is a fun back and forth between these two schools. You had they're stealing signs bit leading up to this game, and then this post-game interaction. This is fun between Ole Miss and
then
OU.
after the game, you had Brent Venables talking about how like his team was better, they just didn't execute.
Yeah,
and then they asked Lane Kiffin about that, and he goes on a long spiel just eviscerating that
I
particular
hope Kiffin
quote.
and Venables stay there for a while.
Yeah,
this can be fun.
Kiffin's incredible.
You're a lot quieter now.
Yeah.
So without seeing that one on the video, where was the fan he was talking about?
No,
was
it was a player. It was a player. Like walked up close to him while he was doing the post game interview with the sideline reporter.
Quieter now. Coach Kiffin.
Oh, you're quieter now. I hear it now. Yeah, he's off camera.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Let's see what else we got for you boys. And the Tolos, too, for sure. You Tolos. It's for you, really. High school football, Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee, huh? We got Brentwood Academy, Father Ryan. This is not one. I just want you to hear it.
Okay. Winner.
I just want you to hear it because this is crazy. First of all, they are too calm to be calling a football game with this much energy in the background. Yeah, Father Ryan kid got an INT and got lit up on the blind side. You can tell. As a defensive player, you seen this? Yeah, boy, he got lit up, fam. Helmet flew off. I think he got decleated. It was just ridiculous. You know, he's a defensive player. He's not used to keeping that head on a swivel. Right. He's used to doing the hunting. Mm-hmm. He was the hunted in this one. Oh, my gosh.
Jenkins all day. Floats that one up into triple coverage, intercepted by the Irish. Has some running room.
First of all, you see how calm this is? What are we doing?
What are we doing?
That was an interception, bro. He's got all day to throw. Ball. Oh, there's an interception. Don Cornelius, a broadcaster.
Jenkins all day. Floats that one up In the triple coverage, intercepted by the Irish. Has some running room, 45. Gets across it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, gosh. My goodness. I think he fumbled it. Brentwood Academy has it. My goodness. They're going to take a look at him, and we'll stop for just a second.
Ooh, my goodness. They didn't even know he fumbled till later. I think he fumbled. Unless that was his arm. I don't know which one that was.
That was a body part
was
or
that
a
a body
football?
part or a football, Phil?
Golly, yeah, that hit. It was like one of them Eric Hipples.
Was it Eric Hipple
That
hit?
helmet is still coming down.
My read on the volume or the lack of energy from those guys, what do you think brought us? They're right next to the coaches.
Yeah.
And
That would make sense.
They're trying to be kind of respectful and keep it down. And
kind of quiet, and it's a little embarrassing. You don't want to say the wrong thing, and then now somebody said something to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could see it.
especially if they're losing.
Yeah.
You know,
Don't want to be too critical.
they're trying to talk with the other coaches down on the sideline in their headsets. You don't want to be bleeding over. It's my read. Otherwise,
I
they
think-
need new play-by-play guys.
I think you got him right.
Nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been in that situation a few times.
In the triple coverage,
Yeah.
intercepted by the Irish. Has some running room, 45. Gets across it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're like,
Oh, God.
I don't want to be too loud. It's like a
I
golf.
think he fumbled. The Brentwood Academy has it.
He fumbled. Oh my goodness.
lowest energy play-by-play clip.
Yes, it is. And yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to you if you did, man, because there's a blessing out here for you. There is. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Now, this is a petty situation. All of this over a missed hug.
Oh, no.
A missed hug. Could it be a misunderstanding? But you didn't have to do this in front of the church.
But I want to make a correction on this morning. I was speaking with Mahogany on this morning, and Mahogany kind of gave me a different
Don't say my name.
No.
Don't say my name.
hug than she normally does. Amen. And you know what? We're not going to have that in the body of Christ. The Word of God tells us that open rebuke is better than secret love. So we can't have that up in this house on this morning. Amen. So if you want to just go ahead and do what you got to do today, we're going to do that. We tried to talk about it, but you didn't want to talk about it. But I'm just going to expose it and let you know I know how you feel. Amen. So we're just going to get rid of all of that on this morning. So if you need to excuse yourself, I'm going to go ahead and permit you to do that on this morning. But if not, you just go ahead and sing for the Lord. Amen. Amen. All right.
Wow.
All right. I just don't like fake stuff. Amen.
Oh, no.
And God has told me to clean up his house. Amen. We're not going to have that kind of behavior in God's house.
Uh-oh. Sounds like mahogany.
You said my hug was funny, and this is what you did? Are you sure it was a hug, fam?
That's
Or was this
pretty-
already loaded? I feel like he was loaded already.
Who's the toxic one? I don't know.
Yeah, right.
You talk about those overthinkers.
Everyone in the congregation's like, yeah.
Man, that hug's been burning her over the last 45 minutes. She couldn't wait to get up there and call her out for it. Poor mahogany.
That's crazy. Poor mahogany. All right, man, that's it, bro.
Yeah, sometimes I come in for a half hug just because I don't want to be a creep. You know, and I guess you can interpret that. But
She didn't like that. I think she's lying.
I
I think she ain't like mahogany already. She used that hug.
She's just looking for something.
So energy. Shut up.
I think Mahogany had an outfit on she probably didn't approve.
Gossiping about mahogany.
Maybe,
That's
yes.
bad. Mahogany was looking 10 out of 10 yesterday.
Yeah,
Nailed
absolutely.
it. Scoop Wolchuk's our champ, 2 looking for 3. Terry Bradshaw with the CTE and the hog story talking about, I guess that was part of their Washington and Kansas City preview for tonight. You got Lane Kiffin. You got the missed hug there. I'm gonna vote for Bradshaw myself today, Chief. How about you?
Give me the champ.
Well, Lucius?
Shoot, man. Now at Nashville High School. It wasn't one,
Low
but I'm gonna
energy.
pick it.
Low energy. You're gonna pick it.
Yeah.
I did like
And
that
they
one,
just
too.
scored again.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the football/golf broadcast as well.
Right.
You know what? I like the ones that he throws out there that's not one for voting, but I'm going to vote for it. Yeah.
Okay, we got 3-1 to 1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. I didn't even know we could vote for it at the time.
No,
I'd have probably made it 4-1.
No, we can vote for it if you want.
Okay, let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
All right.
Let's just vote for it. We're good.
Yeah. Hey, man, what was it? Number 21 for the Denver Broncos. She's got the most penalties.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Riley Moss.
Riley Moss. They were saying, yo, this guy's got the most penalties of all time. Then he got like 2 penalties in a row. He was looking at his hands like, what do you mean? All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a show. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
How you do that there?
Everybody get high.
Baton Rouge.
I went down to Baton Rouge my sophomore year. I'm playing shortstop, and my coach has a rule. You are not allowed to interact with the fans. Don't look at them, don't smile at them, don't wave at them. And all game long, I had seen this little boy wearing an LSU shirt up on the hill. Number 15, you're my favorite player. And he had done this the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth inning, and finally on the seventh inning, I'm like, you know what? Look over at coach. He's not looking. I wave at the little boy. He goes, you, number 15.
Baton Rouge, huh? Hey, this is LA Live for Monday, October 27th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday vibes is just where I go over some of the things I've seen on the timeline that were trending and whatnot. Didn't have my phone on me like that this weekend, though, so it might be kind of light when it comes to news stories right here. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I can ignore that phone, brother.
Watch me.
I'm so good at ignoring
We all go
that
to
phone.
dinner. I never bring it.
Yeah. Oh, don't tell me about no dinner.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I got a story about that later. Waxahachie! Waxahachie, I was in your neck of the woods this weekend for my uncle's retirement birthday party over there.
Wow.
Hanging out in Waxahachie. Did some fishing.
Their downtown's cool.
It's cool. I didn't get to see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't get to see it. It started raining by the time I was driving over there. It's a whole nother conversation.
Okay.
But yeah, I did some fishing out there on the dock. Smoking some cigars with my cousin. It's crazy to cousins. It's crazy to see like how we used to all be kids and now we all have families and just it's so
all complaining about them.
It's all crazy. And then we like, you know, our older uncles and things, they over here now just letting us do what we want to do. Like we set up the vibes. They just there. They pass down the trophy. It's crazy. I love it though, man. Had a great time. Had the whole family drinking Corralejo.
Nice.
Yeah, there was one moment I looked over in the party and I was like, man, it sure is crazy in here. And I seen them bottles of Corralejo were empty.
Why'd it get so loud in here?
Y'all are kind of turned up some. Empty bottles of Corralejo and Uncle Nearest all around this place. But when I first pulled up to the ranch in Waxahachie, they were watching Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, the first one?
It's a damn party, folks. We're watching Guardians of the Galaxy in the afternoon on a Saturday. An American tradition in America is to watch college football on a Saturday.
Yeah.
They were watching Guardians of the Galaxy with the volume down. I was like, oh my gosh, this place is so boring.
Yeah.
We need to wake this damn thing up.
You get the job done?
I did. I did. It was my turn now. It was my turn. Yeah, I turned on some college football. I had to take some charge, put that on the telly.
Lead from the front.
Yeah, it was good. And let me see. We had a celebrity there, a local celebrity. You ever seen this guy on Instagram and it goes, if you from Dallas, and then he'll like name something from Dallas. If you from Dallas, you eat Big T pizza?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there, man.
Right on.
I think his name is Dallas Nuke or something like that. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, well, that's pretty cool. Yeah,
see if I can get him in my algo here.
Yeah, if you from Dallas, he had a big, beautiful truck. Maybe want to throw mine away. You know, I've been not paying any payments on my truck. I've been keeping it like that. It's nice and low key. Nobody wears about me in this truck.
Yeah.
You might see my fishing poles hanging out the back and some dogs hanging out the back.
Yeah, most
cops are not bothering you when you got that vibe going on.
Yeah.
Even if you're still